The Divine Hunter Chapters 51 to 100, Chapter 51 to 60. The place where Brady died was around 2 miles from Sfantha. Letho, Roy, and Casillas walked down the village's path for half an hour, and saw a dense pine forest from far away. Most of the trees were over 100 years old and over 40 feet tall. When they looked up, big branches and leaves resembling umbrellas congregated, blocking out the sun. The ground was also covered by a layer of said branches and leaves, and the smell of soil and remnants of fermenting plants wafted through the air. A small creature would pop out to look at them at times and scurry back into the forest after that. The crime scene is up ahead, you two, and there's dried blood left. I trust you'll see it right away. This is as far as I'll go, but I'll wait for you here. According to Casillas, going to places where people had died was unlucky. Bad luck would befall those who went there. He'd come here once, and he didn't want to come close a second time. Roy and Letho didn't force him. Far away, at the edge of the pine forest, a few especially long branches from the trees bent inward in a circle, forming a tower that measured 1 man tall, and beneath them, the ground filled with leaves was colored red. Flies danced above the pieces of meat and bones. Fortunately, there was no rain for the past 3 days, so the scene was preserved. When they went closer, they saw that the ground was filled with footprints presumably belonging to the villagers. There was also a lingering stench in the air. When they took another step, a soft murmur was heard in the quiet forest. Shocked, Roy curled up and backed off to where Letho was. He wasn't being a coward, it was merely a tactical retreat. Since Letho was around, there was no need for him to be in the vanguard. Relax, boy. Letho touched his necklace and stopped it from vibrating. The disturbance is too weak. It's not an attack, just resonance from remnants of mana. He closed his eyes and felt it. It's been 3 days, but I can still feel a weak disturbance in the air. So the murderer isn't human? Roy hunkered down and touched the place where the tower-shaped branches connected to the ground. Then he blew the sand away from his hand. This tower isn't natural or built by humans. It's caused by supernatural spells. I can see how the kill happened. Brady must have been caught off guard and pierced by the spear that suddenly showed up and been thrusted into the air, slicing his belly open. So this is where he died? Roy asked. I don't think anyone would destroy a corpse deliberately. Roy didn't question Letho's answer. When he walked around the scene, he found another clue. There's some weird scratches on this tree. Letho took a look and fell into silence before giving Roy a look of approval. This is the trace of getting pulled by vines. The murderer coiled Brady with vines, lifted him into the air, and killed him with a spell. They then found a part of the vine in a nearby bush. Controls vines and uses ground spikes. Roy was reminded of a monster, and he had a guess of what the murderer was. Letho hunkered down and picked up a piece of a fetid item without fear, and Roy scrunched his nose. Rotten flesh and animal feces, to be precise. Bird and wolf feces as well as dried urine, but the amount is unusual. Aside from the crimson hue on the ground, there were clumps of dried feces lying around, and Letho kept on explaining. 1 corpse can't attract that many beasts. The body was found at the edge of the forest, while wolves should be living in the center of the forest. It's still a distance away. These aren't their hunting grounds. Roy gave it some thought. So the beasts left their excrements here on purpose? Letho nodded. Most probably. They're using excrements to hide and destroy any evidence that could point to the murderer. And they did it. The murderer's scent and tracks are mixed in. Letho rubbed his nose. At least I can't trace it. Roy's question was answered. So the murderer can control animals too. He sorted out his information and arrived at a conclusion. A monster that can control vines and use ground spikes has the ability to control animals and lives in the mountains. A gigantic monster popped up in his mind. If that's the murderer, then this request is going to be a hard one. But he was also excited. Hunting the monster on its turf would be an insurmountable challenge. He'd run away if he was alone, for he was weak, but since Letho was there, he had a heavy hitter which made everything possible. Letho didn't realize what Roy was thinking, and he went on with his reasoning. Don't you think this is weird, boy? The murderer didn't need to do so much if they were just dealing with normal guys. Humans and dwarves can't see their traces, unlike witches. Roy gasped. So they did this as a countermeasure against witches. Letho nodded solemnly. It probably just moved here recently and started murdering all it liked. Obviously, it also knew it would eventually attract professionals. This is one experienced, cunning opponent we're facing. Letho emphasized the last line, and he didn't hide his aversion either. Roy's breathing got quicker at that point. Up until that day, the Grave Hag had been the strongest monster he'd faced. If he managed to get 100 EXP by killing a monster the witches had weakened, killing a monster even a witcher was reluctant to face would provide even more EXP. I'm currently at level 35 1500, not going to let this go if I can. Why are you so excited, boy? Shouldn't you be scared? The target's obviously a monster far beyond what you can handle. Letho brushed the fetid sludge from his hand and stood up. Sorry for getting your hopes up for nothing. I'm not going to take this request. Roy sighed silently. He had a feeling Letho would do that, since he was a cautious witcher. How should we explain this to everyone in Sphantha? He felt a bit heartbroken when he imagined the looks of disappointment on the kids' and women's faces. What explanation? We didn't take the request or make any promises, so we owe them nothing. Are you saying you're going to fight that thing because you sympathize with them? Letho lectured him coldly. You're too weak to show pity to anyone. Roy wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He didn't expect Letho to be that caustic, but he didn't retort. The thing he should have been doing at the moment was growing and getting stronger. Squabbles wouldn't do him any good. Letho looked ahead sharply, and a raven had appeared out of nowhere on the ancient branches. It opened its wings, and its beak looked like a scythe, its black eyes having an uncannily cruel gleam to it. Seemingly surprised by the attention Letho and Roy gave it, its eyes flashed crimson and flew toward the forest. Letho mumbled, "The loyal servant is now going to inform its master, huh?" And then a crossbow bolt soared through the sky. The raven trembled for a moment before falling to the ground. Dead, huh? Who told you to shoot it, boy? Sorry, did I misread you? Roy shrugged. I'll check with you next time. Once they checked the place, they went back and said their goodbyes to Cazilas, much to the chief's chagrin. They were almost at their wits' end, and if the witcher they'd waited so fervently for were to leave, their village would be doomed. I thought we had a deal, Letho. I can raise the price if it's too difficult for you. Letho crossed his arms and retorted mercilessly. Think harder. I said I'd make my decision after the survey, and now I've decided to refuse. This isn't just about the price. There's no point in making that much money if we're going to end up dead. Hunting requests are businesses, and they follow the rule of trade. You have the right to make requests, and we have the right to refuse them. Don't you feel any sympathy for Tina, for Jim, for that widow, and the victims' families? Cazilas frowned, and he started to beg, can't you help them catch the murderer? But he saw no sign of pity on Letho's face, and he stopped. Instead, his eyes filled with malice, and his attitude took a turn for the worse. It's just as they said, witches are cold-blooded animals who have lost all humanity. Get out of the village and never come back. This place doesn't welcome you. Letho wasn't the least bit fazed by the resentment, and it wasn't the first time Roy had encountered such harsh treatment. After the grave had been killed, Kaer's villagers had turned their hatred toward the witches, and then Cazilas was the second one. He wanted to chase them out the moment Letho refused to enter a contract. If we were cat school witches, we might have just flown into the rage and killed everyone here. He shook his head, the last of his pity disappearing. Roy could understand why most witches kept a poker face on at all times. They're numb after seeing all these incidents happen over and over again. They ignored Cazila's look of rage and went toward the Mahakams. Letho, would you have turned that down if I were as strong as you? Don't think too much about it, boy. You'll have a chance to fight it in the future, but for now, focus on the trial. Letho answered. Oh, and you killed its messenger just now, so pray that it doesn't come for us. They weren't ambushed after leaving Sphantha. Not long after that, they followed the path leading to the depths of the Mahakams. The path was flanked by crags as tall as the eye could see, and its surface formed stairs of stone. Letho and Roy journeyed for around an hour when they arrived at a clearing, and they heard voices. What greeted them was 2 rows of barricades made from sharpened wood, blocking them from entering the forest. Behind the barricade stood a dwarf in silver armor, and a big, black hammer was on his back. He was talking to his equally heavily armored comrades. A dwarf crossbowman was standing sentry, looking around for any dangers. The crossbow he held was bigger and heavier than Gabriel, the hand crossbow Roy kept in his inventory. It was like comparing a model to the real thing. Roy was excited to see that. When he was about to say something, the sentry saw them. "This is not a place where outsiders can enter. Leave, travelers." The dwarf aimed his crossbow at them, and the languid dwarf with the hammer was alerted. He held the great hammer in his hand. His face contorted. "The Mahakam's D do not welcome strangers. If your destination is Elender, then go through Rivia or Upper Sodden in the south." The dwarf who stuttered was holding a hammer bigger than his body, and the hammer's head was bigger than his own. His short height made him look funny with the weapon, but the hammer wasn't to be taken lightly. Inertia alone would make it easy for it to crush human bones and mash bodies to a pulp. So Seville calls this a small hurdle? They don't even let anyone through. Roy was annoyed. If they followed the route the dwarves told them about, their journey time would double. Letho gave him a look and left the talking to him. He seemed to understand that his fierce looks didn't help in diplomacy. Roy organized his words and went up as calmly as he could. "Brothers, we ain't your brothers." The stammering guard interrupted him. "Get back." He took another step forward, his beard swinging toward them, and the weird smell of alcohol and sweat drifted to them. Roy took a step back. "Warrior, we aren't your enemies." "I have Seville's." His eyelid twitched, and alarm bells rang in his head thanks to his sharp perception. However, his body wasn't quick enough to react. A moment later, an arrow struck the stone beside him and deflected toward the wall. It was a warning shot. Roy tensed up and took another step back. Letho was faster. He quickly drew an inverted triangle in the air with his right hand, and a yellowish barrier of light covered him. Letho had nothing to fear after casting Can. He unsheathed his steel sword, holding it at his side with both hands, pointing the tip at the dwarf's neck, looking like a bull that was going to charge its enemies. Tension was in the air, and everyone felt suffocated. "Stubborn oafs." Roy showed his hands and took a step back. "Don't rush this, Letho. Let's take a few steps back." He'd seen how cruel Letho could be. If he was facing harmless civilians, he'd take their insults, but he showed no mercy to those who tried to fight him. The last group to do so had died. Yeah, their attitude is shit, but you don't have to kill them. And this is their turf. If you kill them, that's going to offend everyone. As if we could pass through the mountains then. Letho thought about it silently and gave all the dwarves a murderous glare, and then he stabbed downward. Before anyone knew it, the sword penetrated the stone ground like it was nothing, shocking the dwarves. "Our retreat." The stammering dwarf stuttered meekly as he put his hammer down. He looked at his companions, whose faces were stiff, and when they shared a glance, their gusto from before gone, Roy took the chance to take out the letter and bellowed, "We're friends of Seville Hoga." He wrote this letter himself. "Please take a look." The dwarves heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that. Letho really scared them. "See, come here, not you, Baldy." A few moments later, the stammering dwarf took the letter with his pudgy hands, and when he was about to read it, someone smacked his head. He turned around angrily only to get scolded. "You're illiterate, you dolt." "Sorry you had to see that. Dwarves are smart, but sometimes idiots are born." The crossbowman came down from the watchtower. Ignoring his furious companion, he took the letter and read it. "This is Mr. Seville's handwriting and stamp all right." He nodded and handed the letter back. There was no enmity in his gaze anymore, though he still looked scared while facing Letho. "That was a misunderstanding. It is our fault. Forgive us for this show of discourtesy." He tossed his hostility aside and bowed to Letho and Roy. His companions scrambled to do the same. "It's nothing." "I've heard of the straightforward attitude of the dwarves. Your passion for duty really opens my eyes though," Roy said, complimenting them. And just as the dwarves were feeling nice about themselves, he pulled out something from his shirt and uncorked the bottle. A moment later, the strong aroma of alcohol appeared before them, and they craned their necks, gulping, looking like cats drawn to fish. The stammering dwarf's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why, your shirt is so small, so where did you get that? Irrelevant question. This is a gift from Mr. Seville for us to enjoy on our journey. 50-year-old Mahakaman liquor, and it packs a punch not unlike dwarven liquor." Roy looked at Letho, and Letho was watching quietly with his arms crossed. Roy continued, "But I'm going to share it with all of you as friends. What do you think?" Regan Delba, the dwarf with the crossbow on his back, declined. Mr. Seville's friend is a friend of all Mahakaman dwarves. It's normal for friends to share some alcohol, but we have a duty to carry out, so we must decline for now." Roy swirled the bottle, making the aroma waft through the air quicker, and he sized up the dwarves again. "I heard dwarves are great drinkers. All of you look strong, so I bet you can drink a lot. One bottle of Mahakaman liquor isn't enough to fill you up, much less affect your job." "Of course," the stammering dwarf said, agreeing, and his companions were obviously tempted by the liquor as well, but Regan was still hesitating. Roy pulled his hand back. "I won't force you if you don't want to. I shall be keeping this for the journey to enjoy alone." "Hold on." Regan finally couldn't hold his urge in, and he grabbed Roy's hand with his hairy one. "You're right, Roy. This won't be enough to affect our job." Half an hour later, the guards paid the price for underestimating the wine. The bearded dwarves were taken out by the alcohol and slept on the barricade. Then Roy positioned them so they looked like two kissing pairs of dwarves. After that, he fiddled with the beautiful crossbow and ring he took from the crossbowman. The body and string were made of high-quality material. As he held it, the weight gave him a solid feeling. A row of words were carved neatly onto the body. It read, "To my dear brother, Regan Delba." Roy was overjoyed. He'd been looking for a chance to replace Gabriel, and he found it. A perfect weapon needs to be triggered by a ring. "This is the price for the liquor, Mr. Regan. Once I get past the Mahakams and get through the trial, I'll come back and drink with you when I have the chance." Equivalent exchange, am I right, Letho? Roy's frustration from being condemned by Casillas was suddenly gone. "It's a long trip, gotta find some fun." Letho shook his head and went on with the journey. Mount Carbon, the hometown of the dwarves, the miracle fortress of the valley. Sunlight shone on its peak, its windows caressed by snow, its walls covered by steel and fire, and the air was filled with the scent of honey and pine oil. "Well, this is some shit luck. Instead of getting our murderer, we got a whole group of armed dwarves." Letho and Roy were captured by the dwarves not long after they got through the sentry. There was a big group of crossbowmen waiting for them, and the sheer number overwhelmed the duo. Seville's letter wasn't of any use, or to be more precise, it worked against them. Roy sighed, and he followed the dwarves into the forest. More than 2 hours later, he felt the temperature drop drastically, the trees around him covered in silvery snow, and then they were led into a valley. Dwarves were frolicking around in the plaza, and sitting behind it was the destination of their journey, Mount Carbon. "I believe introductions are necessary here, Witcher. What you see here is Mahakam's capital, the fortress of the dwarves, and the sanctuary of the ancient race Mount Carbon." Roy was shaken to his core at the sight of the gigantic fortress. Mount Carbon was embedded within the mountain, and it was made up of a main fortress shaped like a cauldron, 16 small forts, and countless towers. The building's exterior was grayish-white, and was made out of cement. The walls were covered with a black steel shell over 100 feet tall. It looked ancient and indestructible, like a beast slumbering in the dark. If it were to awaken, devastation would follow. Roy didn't remember the dwarves having any fortress like that, but there it was. When he looked up at the cracks between the forts, he saw thousands of small caves in the mountain, and countless dwarves were going around, providing nutrients for Mount Carbon, just like how worker ants would. "Well, at least it's a nice thing to see. We'll let your scheme slide this time then, Seville." The letter was a pass and a letter of recommendation. They managed to fool the gullible ones, but not the ones in the Mahakams. Thanks to Seville's praise, they were cordially invited to visit Mount Carbon, and they had to settle the dwarves' problem too. Letho looked the slightest bit curious, for it was rare to see such a great building, even after years of working as a witcher. Behind them followed dozens of crossbowmen aiming at them. Even though witchers were skillful, that many crossbowmen could still take them out easily, and the siege weapons looming over them didn't seem to be for show. Please forgive us for the offense. The dwarf who spoke was Kaer Hoga, Brother Hoga's nephew. His armor was slightly covered in snow, but his hair was whiter than that. Because of the color of his hair and beard, he looked much older than he actually was. He had a hard expression, and he talked with arrogance and superiority, something that was rarely seen among dwarves. Unlike most dwarves who braided their beards, Kaer tied it with a silver ribbon. It was daring, but also rebellious. Roy had sharply perceived Kaer's enmity toward him the moment they'd met. He wondered if that enmity was only directed toward him, or if it was aimed at humans as a whole. Follow me, please. They went into the fortress, passing through the front gates that were filled with spikes, and a heat wave assailed them. Roy felt as if he went from the Arctic to a volcano, and sweat poured. Then what he saw shocked him. Hundreds of half-naked dwarves were flanking the hall, wearing nothing but aprons. Metallic sounds clanged out as the dwarves swung their hammers on the steel on their workstations. Flames soared, and the dwarves' shadows were cast onto the wall, and it looked as if dark giants were swinging their arms. A short while later, Roy's attention was brought to the scene beside him. Inside the flames of a forge, red-hot liquid steel flowed freely, and the base of a 4-foot sword was lying inside quietly. The dwarf who was working on it solemnly took out the base, but at an agonizing speed. The moment the base was out, booms were heard, and smoke sizzled. Even the air was howling at its scalding temperature. When the base had finally shown itself, its surface that had been hammered many times was showing signs of overlapping, but it was crude compared to a finished product. The dwarf took it with his tongs and whispered to it, not unlike a lover to their partner. A moment later, he placed it on his anvil with his tongs in one hand, and his hammer in the other. He took a deep breath before raising his hammer, and then he swung it down on the base. Sparks hit his body that was drenched in oil and sweat, giving him a crimson sheen, and he looked like a god licked by flames. Roy snapped out of it and scanned the whole hall. Weapons and armor were being made during every passing moment, and then black tongs immersed them in water, and steam billowed, filling the hall with smoke. Their movements were boring and repetitive, but there was an inexplicable rhythm to it. The rhythm breathed life into the items it created, giving them a special gleam. I can understand your feelings. I'm a dwarf, and even I was entranced by what I saw when I first came here. The forge is our pride, for it is the place where the best blacksmiths in the Mahakams and Mount Carbon come to work. It's where the best weapons and armor in the north are created. The blacksmiths run on a shift system, and ores are supplied from the mines nearby, while the flames burn forever. The items that are created are sent to many nations, including Edirne, Temeria, Kedwin, and Redania. We're neutral. We don't take sides, nor do we oppress others, Kaer said, bragging, and the crossbowmen raised their heads with pride. Roy was speechless from his shock. The blacksmiths work around the clock. The number of things they make in a day must be off the charts. How many elite soldiers can they make? If their population had been large enough, the whole of the northern land would have been theirs, the wine cellars right under. Not that I'm bragging or anything, but if all the barrels down there were to break at the same time, the wine alone would be enough to create a river. But there's no time for a visit today. It's getting late, and Elder Brother is waiting for you. He invited them to go forward, and they arrived at a door that was flanked by spiral staircases at the end of the hall. Kaer waved the crossbowman away before opening the golden door, and then he took Letho and Roy's weapons away. Behind the door stood 2 axemen that glared at anyone who came in. When they saw who it was, they kept their axes, revealing a path that was lit up by flames. Pillars with complex engravings supported the chamber, and the red carpet in the center extended to the end of the room. On the top of the short staircase stood a dwarf with a golden crown, and his eyes were on Letho and Roy. Behind the black, metal throne stood a gigantic, stone statue that was as tall as the chamber. The dwarf that sat on the throne placed his right elbow on the golden armrest and rested his chin on his right hand. His sturdy body was covered in red silk, and his forehead was greased by a frown. His face was majestic, but his eyes had a hint of frustration and lethargy. The dwarves in white who were beside him whispered, "Elder Brover, the people you requested are here." Kaer bowed to Brover when he went up to him. "Letho, a witcher of the Viper School and his disciple, Roy, it's rare my nephew would praise someone so much, so I guess you're the real deal. I hope you won't disappoint me." The elder's voice echoed in the corridor. It was a husky voice, as if a boulder and stone were scratching against each other. There was an inexplicably ancient element to his voice that left a deep impression. Brover was a muscular dwarf, but it couldn't hide his age. Dwarves had a long life expectancy, but even so, Brover was old among them. Brover Hoga. Age: 198 years old. Gender: male. HP: 120. Racial trait: resilience plus 20 horsepower. Status: Great Elder of Mount Caban. An overwhelming majority of the dwarves acknowledge him. He is the ruler of Mount Caban and oversees all business pertaining to the Mahakams. Strength: 10 strong. Body +1. Dexterity: 6 stout, -1. Constitution: 10 strong. Body +1. Perception: 7. Will: 8. Spirit: 6. Charisma: 6 stout, -1. Skills: Ancient Crafting level 10. Brover Hoga has trained his skills for a century. He can create any weapon or armor. Masterful is understating his skills. He can create powerful armor out of scrap metal. Even though it has been years since he has made his last piece of work, his skill is still among the best in the world. Any armor he makes is tantamount to a legacy item usable by any knight, soldier, mercenary, or witcher. He can even create divine items from the ancient era as long as he has the blueprint and materials. Two-handed mastery level 10. Years of training and battle granted him perfect mastery of giant axes, lances, polearms, and great hammers. Using two-handed weapons grants him a 50% damage increase. Resilience passive. Dwarves live long lives and possess powerful life forces. An adult dwarf has 20 more HP than humans. Strong body passive. Dwarves are known for their proficiency with two-handed weapons and great stamina. An adult dwarf has 1 point more in strength and constitution than humans. Stout passive. Their stout, fat bodies make them move slower than normal humans. Their looks are undesirable by every other race. Some even despise dwarves for their looks. Their dexterity and charisma are deducted by 1 point. Danger sensing level 5. Years of combat experience has granted him a sharp sense toward impending danger. Brover had higher stats than most people, but Roy had seen better, so he wasn't fazed. Ancient crafting caught his attention, though. Letho needs a good silver sword. This dwarf here could be the key to getting it. Letho looked at Kaer, who was still kneeling, and he announced, "Elder Brover, we have come here as you have wished, but pardon my frankness. You're an influential figure in the Mahakams, and we'd have come to meet you as long as you'd have called for us. There was no need to bring us in like criminals." "What did I tell you, Kaer?" Brover said, and the arrogant Kaer stared down quietly, admitting his mistake. "Forget it. I know you hate dealing with humans, but handling business with your personal bias is unacceptable. Apologize to our guests right away." Kaer took a deep breath, clenching his fists, and he bowed to them reluctantly. "My nephew has been an arrogant one, but he's not even 60 yet. If we go by human standards, he's just grown up. I hope you'll let it slide." "Hey, he sounds like he's criticizing his nephew, but he obviously spoiled him." Roy looked at them both and realized they looked alike. Their beard and hair were white, and their features were similar, especially the arrogance in their eyes. Letho stopped pushing his luck. "Let's talk business then. Elder Brover, why did you summon us in such a hurry? You should know that witches deal with monsters. Mount Caban is an impregnable fortress that's under your supervision. Not even a single monster can get through." "I don't see where the problem is." "Incorrect, Witcher." "Yes, monsters aren't any trouble, but only if you're in the fortress," he said solemnly. "Miners have been dying in the mines outside the fortress. The reason you're here today is to get the murderer, dead or alive. Letho and Roy looked at each other in surprise. That's the same request Kazel has asked us to take. Well, looks like we can't escape this. Roy wondered why the seemingly superior dwarves were doing everything to ask for a witch's help so they could aid the humans at the mountain base. Briver knew what they were thinking, and he showed anger. The murderer crossed the line. Not only did it kill the human miners, it also started killing my brethren too. That's a declaration of war on me and the whole of the Mahakam Mountains. It must die. I see. Roy realized what was happening. So the villagers knew nothing about this. The humans weren't the only ones who died. Their boss died too. Witcher, you shall be duly rewarded if you can arrest the murderer. What if I can't? Then you shall go back the same way you came, and the Mahakams shall forever be closed to the both of you. Roy gritted his teeth, and Letho's face fell. Briver suddenly pushed himself up and bellowed. You ought to know that a treasure can only be gifted to someone worthy. I've made countless weapons, and some of them still have no owner. If you manage to finish the request, I'll give you one of the swords I made. Don't worry about the quality. I shall not insult a witcher. Letho looked interested. Any sword wielder must have heard of the quality of Mahakaman weapons, and the weapons made by Briver were the best of the best. Having one would be of great help in future battles. Elder, I might only be a disciple, but I can work perfectly with Letho. I can help too. Roy was tempted by the offer, but Briver didn't share his opinion. You? He shook his head cryptically. I think you should stay here, boy. You'll be well fed. Roy sighed. So even the dwarves think I'm weak. He could be of use too, though. Even though close-quarter combat was out of his league, he could shoot some bolts and throw a few bombs. Roy winked at Letho, but Letho ignored him. I'll take the request, Elder Briver. The boy will be staying here. Please take care of him. Briver nodded. Then he told Kaer, from today onward, you shall listen to Letho's every order and help him track down the murderer. Any objections shall be punished severely. Yes, sir. The silent Kaer finally replied. Letho, your investigation starts tomorrow, and it shall last for 2 weeks. If you fail to complete the request by December, I am afraid you must leave the Mahakams. After Kaer had gotten his orders, he'd led Letho and Roy out of the resplendent chamber and into the guest rooms on another floor. You're going to leave me behind again, Letho? Roy tried to persuade him. Don't you think battling this kind of monster is valuable experience for me? It's fine if I just watch from the sidelines. I won't be a burden. Trust me. We've refused the request once in Svantha, but in the end, we couldn't escape it. Don't you think this is a sign from fate? Roy talked about fate after not getting any reply. Letho seemed to like anything related to fate. Fate is telling us to face this challenge together. Shut it. Fate doesn't have time for a kid from a village like you. Letho kept his eyes on Kaer, and without even turning around, he answered. The hunt's going to take us deep into the forest, and that's its turf. Everything is its eyes and ears, so there's no place to hide. Watching from the sidelines isn't going to happen. Letho raised his voice on purpose. So give it up and stay in Mount Carbon. Go on a vacation and stroll around. Not everyone has the chance to visit this magnificent fortress. You've been training your shots, and the dwarves here are experts. You can ask them to teach you if you have the chance. Read my notes if you're bored out of your mind. Roy stopped insisting after Letho stood his ground. Letho got 1 point right though. He was willing to compete with the dwarven crossbowman. Since he just bought a new crossbow, and he was raring to go, they went up the spiral staircase that led to the second floor with Kaer in front of them. As if struck by lightning, Kaer served Letho and Roy quietly after getting scolded by Briver. He brought them to the space above Briver's chambers, which was another clearing in the mountain. When the door was opened, they were greeted by a corridor filled with doors on both sides leading to exhibition rooms and storerooms, and sconces hung on the wall. When they looked up, they saw a steel door with a rectangular observation hole at the end of the corridor. Roy suddenly felt the howling winds and freezing chill that came from the steel door's observation hole, and he shivered. There's windows here? When he went up to the door, Roy craned his neck and was shocked by what he saw. Whoa, the dwarves sure have an eye for exquisite stuff. The room behind the steel door was of standard size, and it was empty. There was no wall at the end of the room. It was completely open, and snow flew in along with the cold gale, freezing the ceiling, walls, and floor. So, open-air resort, eh? And with snow to boot, the guest would only have to walk a few steps to see the majesty of Mount Carbon up close. Feeling the primal charm of the snow-capped mountain, they could enjoy the view of the endless pine trees and the flaming sunset among the ivory lands. Well, they'll have to make sure they don't freeze to death in the first place. There weren't any blankets or fireplaces in the room. Only races with hairy bodies and high resistance to cold could enjoy the view. Oh, if they take a few more steps, they can fall down the cliff and die. What do you think, boy? Make one mistake in the Mahakams, and you'll be in there for a week. Want me to make the arrangements for you? Kaer asked snarkily as he drifted to Roy. Roy turned around and stared down at the dwarf, who only reached his chest, and he squinted. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaer. Who are you calling a boy? Kaer's face fell, but he was reminded of Prova's orders, and he snorted. After making a few turns and arriving at the guest rooms in the depths of the corridor, Kaer tossed them 2 keys. Dinner will be sent to you. Lights off at 10, and stay in your room. Not even the Great Elder can save you if you barge into forbidden places, and I'll be waking you tomorrow, Letho. He slammed the door shut. Roy stretched his arms. Too many things happened that day, and he was overwhelmed. He needed time to process it. Letho put his index finger to his lips before tiptoeing to the door. Once he confirmed the coast was clear, he beckoned Roy. Know why I didn't let you join? Because I'd be dead weight. That's the main reason. Give it to me straight, Letho. Roy took a deep breath. I noticed it. You were misleading him, weren't you? When you raised your voice. Good. Looks like the winds didn't freeze your brain. I do have a mission for you. Roy sat up. I knew it. Strength is everything here, but sometimes, you need brains to pull something off. Letho whispered, you'll be investigating the dwarves while I'm away on the hunt. I need you to find a dwarf with a special mark on them. He drew a strange symbol where a spider's web and antler overlapped. Remember this mark. Tell me immediately if you see it on any part of any dwarf, and don't get caught. Roy rubbed his chin and frowned. Everyone's wrapped up in layers of clothes. It's winter, you know. How should I even check their bodies? What if the mark's on their butt? Can't ask me to pull their pants down, can you? That's up to you. Letho patted his shoulder. You did well in the House of Cardil, boy. Use your advantage here. Roy sat on the bed and thought about it, and then he came up with a plan. Try keeping this mission a secret. Don't let them catch you, he warned Roy sternly. But if you find anyone trustworthy here, getting some help is fine, as long as they don't have the mark. I have another question. Roy asked. What if the target's a woman? The people who'd go into the forest and come into contact with the Leshen Armen, they're your prime targets. Letho paused. If the target isn't among the men, then go for the women. You're young, and you look cleaner than the dwarven children. I don't think the women would complain even if you do anything. Roy thought about the hairy, bearded women, and a chill ran down his spine, but not because of the cold. He shook his head, praying that the target was not a woman. What does that mark mean? The note doesn't have anything about it. Letho licked his lips. All right. Listen, the stronger a monster is, the more land it occupies. This monster's hunting grounds range from Sphantha to the valley near Mount Carbon. It must be incredibly old, and incredibly strong. Or at least, I've never encountered that kind of monster before. I have to prepare for the worst. It's awakened a spell that's related to the mark. It can take the mark's host's life force, and revive on the spot even if I kill it, so you have to find the bearer of the mark, and the bearers submitted to it. So they're probably a slave now. You must not get caught, at any costs. Roy trembled, and the image of a gigantic monster with antlers, white skull, algae on its body, and gnarly limbs appeared in his mind. So, it is a Leshen. Leshens were creatures that came after the conjunction of the spheres, and they lived in mountains and forests. They had wild beasts as companions, and they could summon them anytime, anywhere. They could also control plants, and because of their special appearances, ignorant villagers formed a religion around them, worshipping them, and they even made sacrifices. But most folklore told of Leshen's kindness. They guide lost travelers and save people from bandits. Roy had to say that the knowledge he gained from books wasn't as fascinating as the authentic accounts of a witcher. You subscribe to that nonsense, boy? Leshens slowly suck the life force out of everything in its territory until nothing is left, but they won't attack humans by their own volition, right? No absolutes, remember? Some coexist with humans on the surface, but some see humans as their mortal enemies. Letho seemed to dread facing a Leshen. The Leshen residing in the Mahakams is an ancient one. I'd say it must have altars in the forest that strengthen it. My job from tomorrow on is to destroy the altars one by one to weaken the Leshen. Roy started worrying for Letho. The Leshen seemed to be stronger than he'd anticipated. Are you sure you can kill it? Steel weapons won't work on Leshens, right? The oils, bombs, and potions are here. Now it's in the hands of fate. Letho said somberly. If I don't manage to come back, leave the Mahakams and find a way to rendezvous with Orcs and Seret, they'll continue your training. Roy stopped breathing for a moment. It sounds like he's going to die. Why don't we leave right now and take the long route through Rivia and Upper Sodden? You think you can enter and leave this place as you please? Mount Carbon is not an inn. Letho shook his head. Prova won't let us leave unless I've met the Leshen. The servants sent their dinner that night. Even though the fortress was extravagant, its living conditions were worse than Seville's residence in Aldersburg. Aside from 2 beds, an oil lamp, and an old clock, there was nothing else in the bedroom. Luckily, the place wouldn't be too hot or too cold no matter the time of the year. Just like a cave, the dinner wasn't too bad either. 2 portions of charred grilled meat, frozen bread filled with icicles, frozen fruits, nuts, and honeyed wine. It was interesting, to say the least. Roy gave half of his meat to Letho. Have a bit more, Letho. This could be your last super. Before Letho's face fell, Roy added, oh, I'm joking, but there's no point in going to Centra if you aren't coming with me. I'd rather travel to Novgorod and run the business with my parents. Roy paused, clenched his fists, and resolve gleamed in his eyes. You led me on this path, Letho, so see through it. Letho stopped chewing before continuing calmly. When Roy exited meditation the next morning, Letho was rubbing oils on his sword and short swords, his gaze unbelievably tender, as if he were looking at his lover. He was a muscular man, but his hands moved swiftly, precisely. The grey cloth had a patch of yellowish-brown substance on it, and for some reason, there was strength in Letho's movement when he wiped his sword. Roy watched the whole process. A row of items were laid out before the witcher. They were his potions, decoctions, oils, and bombs. Same old. This is for you. Just in case. Keep it safe. Letho handed Roy a small blue bottle with yellow rubber bands around it. What bomb is this? Roy was delighted. He could still remember the effects of Dancing Star back in the fight against the Child Hunter. A dimeritium bomb. It can stop the Leshen from casting its spell. Equally effective against witches and sorcerers. Anything else? Letho pointed at another item and explained patiently. This here is relic oil. Increases damage against Leshens. Same oil I applied to my sword. The green one is the Devil's Puffball. Trips the Leshen up. Kaer came for Letho not long after, though he still looked sullen. Roy was taken by Sanchez on a tour around Mount Carbon. Mount Carbon had no use for useless dwarves, so everyone had a job. There were blacksmiths, winemakers, hunters, supervisors, those who took care of the residents' daily lives, and more. If we were to liken Mount Carbon to a nation, Prova would be the king, while the other elders would be the ministers. Sanchez was one of the servants under the command of the king. He took care of the guests and other elders' daily lives. He wore a white robe, had his hair and beard tied up nicely, and his face was well kept. Compared to the other dwarves, he was more feminine and elegant. Roy glanced at his lower body as they walked together. The beard still full, I wonder if the eunuch here is castrated like in other nations. Kaer led you around the forge yesterday, so I'll be taking you to the wine cellar. You can have a taste of our wine. How does that sound? Roy shrugged. Put the wine aside. Tell me more about Mount Carbon's situation. Sanchez nodded. As they went on, he explained softly, I don't think I need to explain what's going on in the first floor and basement. The second floor is the blacksmith's dwellings, storerooms, and jails. Third floor is the elders' dwellings. The forts outside the main one are where the guards and supervisors stay. What about the other miners and their families? Where do they live? You should have seen them on your way here. They live in the caves in the mountain. How many residents do you guys have? Roy asked. Sanchez only smiled. Roy asked another question. Do the miners and hunters live nearby? Sanchez thought it was a weird question to ask, but he said yes. There's no way I can check everyone, so the first thing I have to do is narrow down my scope. The only dwarves who would go into the forest are hunters or miners, which means one might have come into contact with the Leshen and been marked. The women, blacksmiths, and winemakers live inside. I don't think they'd have the chance to venture into the forest. His first order of business was to focus on the hunters and miners. Let's forget about the wine. The valley's too cold for me. Can you take me to the bathhouse? I need to take a hot shower to warm myself up. Sanchez thought it was weird for Roy to shower that early in the morning, but he said nothing. Of course. Come with me, please. That's the spot. Steam rose from the bath, and Roy leaned against the sides, resting his eyes. Mount Carbon was freezing, but coal and firewood were abundant. Water was too, so the bathhouse ran around the clock. The blacksmiths, guards, and miners would hop into the hot bath after a day's work to wash away their grime and fatigue. It was around 9 o'clock. Aside from Roy, only a few dwarves who just got off from the graveyard shift were in the bath. They covered themselves in towels, but the towels couldn't hide their round bellies, muscular arms, and hairy chests. If Roy ignored their faces, he would have thought he was sharing a bath with gorillas. Roy, on the other hand, had smooth skin and looked fairer than the dwarves, who were mostly dark. Because of that, the dwarves would glance at him from time to time. If it weren't for the fact they were straight, Roy would have scampered off. Even so, he tightened his towel and listened closely. The pair of dwarves near him started gossiping about him. Is that a human boy? There's no hair on his chest, nor does he have a beard. There's nothing manly about him. In fact, he's ugly. He proudly caressed his beard that was floating on the water. Human males are hairless pups. None of our women would fancy them. But that's not an excuse to let your guard down. They've never stopped eyeing our women, but we won't let them get away with it. All right, shut up. Do you want to get slammed in the prison? He's Elder Brover's guest, and an esteemed one at that. Roy was unsure about how to feel after hearing that. His view on aesthetics were that of a humans, so there was no way he'd be interested in female dwarves who had beards and were as buff as bulls. He'd rather have a sorceress. So the rumors are true. Male dwarves are inexplicably paranoid and always worry about their women getting kidnapped by evil outsiders. Probably has something to do with their birth rate. It's super low, and the women who are supposed to bear the children are invaluable resources for everyone in Mount Carbon. As he let his mind wander, Roy stole some glances at the dwarves. He couldn't stare at them openly in case they took it the wrong way. The dwarves in the bath had strong hips, sturdy bodies, big legs, and strong shoulders, and something long hung between their crotches. These guys may be short, but one part of them isn't. I wonder who the Leshen marked. Roy glanced back and forth for a few minutes, but it was torture for him. He shook his head. I'm going to get traumatized if this keeps up. Gotta take a break. Looking at hotties would be a treat, but facing stout dwarves was nothing short of getting subjected to torture. About an hour later, Roy felt a gust of wind blow behind him, and the sounds of footsteps neared. What came next was like a scene of horror to him. B. Bennett, you did you get fatter? Why you're going to become a pig at this rate. Barney, you retard. Did you just insult the shield of Mount Carbon? I challenge you to a duel. Oi, who you calling a retard, you fucker? Only we get to call him that. You want a taste of this knuckle sandwich, you fuck? The towels were off, and the naked dwarves got into a brawl. Chest slammed against chest, bats swung against bats, and wieners. Well, let's just say they had a sword fight. You're a barbaric retard Makey took from the wilds, shithead. Why you're just a little shit a squirrel shitted, fucker. Why you're so thirsty you fuck reindeersy every night. Retard, damn it. Barney was exhausted from the fight on more levels than one. He wiped the sweat off his head and turned around. What he saw shocked him. Hey, boss, that guy looks familiar. Roy started sweating when he heard the familiar stuttering. Curse my luck, I just have to bump into them here of all places. He closed his eyes and slid underwater. The footsteps stopped behind him, and he felt ripples around him. As the water splashed, one buff dwarf came into the bath. Barney pulled him out of the water with enthusiasm, his eyes wide. It's you. You got the wrong person, mate. Barney's face was red from excitement, but he couldn't say anything no matter how much he tried. All right, stop teasing him. Reagan Delbert and his companions entered the bath. He sounded annoyed about what Roy had done. A moment later, the four dwarves surrounded Roy, their eyes solely on him, their breathing heavy. We'll settle this later, Bennett. Don't think you've won. The dwarf shouted at the guy they were fighting against earlier. Scared, you coward. Fuck off. The dwarves found themselves kissing their companions and were in each other's arms when they regained consciousness. Shocked, they checked their bodies, but nothing was wrong. Still, it was a humiliating experience. When they saw the perpetrator in the bath, they let the personal grudge slide first. You're Roy, aren't you? To think we thought you a friend. I think you owe us an explanation. Roy forced a smile and shifted the topic. That was awesome of you guys. Those weaklings stood no chance against you. If they'd tried to escape even a moment later, they would have been messed up. At least you have taste, Roy. Just because you're the elder's guest doesn't mean you can do anything you want. Reagan waved his excited companions down. The wine's great, though we could do without the extra ingredient. It is 50-year-old Mahakaman liquor. Reagan licked his lips, reminiscing the taste of the wine. But you have to return my crossbow to me. That's my brother's gift, and it's special to me. You're too weak to use it anyway. Reagan, I'm sorry about your loss, but it's not here. You can search anywhere you want, even the bedroom. Reagan kept quiet. Boss, I am not taking this anymore. Why don't we beat him to a pulp? Roy frowned, thinking if he should give the weapon back, since he did feel guilty about taking something of great sentimental value to someone. So it seems you're taking my treasure away no matter what, Roy. Reagan cupped some hot water and splashed it on his arm. Fine, we'll settle this with Mount Carbon's custom, then. Mount Carbon's custom? Gwent, weapons, and wine. They're what we love the most. We hold 3 matches if we ever come across anything that can't be settled with a conversation. Reagan continued, the one who wins 2 out of 3 matches gets to keep the crossbow. So a duel then? Roy changed his mind. Since he didn't see the mark on them, that meant the dwarves were innocent. Gaining allies out of them would be good for Roy. Since staking out at the bathhouse alone would be too inefficient, having helpers would go a long way, though he still had the chills at the thought of their naked bodies. Ah, so you do have it. Reagan laughed. Don't worry. It won't be a 4-on-1. We won't stoop so low against an outsider. It's a 1-on-1 duel for a total of 3 matches. We can start right away if you're fine with it. The warm bathhouse is perfect for Gwent. Roy smacked a beautiful deck on the side of the bath, and he grinned in excitement. Since they're going to do this, I have no reason to hold back. I don't lose when it comes to Gwent. Come. Reagan and his companions looked at one another weirdly. Get the board, Drew. All right, we're counting on you now, Dave. Just win like you usually do. Get everything from him. Put your back into it. Yeah, that's the spot. Roy sat in the bath, getting massaged gently by the stuttering dwarf, Barney. Barney was smiling sycophantically as he massaged Roy. How does that feel now? Not bad. You can probably start a career as a professional masseur here. What about my debt then? Later. You're not going to run away from it. Barney wiped his sweat off. Never in his life had he seen someone play Gwent like Roy had. The boy would always come up with the most surprising tactics every time, catching his opponent off guard. Even Dave, one of the top 10 players in Mount Carbon, lost 10 rounds, giving Roy the first win. Barney didn't believe that was happening, and he wanted to take revenge. But he was too stupid to play, and after his continuous losses, Barney had racked up a debt that amounted to 30 crowns. That was his salary for the whole month. Reagan was in the bath beside Barney, and he shivered after overhearing the conversation, feeling insulted. "Don't look down on us, boy. Barney's not a deadbeat. We might be a grumpy bunch, but we have something humans don't: hot looks, manliness, loyalty, and integrity. Okay, that's technically 4 things, but that's not the point. Point is, anyone who tries to be a deadbeat will live their lives in shame." Roy nodded in approval. He'd heard of the Mahakaman dwarves' loyalty. Even though they loved their crowns, they wouldn't abandon their friends, and they held their promises. Zoltan Chive was a prime example of how a dwarf would risk his life for his friends. And thanks to their integrity, dwarves ran a lot of good businesses. Chunfainali, John Cody, and Vivaldi were the top dwarven families in the banking world. All the biggest cities like Vizima, Bclair, Vengerberg, Novgorod, Dragon Mountains, and even Blue Mountain, had their banks. They had business in almost every city in the north. It was because of that Roy went along with the rules. If his opponents were either human or elf, he'd be denied his winnings in the same circumstances. "You won the first match, Roy. Do you have the guts to continue this in the archery range? Is that a challenge I hear?" "I accept it. It's still early anyway." Roy had always wanted to see a dwarven crossbowman in action. They changed into their clothes, but before they left, Roy stopped Barney. "Barney, I can waive this debt if you do me a favor." I'll do it." Barney was obviously excited about the opportunity. 30 crowns was a big amount for him. "Stay here and tell everyone who comes to go to the archery range. Remember this." Barney wondered why Roy would make that request, but he didn't argue. Instead, he agreed to it readily. They went out of the bathhouse, walked across the plaza, and journeyed to the range behind the main fortress. Suddenly, Roy had a feeling he was being watched, and he frowned. But when he looked behind him, nobody was there. It was already morning, and dwarves were already going about their business. The males were wearing thick, dirty coats and holding their mining implements as they went to the mine outside. The females were holding gigantic containers on their heads, going to and from the marketplace in the plaza's corner. Not every dwarf had a long beard. Most of the males were bushy, and less than 20% of the females were as hairy as the males. Some looked decent, but they were still stout nonetheless. "Not my type." "Reagan, if I'm right, working in the mountains isn't very lucrative, is it?" He thought all the dwarves would be filthy rich, since they had a treasure trove beneath their feet, but the Gwent matches told him otherwise. "Exactly," Reagan answered without fear. "Most dwarves only make around 60 crowns a month. Wine and gear maintenance takes a cut, and we're left with not much money to spend." "What about the dwellings? Are they expensive?" Roy cast his gaze to the caves. "How long do you have to save up for one?" That's where you're wrong, my friend," Reagan replied proudly. "We don't have to spend a crown on our caves. The elders give every adult dwarf a cave free of charge, but it'll be taken back if the owner leaves the mountain without permission." Roy was envious of it. "The elders go to great lengths to preserve the population, huh?" "Are there many dwarves who try to make a living in the outside world then?" "No, but there are some who do it every year." Eventually, they arrived at the fighting plaza. It was a fenced space, albeit a gigantic one, and it was divided into a few parts. At the end of the plaza was the archery range, and there were targets carved into humanoid shapes. There was also a weapons training center filled with racks of weapons, as well as a fenced ring used for close combat matches. There were 20 dwarves occupying a certain training center, engaging themselves in their daily practice. They were wearing padded armor and swung their weapons as per the instructor's order. The dwarves might have been stout, but they swung the two-handed weapons like they were feathers, and Roy could see that the strength was not to be underestimated. They were like moving fortresses, for their armor could block any arrows, and the heavy weapons turned their weakness into a strength. If they were to engage in close-quarter combat, Roy would lose in a matter of seconds. His combat abilities were shit. Roy didn't have many things to rely on in combat. His best bet was long-range shooting with his crossbow, but even though his accuracy was bolstered by perception, his shots weren't powerful enough, and that was including massacre and crossbow mastery's increased damage. If he shot anywhere else aside from his enemy's face, the damage he dealt would be negligible. His effective range was also a weakness. In most cases, he could make perfect shots within a 100 feet range, but if his enemy was outside that range, the wind would affect his shot too much. He needed training, and Reagan, whose crossbow mastery was level 5, was the perfect example to learn from. The targets in the archery range were placed at different distances. Once everyone had come in, Reagan raised his hand to feel the air for a moment. This guy checks the wind's speed and direction with the hairs on his hand. Archery's best done on breezy days, or one without wind. Come, my friend. Show me what you got. I want to see if your archery skills are as great as a witch's sword fighting. Reagan borrowed 2 identical crossbows and tossed one Troy, while he held the other one. You're young, and your hands aren't that calloused. I can see it hasn't been long since you've started training. There'll be no time limit, then. Reagan puffed out his chest confidently. We'll start with the target 30 feet away, and then you'll move to the right for the next one, but the distance will increase. We get 10 shots each, and the one who manages to land the most shots wins. Deal? Roy hesitated, and he nodded. I'll go first. Do as you wish. The crossbow and bolts Reagan handed him were made to dwarven standards. The bow was 4 feet long, a lot bigger than Roy's Gabriel, and it was heavier too. The crossbow was made of pine wood, and it was a deep brown due to repeated usage. The draw weight was 60 pounds, making it slightly difficult for Roy to reload the crossbow. Roy started with the target 30 feet away. He held the crossbow with his left hand. His right index finger docked on the trigger, and he took a standing stance. Roy took a deep breath, then raised his crossbow, aiming at the target using his right eye. Then he heaved a sigh, and in that split second, the crossbow had just been lowered to eye level, and he fired his shot. The bolt pierced through the air and slammed into the target 30 feet away, embedding itself deeply into the bullseye thanks to the crossbow's strength. Reagan didn't look surprised. While Roy heaved a sigh, he swung his slightly numb arm and prepared for the second shot. After that, he kept on shooting, and he hit the bullseye for the 60 feet, 90 feet, and the 120 feet target. The continuous shooting was taking a toll on Roy's forearm and legs. Since the crossbow was much heavier than the one he normally practiced with, he wasn't used to it. He never had a chance to compete with someone during his training, and when he finally got the chance, his opponent was Reagan. That had lit the flames within him. But the next few shots had doused it out. He was slightly off target for the 150 feet target, and more so for the following one. The next one was even worse, and he was almost out at the 8th target. He missed the shot for the 9th target, and the same thing happened for the 10th. Sweat was trickling down his cheek when he was done, and he looked despondent because of his missed shots. All right, that's it. Your accuracy isn't bad, and your pose is standard. You've received some formal training, but it hasn't been for too long. I have some advice for you. Just what I wanted. Reagan seemed to change into another dwarf when he held the crossbow. He hunched his back slightly and squatted a bit, his gaze sharp. He quickly took out a light bolt from his quiver and loaded his crossbow, and then he fired his shot. His movements were swift and clean, without a single unnecessary move in between. Roy kept quiet since he realized Reagan was at least twice as fast as him during the reload. Reagan's standing position looked similar to Roy's, but upon closer inspection, there were a few differences. Pay attention to the crossbow. Reagan leaned forward and aimed. Roy took a step back to observe the dwarf and the crossbow. 3/4. The crossbow was positioned between the dwarf's collarbone and neck, around the 3/4 mark of his body. That was different from Roy's positioning, and Reagan adjusted his stance to one that fit better with his style. Roy couldn't make those adjustments at his level. Reagan was fast and stable, and he easily fired 3 shots that hit the bullseye. Do you have your own crossbow? I do. I don't see it on you, he grumbled before pulling the trigger and hitting the bullseye of the 210 feet target. A good crossbowman keeps his crossbow at his side at all times, even when he's eating or sleeping. A bit of tenderness welled up in his eyes, as if he were reminded of his lover, but even so, that didn't affect his shot. You have to build up rapport with it, knowing its every nook and cranny. You need to know every inch of it even with your eyes closed. The more you know, the faster you can be in battle. Reagan was almost whispering, and he kept on shooting with incredible speed. Roy almost couldn't see him aiming, and Reagan had already shot all the shots. All of them hit the bullseye, making Reagan the undisputed winner. Roy had no arguments about that. Reagan's perception was on the same level as his, so Reagan couldn't see the targets clearer, but his control over the crossbow was vastly superior. You have to take care of your crossbow like it's your arm. A good weapon is a crossbowman's most important thing. Take good care of it. Reagan took a bottle of grease and rubbed the contents on every inch of the crossbow. In most cases, a Mahakaman crossbow can last you a few years, but there's one condition. You must keep up its maintenance for every 100 shots you fire. Don't misfire or take too long to reload. It'll cause unnecessary damage and shorten its lifespan. If you don't maintain it, it'll cost you your life if it breaks on the battlefield. Roy took that advice to heart. No wonder Letho does that to his weapons after every battle. I didn't pay any attention to it before, but now I will. Reagan's advice benefited him a lot. If crossbow mastery had an EXP bar, Roy could probably level it up a lot after listening to Reagan. Roy was reminded of the fact that he never maintained his own crossbow, so he asked for a bottle of maintenance oil from Reagan. And now we're even. Reagan laughed. His depression from the Gwen loss erased. I can't wait for the wine battle. Elder Brover said you can have all you can drink. Yes? Roy nodded in amusement. Ah. So he's going for the free booze. Drew and Dave huddled closer, almost drooling, for wine was one of the things they loved the most. Why don't we hold the third match tomorrow morning? We have to stand sentry from noon to dawn. Roy agreed readily. Sure. Meet up at the bathhouse. He thought it was a bargain to make some friends with free wine. Magnificent. I'm starting to like you, boy. Don't forget to maintain my baby when you go back. I'll kick your ass if you scratch it. All right, boys, let's get back to the bathhouse to get that dumbass, Barney. The heavy footsteps left deep footprints in the snow. Letho flicked the snow and pine leaves on his shoulder away and looked up at the sparrows who flew away in fear. How much longer till we get there? The dwarf panted and shuffled to Letho. His face read. About half an hour. We found the body under the oldest pine tree, and it's right in front of us. Kaer looked around nervously. Are you sure it's enough with just the two of us? Why don't we get more people? No, that'd mess everything up. Now tell me about the victim. Give me a minute. You're going really fast. How did that boy keep up with you? Kaer put his hands on his knees and rested for a bit. He wasn't as harsh when it was only Letho around. In fact, Kaer treated him with respect. The victim went by the name of Adrian. He's 80, worked as a miner, and had a son and a daughter back in the mountains. Kaer paused for a moment. The other victims were miners just like Adrian. They were killed on their way back from work. Letho made the bark of the tree beside him rustle. Good job keeping it under wraps. The people in Sphantha thought the Leshen only claimed for humans. Kaer smiled bitterly. We have no choice. They won't work if they know that even the dwarves are getting killed. The mines would sustain heavy losses. We have to hide it, or there will be mass hysteria. But that won't last at this rate. Bunch of bloodsuckers. Letho shook his head. And who told the villagers that phantoms did this? No idea, but honestly, I'd prefer that to this. At least phantoms are easier to handle. They crossed the mountain, and the forest's entrance was starting to disappear behind them. Letho, are you pitying those villagers? Letho didn't answer, and Kaer continued. From what I know, witches are heavily discriminated against in human society. They see you guys as monsters no matter how many real monsters you kill for them, or how many lives you save. You're nothing but a lapdog to them. Kaer emphasized the last sentence and quickly looked at Letho, but to his disappointment, Letho showed no change in expression. Spit it out. I know you're trying to tell me something. Very well then. Kaer shrugged, and he hastened. I think you witches are like us. We're deviants from those humans. You've been a vagrant for a long time now, taking requests for a living. Haven't you ever thought about settling down? Settling down where? Mount Carbon's a good place. Kaer heaved a sigh and told him what he thought. You'll find our offer irresistible. Your skills and knowledge alone are great assets. You're trying to recruit me? Letho stopped in his tracks and turned around to look Kaer in the eyes. Mahakam and Mount Carbon are too boring for me. I like some excitement in my life. And I have to finish a mission, so I can't stay for long. Then Letho continued into the forest. Kaer was furious about being rejected, but he calmed down quickly. Let's talk about the situation then. Do you have any idea how to settle it? The moment he said that, Letho stopped. He looked back at Kaer and put his finger to his lips, and then he crouched like a leopard. They'd walked a mile into the forest, and the pine trees were starting to get denser around them, but it was eerily silent. Not even the chirp of a bird or the howling of the wind could be heard. It was as if they were in a graveyard, and chills ran up their spines. Kaer held his hammer. He had a feeling that the pine trees around them had turned into stiff humans who were staring at them. Kaer's hands were trembling, but his morale was still high. Letho uncorked a potion with his mouth and gulped everything. The veins on his cheeks blackened and his muscles tensed up, not unlike a beast that was hunting its prey. Watch my back, and I'll watch yours. Letho growled, and he and Kaer huddled closer. Letho traced a triangle in the air, and a faint green light shone around the triangle, much to Kaer's shock. And then a magic circle with a 20-foot radius appeared on the snow-capped ground. A moment later, a light yellow shield surrounded Letho. At the same time, howls pierced the air around them, and countless wolves appeared from between the trees. Their fur was gray, their eyes green, mist swirled around their snouts, and they crouched, howling as they inched closer to the duo. Great Mahakam, what is going on? We've never had such bad luck in our previous investigations because it perceives us as a threat. Letho unsheathed his steel sword instead of his short swords. The sword that was covered in oil gleamed menacingly above the snow ground. Letho held it around his waist, his muscles taut. He pointed the blade at the wolves, looking like someone who was going to toil on the field. The wolves howled, and Letho taunted, "Come at me. I'm sure your master will be pleased." Infuriated, the wolf pack pounced on him, but they stepped right into the trap of Eden, and a green light shone. The wolves who were caught had their movements slowed. They froze in midair and lost a bit of their agility. Kaer slammed the wolf who'd leapt at him down, drenching the ground with blood, and the wolf became pulp. "Fuck yeah!" Kaer roared, and he lunged forward, his hammer swinging through the air, sending the beasts who pounced at him flying back. Letho fought differently. He crouched, his steel sword beside his waist. He put his left foot forward, and his right foot back. He was poised to fight, and at the first chance of attack, he would dart ahead. When a wolf pounced at him, he sliced upward, burying the blade in the wolf's body, and then he slashed downward before taking another step, slicing a second wolf in half, spilling its innards. He moved his wrist, dislodging the flesh that was stuck to his sword, and then he stepped back into his magical circle, resuming his stance. His plan was to take out the wolves with nothing but stabs and slashes. Every time Letho made an attack, another beast would fall, as if they were taken away by the Reaper. They didn't even manage to get close, and corpses were already piling up. The blood splashed on Letho's face made him look more feral. It didn't take long for them to kill 5 wolves, but compared to the hundreds of beasts around them, it was nothing. Their brethren's deaths enraged the remaining beasts, and their attacks became quicker, almost overwhelming the duo. Shit, not even the wine cellar has this many rats. Kaer's hair billowed, and he swung his hammer again, sending another one flying. He heaved a sigh and made a hasty step backward, but one of the wolves noticed the opening, and then it tried to chomp down on the dwarf's left leg, but before it could, Letho stabbed it. Still keeping up, chap? I'm fine, worry about yourself. Kaer gripped his hammer with trembling hands, and he smashed another wolf to a pulp. Letho scanned the battlefield. All right. There are around 20 or 30 of them here. They'd managed to whittle it down to the number he wanted, and he tossed the canister on his belt into the pack. Then, the bomb exploded 20 feet away from them, and the sound of explosions roared through the forest, the flames engulfing dozens of wolves. The air around them was filled with howls and the scent of burning flesh, while the ground was soaked with blood. More than half the wolves around them had been killed by the explosion alone, and charred corpses fell onto the snow. Some managed to survive, but they scurried back to their pack, their fur still burning. Holy Mahakam, that was a perfect bombing. Kaer praised, forgetting all about his nerves, but it wasn't the end of it. Letho turned round and drew an odd sign in the air, sending the wolves that were pouncing toward him flying back, creating a space between them and the wolves. Then he tossed another bomb, but instead of exploding instantly, the canister smashed into pieces, and white smoke quickly enveloped 30 beasts. He pulled Kaer closer to him before embedding his sword into the ground and quickly making a sign, and then he pushed it outward. A moment later, flames spread out in a cone, igniting the smoke. The gas that covered the beasts started exploding, causing a chain reaction, and then howls and rumbles traveled across the pine forest. A few moments later, the howls got quieter, as most of the wolves had been killed. The remaining survivors ran away with their tails between their legs. Half the wolves were dead, while some were on the verge of death. Only one was standing tall amidst the carnage. When he was sure they were safe, Letho stopped maintaining can, and his shield broke into pieces. Once they killed the wolves, the duo went on with their mission. Though Kaer kept quiet all the way because of his shock. But when they drew closer to their destination, he finally couldn't keep his curiosity away. Letho, were all witches this strong? Letho didn't answer, but that only made Kaer respect him more. They made it through another hill and arrived at the place Adrian died. It was the same scene Letho had seen at the mountain's base. The branches came together to form a spike, and he could smell the stench of beast excrements under the snow. Letho squinted. Kaer explained, "There are 8 victims, and they were disemboweled by these spikes. I don't understand why it did this. Does the way its victims die have a special meaning to it?" Kaer asked, but Letho didn't answer the question. "According to your testimony, Sphantha suffered 4 deaths, while Mount Carbon had the same number of deaths during the last 3 months, making it a total of 8. No, it has been 4 months. The first death was a Mahakam and dwarf, so 1 victim every fortnight or so." Kaer pinched his beard. "Now that you say it, I think that's the case." Letho heaved a sigh. "All right, I have a guess. You'd find a new body after every full moon?" Kaer gasped. "Hey, that's right." Letho turned solemn. "Then that proves my guess. This is an ancient ritual, a sacrificial one that comes from the other dimension. The killer uses flesh as bait to activate the forest's power. Among the victims, the ones who died on the night of the full moon would create a magical circuit with the previous victim, and the killer would use that to create a permanent totem to strengthen itself." "What does that mean?" "This is the 4th totem." Kaer was surprised, but only for a moment. "So you're saying that the killer's been powered up 4 times? This is going to be a problem." Letho's face fell. "That's why we have to destroy the totems one by one. They're its limbs. Once we start pulling them out, we'll see how long it'll last." Kaer thought of another problem, but the forest stretches for hundreds of miles. Finding 4 totems here is going to be impossible. "Not exactly. Since it's making circuits, the totem must be in between 2 corpses, so you'll have to take me to the nearest crime scene." Kaer nodded in respect. "As expected of a professional, you managed to dig up something we failed to for the past few months." They left the spot and moved toward the next one. While they were on the way there, Kaer said, "The forest in the Mahakams is filled with beasts. The killer could have used animals as sacrifices, so why did it target humans and ancient races?" Letho was always patient when it came to knowledge about monsters. Humans might fight among themselves, kill their brethren, lie, cheat, steal, and do every evil deed in the books, but they are of a higher class than the beasts. Well, normal beasts, that is. In other words, the magical energy in human flesh is higher than in normal beasts. So of course all the monsters would love it. Kaer continued his questioning. So now that it has 4 totems, isn't it at its strongest? If we march right up its totem, it's like we're saying we want to kick its ass. What if it shows up? Won't that be dangerous? Why don't I go and bring some warriors back? Then he thought his cowardice was embarrassing. So he explained, it's safer to have a bigger group. Since we have a lead right now, we don't have to risk our lives any further. Don't worry. Letho stopped. If it shows up and I can't win, we can always run. I'm sure we can outrun it. Besides, if it does show up, it can't stay in the Mahakams any longer, because I'd know where to hunt it, and how to kill it. Also, it's an experienced, ancient, and cunning monster. It won't come out that easily. I see. Tell me if something comes up so I can prepare myself. They kept walking for another hour, and then it was noon. The snow on the ground was decorated with a few long lines of footsteps, and cold winds howled through the forest, making the dwarf shiver. When his necklace started humming, Letho held it down. Kaer stood at the ready with his hammer, and he crouched down, ready to fight. But there was nothing around him. When he looked around, where is it? Where's the totem? All he could see was snow and forest. There was nothing like a totem there. Letho went up to a gigantic pine tree and saw a peculiar mark on the big trunk. Antlers and spider webs. What is this? Kaer huddled closer and mumbled, and Letho went up to another pine tree and smacked it. And then he went for a third, then a fourth. Kaer saw the same mark on all 4 pine trees, and then he realized it formed a 20 feet square around them. A chill ran up his spine, and he tensed. Are we in some freaky magic circle? Got it. Letho turned his back to Kaer and looked up, and then he pointed at the sky. Kaer looked at where he was pointing, and his jaw dropped. What in the holy Mahakams is that? 50 feet above them, the 4 pine trees' leaves were squashed together, snow piling above them, blocking out the sunlight. In the center of the trees, a wooden, fusiform stake hung. It looked like a beehive from afar, but it was ancient and decrepit. Holes dotted the stake's surface, as if chewed out by termites. It looked as if a single touch would turn it to ash, and on top of the stake, a single, gnarly antler protruded from a hole. Tiny bones hung from it, forming ancient trinkets. That's the totem. While Kaer was still in shock, Letho was already standing underneath the totem, raising his hand to estimate the distance between them. Then he blew into his hands and dug away at the ground with his sword. The snow and soil flew everywhere, and then a gigantic antler symbol was revealed on the floor. It glowed an eerie red, looking like a scar on the ground, and it radiated heat. Letho brushed his hand across the mark and commented, "This rune here is the core of the totem." Then he made the sign of Igni and shot a stream of fire that expanded conically, burning the mysterious mark. On the other hand, Kaer was stuttering, holding his hammer as he looked around in confusion. As Letho went on with the burning, Kaer noticed something shocking. 4 transparent tentacles appeared from the rune in the center, wriggling and squirming around. Eventually, they slithered into the pine trees that had the weird symbols on them, and then drops of black fluid started flowing from the tree. Eventually, black blood started gushing out of the trees. The burning went on for 30 seconds. When Letho finally stopped casting Igni, a loud pop was heard, and the totem that was hanging in the air fell down. Kaer went to take a look and noticed that the totem had turned from brown to black, not unlike used charcoal, and it was already starting to turn into ash. Done. Letho heaved an exhausted sigh and sliced the totem. Smoke and ash burst into the air, and a few moments later, the totem disappeared as if it had never been there before. 61-70. Night descended, and the moon's silvery light bathed the land. Nobody was left in the bathhouse anymore as Roy left, his skin red. Mount Carbon was majestic in the day, but eerie at night. The fortress that provided safety to the dwarves looked like a demon dwelling in the dark, but the valley's entrance was brightly lit. The bowmen and crossbowmen were standing sentry in the watchtowers that flanked the valley. Sconces hung on the front doors of every building between the plaza and the main fortress, providing good vision. Heavily armored dwarves were patrolling everywhere, and Roy bumped into the armed patrol twice on his way to the guest room from the bathhouse. Much to his surprise, that's some heavy patrolling. Letho had already changed his bloody armor for his pajamas when Roy arrived at the guest room. He was meditating on the bed. "Did you get anything, boy?" "I made a few acquaintances, my hands got blisters, and I'm almost traumatized." Roy heaved a sigh and hopped onto the bed. He put his hands behind his neck and crossed his legs. "Try observing naked, hairy dwarves for a whole day and you'll know what I'm saying." Letho actually smiled for once. "So what did you find in the forest after leaving me here?" Letho told him about the events that transpired, and when he got to the part where he killed almost 100 wolves, Roy sighed. "I lost a few hundred EXP just like that." But he could imagine how precarious the situation must have been. With how weak he was, the wolves would have picked him clean before Letho could even do anything. Even so, he was still dissatisfied and curious. "Why do you want me to find out who's marked?" "If the Elder just locks everyone up and checks them, the marked one would be caught in no time. There's no way he would realize what was happening." Roy looked at Letho, but he was still meditating calmly. "Remember what I told you yesterday? Some residents in the mountains worship the Leshen as God. You can't be sure there's nobody else who's brainwashed aside from the one who's marked. It'd be impossible to hide a sweep from everyone no matter how secretive Brover would be." Once the search was launched, the Leshen's followers would just escape, making it harder to kill it. Roy kept quiet before asking, "What if it's the Svantha villagers who got marked?" "I can't just go out there and investigate. It's too far from the mountain." "I'll look into that tomorrow. But don't hold your breath. Leshens love to live in mountains and forests, and they won't stay too far from the people they marked." "Svantha is a bit too far from the mountain." He picked up a piece of charcoal and drew on the ground. "And there's something I want you to see." After destroying the totem, I asked Kaer about the victims and found out exactly where they died. He drew a rough sketch of the mountain, and the fortress was located in it. "These are the places where the victims died." He then made 8 black dots on the map. "Notice anything wrong with it?" Roy looked closely for a while, but he didn't get anything. The crime scenes were spread throughout the mountain at random and seemed to have no rhyme or reason to it. Letho explained, "The spots where the killings happened are a distance away from where the victims lived." In other words, they were shepherded to that particular spot before they were killed, and the Leshen didn't choose the spots at random. Then Letho made 4 lines according to some pattern, linking one dot to the other. Then he pointed at one spot between 2 dots. "This is where I destroyed the totem today." "I see," Roy said. "You should probably have guessed where the other totems are, then." Letho kept linking the dots and lines in a pattern, and eventually, Roy noticed the thing that was starting to take shape. It was an expanding web, and a vague pair of antlers. A terrifyingly eerie mark. The Leshen is slowly including the mountain base up to the fortress in its totem. Is it trying to put the whole area under its control? Letho nodded. "I've never seen a more ambitious Leshen. In most cases, the most it can do is take over a village. That's the extent of a Leshen's power, no matter how ancient or formidable it is. This one is trying to control a place that houses thousands of residents." Leshens are ancient creatures with great wisdom. It's quite baffling that they'd make such a foolish move. No matter how powerful it is still only one Leshen. Mount Carbon can easily crush it. Unless, Roy guessed, unless its believers and the marked one aren't the Leshen's only weapon. Letho dusted his hand off and made an unsure guess. Or maybe the dwarves aren't as united as they seem. Maybe there are some other forces aside from the Leshen that can cause some trouble for Brover. And they could be giving the Leshen a hand in its plan. They're hiding in Mount Carbon, working with the Leshen to carry out the plan, and that's why they managed to kill so many dwarves without setting off the alarm. Should we tell Brover about this? This is pure conjecture. We have no evidence or target. What can we even tell him? Letho had vetoed it. Just pay attention to your surroundings and see if there's anyone suspicious. But remember to find the marked one first. Since our primary goal is to take out the lesson here, everything else comes next. And be careful. I understand. Letho went back to meditate after telling Roy what he'd needed to know. The battle earlier had sapped much of his strength, and he needed to rest up as fast as possible. Roy lay on the bed, sorting out the thoughts that were swirling in his head. He took the dwarf's crossbow and his hand crossbow out to maintain them. And then he remembered that Reagan cared about the crossbow a lot. Is this crossbow special? He cast Observe on it and actually saw the weapon's details. Blood brothers Reagan Dalber was gifted this crossbow by his brother, Paul Dalber, during Reagan's coming of age. This is the last gift Paul gave Reagan before he ventured out to be Yapun's follower. Type, crossbow. Materials, pinewood, steel, tendon, hemp. Details, weighs 15 pounds and measures 4 feet. Has a draw weight of 50 pounds and an effective range of 200 feet. Gabriel. Type, hand crossbow. Materials, mulberry wood, tendon, hemp. Details, weighs 5 pounds and measures 2 feet. Has a draw weight of 20 pounds and an effective range of 100 feet. So Reagan only cares about this crossbow because of its sentimental value. It's not that much better than any Mahakaman crossbow. Roy started rubbing the grease on every inch of the crossbow, just like how Reagan did it. Once he was done doing it to both crossbows, he placed Blood Brothers in his inventory and held on to Gabriel as he started meditating. Always keep the crossbow by my side, huh? It's dumb, but I hope it works. Roy asked for a barrel of Mahakaman liquor after meeting up with Reagan and his companions in the bathhouse the next day. Since he knew nothing about Mount Carbon, he needed some locals to help him out, and alcohol was the best way to make friends out of them. He thought Reagan was a great person to be friends with since he hadn't flown into a rage despite having his crossbow taken from him. The 5 of them went to Reagan's cave. Despite the fact that Reagan was the best crossbowman around, his cave was stark. There wasn't anything aside from a bed, table, chair, and oil lamp. Not even a cauldron was in there, so obviously he never cooked himself. Wow, and I thought only single men in my world lived so simply. Didn't think it'd be true in another world. Guess he needs to get a girlfriend. Reagan wiped away the dust on the table with his sleeve before placing a dozen 2-ounce cups filled with alcohol. The aroma wafted across the cave, and the dwarves indulged themselves in the sweet scent of liquor. Wow, these guys look like Vivian's dad. Roy never understood the magic of wine. He never knew why it captivated the souls of so many. I'll be your match for the day. Reagan beamed at the wine. No tricks here, and the rules are simple. We'll start at the same time, and the match ends when one of us drops. The one who drinks the most wine wins. Boss, you had a match yesterday, so why you should sit this one out. Rest up. Barney pulled him back, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'll do it for you. No you won't. You dumbass. Remember the last time we drank? You were out cold after 3 shots. Drew pushed Barney's face away, and then he rubbed his hands. Reagan and Dave had their chance. Now it's my turn. No, I'll do it. Dave didn't want to give up either. Nobody's better than me in Gwent and drinking here. Enough. Reagan's face fell, and he chided. Look at yourselves, you idiots. The match hasn't started yet, and you're already acting like wild beasts. How are we supposed to conclude the match if everyone's out cold? No drinking for you until either I or Roy drops. Reagan's companions stopped fighting. They didn't like the outcome, but they said nothing, though they craned their necks and stared at the wine on the table. Roy glanced at the wine on the table, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. If it were a fair match, he'd be out cold after 2 shots. But it wasn't a fair match. Dwarves took drinking seriously. Reagan sat down and finished 1 shot in a single gulp, though some of the wine trickled down his beard and fell onto his chest. It looked like a mini waterfall, drenching his coat and pants. Roy's lips twitched. That's not drinking. It's more like splashing wine around. He wasted a third of the wine. But 2 can cheat at that game. Roy could put anything up to a certain size in his inventory, though he had to have control over said item. Incidentally, wine could be sent into his inventory too, and that rule could be applied to the wine in his mouth. He sat on his chair with his legs crossed, just like how Reagan did, Then he held the mug with both hands and glugged it down. A few moments later, he turned the mug around, showing that he'd finished all the wine. Much to Reagan's surprise and approval, unbeknownst to Reagan, all the wine had been sent into the inventory space, so Roy didn't even feel tipsy after that. Aside from the lingering taste of alcohol in his mouth, that was easier than gulping down a glass of water. "Looks like I owe you an apology, my friend." Reagan wiped the wine off his beard. "I thought you'd drop from one shot, since you're thin, soft, and you have no beard. Didn't expect you to be a decent drinker. You drink fast, so you're a good guy, Roy." "Wait, what does that have to do with my personality?" Roy shook his head, baffled by the dwarf's mindset. He pretended to wipe his lips. "I have a favor to ask, Reagan." Reagan's eyes widened in surprise as he thought of something, and he refused solemnly. "You can't buy my soul with one barrel of wine." "I have principles. Mount Carbon forbids women from marrying outsiders." "We can't get a match for you here. It's against our principles, so give up." Barney arched his eyebrow, agreeing. "Why yeah, we don't even have girlfriends ourselves." "See, can't let you be in the lead." "Oh, you're still single?" "All of you?" Roy hit the bullseye, and the dwarves fell silent. "You're wrong." "Barney knows a nice lady." "If he would just stop being a pussy and ask her out, we'd already be uncles by now." "Yep. They're still single all right." 56, 57, 58, and 59. "They're almost the same age." "So, they just came of age, huh?" "Relax. I'm not going to marry anyone here. It'd be great if you could teach me more about the crossbow during my stay here though, Reagan. Your tip back at the archery range helped me out a lot." Reagan burped, surprised about the request. "You want me to train you?" Drew, the shortest of them all, quickly asked. "Did you hear anything about him from anyone?" Did I say anything wrong?" "No, just saying you have a great eye for mentors." Drew gave Dave a look, and Dave's eyes gleamed with respect for Reagan. Aside from being the 3-time reigning champion of Mount Carbon in archery, Reagan is also Paul Darby's brother. And Paul was a part of the dragon hunting team along with Yap and Zigrain. They hunted down Migdabrak and looted precious gems from its treasure trove. There are sapphires that are bluer than the deep blue sea, and diamonds the size of cherries. The more he said, the prouder the dwarves looked, and Roy's heart skipped a beat. "Shit. I'm just trying to get some helpers. I never expected them to be associated with Yapan." He didn't know who Paul was, but he knew Yapan. Many years ago, Yapan Zigrain hunted down Migdabrak, the Green Dragon, alongside Geralt of Rivia and Yennefer of Vengerberg. The hunt ended up being a failure, for villain Tretenmuth the Golden Dragon had saved Migdabrak and her daughter halfway through. Even so, Yapan managed to lead his team to safety, and that was testament to his strength. "My answer lies in the wine." Reagan smiled. "You'll have to keep drinking if you want the answer." Then he finished another shot. Roy looked around at the tipsy dwarves and thought he could probably get them to become his allies. He drank another shot and asked, "Have you heard about the murders around the mountain?" Reagan's eyes glazed over for a moment, and then he flew into a rage. "Everyone and their mother in Mount Carbon knows about that. That damned murderer ruined 4 families. He'd better pray we never cross paths, or I'm going to shoot his head." Then he told Roy formally, "Oh, and don't tell this to any outsider." Roy shrugged. "Sure, I get it, but do you know anything about the victims? Like if there's something special about them, or if there are any similarities?" "Similarities? Not exactly. Elder Brover doesn't tell us much." Reagan wiped the wine off his beard. He had no answer to that, so he looked to his companions. But Drew and Dave were equally perplexed. Surprisingly, Barney clapped his hands. Oh, there is. Adrian and Fuller both worked in the F5th mining area. KK Erwin Hoger is in charge of that place. 2 of the victims worked in the 5th mining area. Roy seemed to catch on to something. 2 of them? They're from the hunting team and the patrol team. How many mining areas do you guys have? 15. That's a lot, but the Leshen picked 2 from the 5th mining area. Roy was surprised. Is this just a coincidence? 2 deaths under K. Erwin's supervision? That's one big mistake. Doesn't he need to bear any responsibility? As if, Dave interjected. a look of disdain showing on his face. He whispered, "That fucker's mediocre, but he knows how to lick his boss shoe, so no surprise he doesn't need to be punished. He's always trying to butter Elder Brother up. Thanks to his boot licking, he managed to become the patrol captain of the mining area, and Elder Brother's super soft on him. He tasked Kaer with the job of hunting down the murderer. Kaer just came of age, and he has no experience or skill. He can't be the captain. The murderer picked 2 of his underlings to kill because Kaer's easy." Then he huddled closer to Roy and whispered, "You know, there's a rumor going around among us sentries. Kaer's not really Elder Brother's nephew. We think Kaer might be his illegitimate son." "Oh, keep this a secret, will you?" "All right, Dave, that's quite enough. Are you getting drunk even before you've had anything to drink?" "Say one more word of nonsense and I'll boot you out of the Mahakams." Kaer of the 5th mining area. Roy pondered on something, and then he recalled how harsh Kaer was to him when they first met. Does Kaer hate humans, or is he at least prejudiced against them? The dwarves shook their heads. "We're not sure about that." A few rounds later, Reagan got more tipsy, and Roy's questions became more random, as if they were irrelevant to his mission. "Dwarves weren't the only race to live in the Mahakams, right? I heard gnomes used to live here too, but I didn't see a single one after I came in." "Why is that?" "Gnomes were the most ancient race to have ever lived. They were shorter than dwarves and better blacksmiths than them." "Yeah, we had gnomes quite a while back. They're small, and their attitude is bigger than a dragon. But their metallurgy and blacksmithing are top-notch." Rhaegon pinched his beard as he walked down memory lane. "But they moved to Tatoche from what I heard. It's their real base." "I don't know why they did, but maybe Elder Brother does." "Well, that's a shame. Looks like I have to postpone my visit with the gnomes." "Oh, right. Have you ever left Mount Carbon, you guys? Have you ever seen the outside world?" Nothing good out there." Dave shook his head in disdain. "Mount Carbon has better wine, weapons, and women, and leaving this place means losing my house. As if I can get a wife without a place to live. I'm not going out, ever." "There you go, speaking in absolutes again." Rhaegon put his mug down, longing sparkling in his eyes. "I'll be venturing out when I'm 60. That's a few years from now. I'll seek Paul out and train with Yarpen. If I can make a name for myself, I'll have any woman I want when I come back." Drew nodded, and he changed his goal from wine to women. However, Barney frowned and objected. "It's dangerous out there. There are bandits, humans, and isekai'd." Rhaegon quickly covered his mouth, and Drew and Dave looked shocked. That was the second time Roy had heard about isekai'd. The first being his talk with Seville. Seville was Elder Brother's nephew and the wine dealer in Aldersburg, so Roy wasn't surprised he knew about isekai'd, since he must have had a lot of sources. But Barney's just a small fry here. So where did he hear about that? He sipped some wine, but this time, he didn't cheat, and his face turned red the moment he swallowed it. Then he continued the conversation. "Have you guys ever seen anyone from isekai'd?" "What's that?" Rhaegon shook his head. "Oh, you must be hearing things, my friend. Let's drink." "isekai'd, schmear'd. Am I right? You can talk straight to me." "You know," Roy said, half joking. "I hail from Lower Posada in Edern." "Ever heard of that place?" "Dol Blathana is east of that. I know a group of elves live there, and they see humans as their nemesis because of an ancient grudge. They'd attack us any chance they got." "Lie, cheat, steal, rob. That's the least they can do to us. They're some extreme guys, and they rallied behind an elven sorceress, forming an organization. That organization came to be known as isekai'd, because they have squirrel tails attached to them, and have the same tattoo." Isekai'd's ultimate goal was to erase all the humans in the north and create their own nation. One that was free of the humiliation of the humans. Most of the non-human races in the north were treated with contempt in the slums, especially elves, half-elves, and part-elves. Because of that, more and more non-humans and part-humans joined the organization and raised a flag of rebellion. Aside from elves, they managed to get some dwarves to join too. "You're young, but you know more than you should for your age." Rhaegon let Barney go, and Barney gasped for air, sticking his tongue out. "Well, Witches tend to know more than the common man. Roy smiled. Witches aren't human to a certain extent, so you don't have to hide anything from us. Rhaegon thought about it for a while before answering. Like most of the dwarves here, we've never seen any isekai'd members. Since their actions go against the rules Elder Brover has established, they'd be severely punished the moment they'd be found out. Anyone associated with isekai'd would be exiled. In other words, Elder Brover is siding with the humans, unlike the elves in isekai'd, Roy postulated. No, he's neutral. Isekai'd's banned here because they're trying to get everyone to subscribe to their crazy ideology. On the other hand, humans can be reasoned with. Rhaegon burped. That's all I know. Now let's drink. Since Rhaegon refused to talk about it, Roy didn't force him to. 20 shots later, Rhaegon Dalba plopped on the table and snored, while Roy was still sober, his eyes gleaming. So, I guess this is my win then, my friends. Whoa, even Rhaegon lost. Seems like we underestimated you. Dave looked at Roy's belly in shock, since it showed no change even after downing 20 shots. Weird. Then he blurted, "Do you have some sort of dimension pocket in there?" Roy's heart skipped a beat, and he thought Dave had noticed something. Just kidding. Dave shook his head. A promise is a promise. Rhaegon's crossbow is now yours, but it looks like you haven't had enough fun yet. My turn now. I'll make sure you run for the potty, Dave said. Roy looked around, noticing that the dwarves were raring to go. Why not? Witches can drink a ton after undergoing their mutations. I'll show you what I'm made of. An hour later, 3 dwarves were snoring in the cave. The only ones still awake were Roy and Barney, though his face was red, and he was almost drunk. Barney, the guys say you're stupid and stutter a lot, but you're obviously the smartest of them all. Good eye. Surprisingly, Barney didn't stutter after he got drunk. Rhaegon might have never seen any isekai'd members, but I bet you have. Roy's eyes gleamed. Nope, not in the past year. He burped, his face getting redder. They hung out with bandits and beasts in the mountain's depths in the past. The whole mountain's on the lookout for them. The mountain's depths? You mean the forest here? Roy's voice trembled as he recalled the conversation he'd had with Letho the night before. He wanted an answer, but Barney grinned toothily, and then the dwarf fell asleep. Roy peered at the dwarves and shook his head. Then he took Blood Brothers out and placed it in front of Rhaegon before leaving the cave. The crossbow meant a lot to Rhaegon, and since he helped Roy out, Roy didn't want to take his stuff away. On the other hand, Letho took Kaer into Sfantha to investigate. The winds were chilly in the north, and Sfantha's chief was shivering at the entrance. When he saw Kaer approaching, Cassilis quickly bowed with a smile, looking like a lapdog that was welcoming its master. "Welcome to Sfantha, Mr. Kaer. You honor us with your appearance." He then led the duo into the village. When Kaer went past him, he warmly shook his hand. Kaer gave a simple shake before pulling his hand back, and then Letho saw Kaer wipe his hand on his shirt in disgust. Cassilis smiled sycophantically, and also nervously. "Sir, do you have good news for us? Is the murderer captured?" "Are you doubting us, Cassilis?" Kaer glared up at Cassilis. Even though he was only at Cassilis' chest, Kaer looked like a giant who was looking at an ant in disdain. "Cut the crap. This is Letho, the witcher we hired. He has some questions for you, and I want you to answer all of them honestly." "Oh, of course. We won't let you down." Cassilis turned around to see who the witcher was, and he had a weird look on his face when he saw Letho. "That guy's the oddball who refused our request." "Hey, he said no to us so easily, but now he's still doing it." Cassilis smiled, feeling smug, as if he were saying, "So what if you said no to us? You ended up taking it anyway." "So witches are nothing but the dwarves' lapdogs after all." He stood up straighter, thinking he was better than Letho, though he was just delusional. The dwarves saw the villagers as scum, the villagers saw witches as scum, and the dwarves respected the witches. It was a weird circle, but Letho paid no mind to it. "Is everyone home right now?" Cassilis looked at Kaer, and Kaer nodded. "Yes, everyone's here, except those who are working in the mines. They're scared of the phantom." "No wait, they're scared of that thing," So they're staying put. Go with Kaer for now. I'll walk around the village to investigate. I'll get back to you if I need any more answers. Letho scanned the stone houses around him and went around the village, observing the women, children, and elderly inside. Another day had passed, and Letho and Roy finished their work for the day. That night, they sat in the guest room, talking about their findings. Did you get anything in Sfantha? I checked everyone, but I got nothing. Letho didn't seem surprised. Including the ones in the mines? If Casillas was telling the truth, then I've seen everyone today. Nobody has come into contact with the Leshen, and we destroyed the second totem today. Letho rubbed his chin, looking surprised, but weirdly enough, the Leshen didn't send any beasts after us today and just let us do what we did. That's bizarre. By all accounts, it should be retaliating fiercely right now. That's good news though. The weaker it is, the higher our chances of victory. Roy recalled what happened that morning and smiled. I found something today too. Let's see what you got. Did you find a clue about the marked one? Letho was curious. No, that's one cunning fellow for sure. I got nothing on that. Roy paused, but I noticed something off about the case. A dwarf friend of mine told me 2 of the dwarves that died came from the 5th mining area, and the one in charge of that place is Kaer, the one who's helping you in this case. You think he's a spy? Letho closed his eyes and shook his head. No, he doesn't have the mark, and he helped me destroy the totems. A believer wouldn't desecrate the totem. But since you brought this up, I'll look into it. Roy continued. Remember what you said last night about the forces that were helping the Leshen? I have some clue about that. That's fast, boy. Letho looked surprised. Who did you get it from? Remember the first dwarves we met? I got along with them, and I think they can be trusted, because they aren't the scheming type. Roy smiled at the thought of the dwarves' drunk look. Wine's their weakness, and since Brother said I could have all the wine I wanted, I used it to my advantage. I can't use Odysee, so this is all I can do, and they let Scoia'tael slip when they got drunk. Roy turned solemn. Do you know anything about this organization, Letho? Letho frowned. I spend most of my time in the south, so I never heard anything of the sort. Is it a new organization? It hasn't been long since their establishment. Roy gave it some thought before explaining. Scoia'tael's made up of some extreme guys. They despise humans, and most of their members are elves or part humans. They're trying to gain more allies, and their main targets are the ancient races, like dwarves, gnomes, or halflings. Anyone that hates humans are their potential allies. They mainly move around Dol Blathana and anywhere the ancient races are. If what you're saying is true, then they might be setting their eyes on everyone in Mount Carbon. Letho mumbled. They might try to recruit the dwarves. Yes, and Elder Brover, in all his years of ruling the mountain, has remained neutral, coexisting with humans peacefully. Roy said, he will never allow an extremist group like Scoia'tael to take root here, so he's their enemy. Roy was reminded of Vernon Ryan, the one who died in a wine barrel. He'd noticed the squirrel tail tattoo on Vernon's heel when he checked, so he knew the revolutionists' leader was a member of that extremist group. Since they have members in Aldersburg, they probably have some here too. The Mahakams isn't that far from Aldersburg. If the Leshen's goal is to take control of the mountain, then that means Brover is its enemy too. Roy's eyes shone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Huh? I see. So Scoia'tael is helping the Leshen in the dark. That's why it could attempt that large-scale conspiracy. If I can make one more guess here, I would say Scoia'tael brought that Leshen here in the first place. Leshen was also called Spriggan. In a way, it was the protector of forests, so it had killed the people who destroyed forests and nature. There were also those who were exceptionally close to nature among the elves, like Queen of the Fields, Dana Meadb. It was possible for Scoia'tael to work with the Leshen using that kind of member. That's a possibility. Letho concurred. But you can't convince anyone before finding any evidence that Scoia'tael has infiltrated the Mahakams. We have to prepare for the worst, so we should tell Brover about this, Roy insisted. At least we would have done our part in preparing for whatever that could happen. Letho gave it some thought. Fine, We'll do it your way. Meet Brother tomorrow morning and tell him about this. I'll go on with my investigation. Don't want anyone to find out about our discussion. See. The next morning came, and Brother sat on his black throne in the depths of the forge hall, caressing his beard as he stared at the boy before him majestically. The chamber shone resplendently, but all the guards had been dismissed, leaving only him and Roy in it. Where did you hear that name, boy? Prova's voice was gruff and gravelly, his face trembling, and he sounded upset. Did those drunken brats tell you about it? I told everyone to keep this a secret. They're getting it from me, letting this secret slip. No, they didn't tell me anything, Elder Prova, Roy quickly clarified, since he didn't want to drag Rhaegon and his friends into the mess. I've heard about isekai'd before coming to the Mahakams. Ask Seville if you don't trust me. I talked to him about it when I was in Aldersburg. Roy told Prova the same thing he told Rhaegon and his friends. Fine, I'll trust you for now. But I'll clarify it later, Prova murmured. But it is impossible for isekai'd to infiltrate Mount Carbon. It's preposterous. I've exiled those extremists and their supporters a year ago. Until this day, not a single one of them has been spotted by the patrol members or the residents here, or I would have heard about it. Prova waved Roy down, the red silk of his robe billowing in the air. Your conjecture is nothing but a byproduct of your over-imagination. Never bring this up again. He continued. Since the Leshen is the killer here, your job is to find it, kill it, and bring it as a trophy to me. That's also the Witcher's job. But you came here out of the kindness of your heart, and that must be rewarded, Prova said warmly. If you have any request, you may speak up now. Roy rubbed his fingers together, and doubt crossed his mind. What is he trying to say? Why am I getting rewarded when he doesn't believe me? But he spoke up anyway. Your Excellency, I request for the freedom to travel to and from Mount Carbon, as well as some skilled bodyguards. It's best if they've also gained your trust. His investigation would anger the isekai'd members if they were found to be lurking in Mount Carbon. Since Letho was out for his investigation during daytime, he needed some bodyguards to keep him safe. Prova agreed to it readily. As you wish. I'll announce this to everyone. You're free to explore anywhere you want, including the mines, but you can't enter the forbidden places, no matter what. As for the bodyguards you want. Prova placed his chin on the back of his hand. Take Rhaegon and his gang with you. I'll relieve them of their duties in the patrol team for the time being. They'll be under your command for now. Roy stopped breathing for a moment. Assisting him during the investigation could be dangerous, and he didn't want to bring harm to his friends. Can I ask for other people, Your Excellency? They love to drink with you, don't they? Prova shook his head in refusal. Then I'll grant their wish. Rhaegon, his companions, and Roy met up again in the bathhouse. Are you insulting me? The dwarves were surrounding Roy, washing the dirt off their legs. You won the match last night, so why did you give this back? You think I'm a sore loser? We are no sore losers. Rhaegon, since I won the match, that means I'm the crossbow's owner. Roy was tense and serious. So I reserve the right to give it to someone better. Why you're giving this to me? Rhaegon pointed at him with his pudgy finger, at a loss for words. A while later, he sighed. You don't have to do this, you know. It's your liquor, after all. Take it as a token of friendship. Elder Prova did say you guys will be going around with me for the next few days. Any more wine then? Dave licked his lips. If the chance comes, let's just say you can fill yourself with all the wine you want. We're friends from now on, Roy. Dave smacked Roy in excitement, and Roy almost teared up from the pain, his skin turning red. All right, let's talk business. The Elder wants you guys to help me out with the murders, Roy whispered. They formed a circle, and Roy planned on telling them a few things, since they were already a team. I need some help. Have you ever seen anyone with a weird tattoo on them? What kind of tattoo? Pipe down. Roy showed the marking of an antler overlapping a spider web to the dwarves and scanned their faces, but to his disappointment, they looked baffled, obviously never seeing that mark before. What does this mark mean, Roy? Why are you looking for it? Rhaegon shook his head. Elder Prova thinks beards and chest hair are enough to show manliness, so there's no need for nonsense like tattoos. That's why we never advocate that here. and not even 1 in 100 of us has tattoos. Oh, but those who've left the mountain love it though. I've seen every guy's body here, but I've never seen this tattoo on them. Dave, Drew, and Barney expressed the same sentiment. I see. But keep an eye out for me, and keep this a secret. Of course. If I ever let this slip, I'll never have any wine again. Same thing here. Me too. On the other hand, a gray-haired, muscular dwarf slid into the bath as the dwarves made their promise, and he looked up as he wiped himself off. The night shifters usually come in later. I wonder who that guy is. Roy shifted his attention to the newcomer. The dwarf's face was sagging, his sunspots apparent. The laugh lines beneath the sides of his nose were deep, and the creases on his forehead also drooped. If Roy converted his age to a human's, the dwarf would be around 50 to 60 years old. And then Roy's eyes turned dark for a moment. Benson Fugner? 150 years old, no buffs or debuffs, normal stats, and normal skills. Is that old chap over there a minor? The dwarves looked at Benson. Dave, Drew, and Reagan tried their hardest to remember, while Barney looked smug. I might stutter, but I have a good memory. I recognized you first. Why you know? Get to the point, mate, Roy said. All right then. Barney gazed at the old dwarf with respect. Mr. Benson Fugner is 150 this year. He's about the same age as the elder brother. But he's a nice guy, and he doesn't put up airs. All the miners love him. Dwarves might live long lives, but dwarves that could live for more than 120 years in a time where wars and disasters were rife were. Why is he still working as a miner then? Shouldn't he be enjoying life? Roy asked. Barney puffed his chest. As long as we can move. We must work. If we don't work, there's no food on the table. Roy shot another question. What's his job then? The 5th Mining Area's C. Clerk. He's in charge of the schedule. The area Kaer's in charge of, huh? Roy replied, and at the same time, Benson did something weird. He hugged his legs out of nowhere and started wailing, his cries filling the bathhouse. Barney, the most sensitive out of them, teared up and sobbed. Why is he crying? Did his family die in the murders or something? Reagan answered that in Barney's place. No, his family's alive and kicking, and he just got a grandchild not too long ago. He sounded envious. His son's worse off than I am, so I wonder how in Mahakams he managed to marry the woman he loved and bore 2 children on top of that. Elder brother even baptized his kids as an acknowledgement for their contribution. Dwarves were not as fertile as humans, so having 2 children was a great contribution to the tribe. That's a great honor, and it hasn't been too long since then. So why is he looking so depressed? Did something happen to the kids? Reagan frowned, feeling perplexed. On the other hand, Roy finally had a breakthrough. I've been staking out at this place for days. Finally someone's acting weird. I need to look into this. Barney, shouldn't you go up there and calm him down? He's your elder, after all. Barney scratched his head in confusion, but then he thought Roy had a point, so he didn't retort. Be casual, okay? Barney was reluctant. Why you keep telling me to pull stupid things like this off? Mr. Benson watched over you guys, didn't he? Shouldn't you talk to him? At least show some gratitude for his guidance. All right, fine, I get it. A short while later, Roy got some information from Barney. He's reminiscing about the past because he's getting on in age. Benson couldn't hold it in because he was thinking about the comrades who died on the battlefield. Huh? Is that really the case? Guys, take me to his place. Black Metal Inn was the only inn in Mount Carbon that was approved by the elders, so it was usually packed. But because of the murders that had happened lately, the men would stay at home when night fell to take care of their families. Because of that, the inn's business was impacted heavily. The inn was brightly lit as usual that night, but only a few customers were inside. One of them was a gray-haired dwarf in yellow pajamas drinking alone in the corner. He would occasionally look up, turning sober for a moment and looking around nervously, as if worried something might happen. On the other hand, Letho and Roy were sitting beside the window. You can't be asking me out at this hour just for some wine, can you? I have some important information here. Letho deftly shaved his stubble using his short sword. Remember what you told me last night? Yeah. I looked into it and discovered Kaer in secret. It's a big one. Put that aside for now. Roy calmed down and patted Letho's hand. One problem at a time. Keep an eye on the dwarf right there. Roy glanced at the target nonchalantly and whispered, "Don't let him catch you. Anything suspicious about him?" Letho gulped some dwarven liquor, and he squinted from the strong kick of the alcohol. "That dwarf is Benson Fugner, a clerk working in the 5th mining area. He's in charge of the miners' schedule. He bawled like a baby in the bathhouse today. Never saw anyone doing that before." Roy sighed. "He's the only one who's been acting weird, so maybe he knows something worth a try." Letho put his mug down and gave Roy a look of approval. "Good job. Never overlook anything out of place. You never know what you might find if you look into it." Roy shrugged. "But his lips are sealed. Not even my friends manage to get anything from him, let alone outsiders like us. You'll have to be more, I don't know, which or why about it." The clock in the inn struck midnight, and Benson got up drowsily. He wiped the wine from his lips, shook his head, and went out. Mount Carbon was freezing at night, and one kiss from the wind was enough to turn the wine on his beard to ice. Even his nose turned red from it, but he didn't care about it. Benson trudged ahead to the steps leading to his cave. Not unlike a soulless puppet, he dragged himself to the dark, narrow alley behind the inn and looked up at the moon that was nearly full. "It's nearly the full moon." Benson took a deep breath. His eyes filled with fear. His lips trembling, he fell into a trance, as if he'd seen something terrifying, and then the moon turned red before his eyes, screams of agony piercing the air around him. And then Benson felt something on his shoulder. So he snapped out of it only to be greeted by someone he'd never met before. The man before him was bald, had sculpted features, a pointed jaw, deep-set eyes, and a distant look. Benson also saw a part of a sword on the man's back. He staggered backward. "And you are?" The man grinned toothily. "Sorry," he said. And then a chill ran up Benson's spine, sobering him up. But before he could do anything, an illusion played before his eyes. Letho's fingers split into dozens and hundreds of tentacles, surrounding him, blocking his every route of escape. "That's a whole lot of fingers for a witcher." The dwarf's eyes lost their gleam and focus, and the witcher mumbled something to him. "Benson Fugner, you would cry in the bathhouse alone and numb yourself with liquor in the inn. I know the cause of that. It's from the secret you're keeping, isn't it? You bury it deep in your heart, never telling anyone, not even your family. But eventually, the secret starts to gnaw at your conscience. The guilt you feel is killing you, and not even the wine you consume can numb the pain." Benson started to look like he was in pain at that point. "And now a listener comes up to you. He's just a traveler passing through Mount Carbon, and he holds his promise close to his heart. He can share your pain, and you won't have to risk getting found out. Tell him your secret. Tell all of it." Letho eventually stopped talking, and Roy, who was behind Letho, held his breath, staring at the dwarf unblinkingly. Benson was gritting his teeth, and the pain he showed turned into a struggle. He was fighting against himself, but eventually, he refused. I can't say it." That shocked Roy. He never knew anyone who could resist Odysee, and that alone told him that Benson's sadness didn't come from old memories. Benson's 150 years old, so he's been through a lot, and his will is 6. That's 1 point higher than the average human. Since Benson was resisting, Letho went for a softer approach. "Is someone threatening you?" Benson looked up, his face contorted, but his mouth was still sealed. If they weren't careful, Benson might just crush all his teeth. And then Roy went up. "Is someone threatening you with your grandchildren?" Benson's eyes shot open, and he stared at Roy in horror. "Yeah, it's probably the spy." Letho and Roy looked at each other. Since Benson was reluctant to answer some questions, isekai'd wouldn't work as well as they'd hope. However, that didn't mean they couldn't get any answers, since Benson's reaction could tell them a few things. Letho told Roy to keep on asking. "Did you bump into something by chance in the 5th mining area? Did that spy threaten you with your family? Is he working for the murderer? Were the dwarves from the 5th mining area killed because of him? Will a new victim appear tomorrow? Is it someone from the 5th mining area, or somewhere else?" The answers from the dwarf shocked Letho and Roy. What the hell is this? Roy muttered after the last question was asked. Letho snapped his finger to dispel Kaer and escaped the scene with Roy quickly. A few moments later, Benson snapped out of it groggily. He hugged himself and scanned his surroundings in terror. I seem to have forgotten something, but what? Creepy. He shivered. Bless me, holy Mahakams. May I and my family get through this in peace. We know when and where the Leshen will make its next kill. Roy was excited. Let's give it a whooping tomorrow. But Letho had to snap him back to reality. You're forgetting something. Boy, the Marked One hasn't been found as of yet, so it's useless, even if we kill it. But your tip yesterday helped out a lot. Letho patted his shoulder. Kaer's not the Marked One, nor is he the Leshen's believer. Even so, 2 dwarves from his mining area died, and he, for some reason, is hostile to you. That is out of place. Letho stopped for a moment. So I used Kaer on him this morning and found out that he's been helping isekai'd this whole time. If his information is true, then there are 4 members hiding in Mount Carbon. That's all? Roy frowned. He thought there would be at least a few dozen of them. Most of the members lurking here were summoned back to Dol Blathana for some reason, leaving only 4 to keep in touch with Kaer as well as helping the Leshen build its totems. Letho explained. They didn't hunt us down because they didn't have enough people here. They'd be exposed if I somehow escaped their ambush. So they needed to be sure they could get me. Roy got the answer to his question. I see. And one of the members is the Marked One. Letho said. Kaer will meet up with them at the rendezvous point tomorrow night. The Leshen will kill at the same time too. Wow. They let one of them get marked? That's a bit cold. Roy was shocked to hear that. That means he's giving up his life for the Leshen. No wonder I couldn't spot him. He took a deep breath and inquired, but why does Kaer want to help them? Elder Brover treasures him a lot. That's as much as I can get out of him. Anymore and he'd escape Kaer's grip. Letho stopped for a moment, and then he mocked. He just came of age, 60 years old and all. Maybe he's helping isekai'd because he's in his rebellious phase. Teens do tend to disobey their elders, He continued. All right, we're going to complete this request soon. I'll be killing the Leshen tomorrow. Letho had made the arrangements. While Kaer leads you and your friends straight to the isekai'd members. Once you see the Marked One, kill him, or the Leshen will revive 1 hour after it is killed. Letho became a bit more solemn. Time is not on our side, so kill them all, but leave Kaer alive if you can afford to. Roy nodded. Kaer might have betrayed Brover, but that doesn't mean Brover's going to kill him. I'd keep him alive if I could. Don't tell anyone about this. If Kaer somehow finds out about it, our plan will probably backfire. Since this is his turf, after all. Keep this a secret between you, me, and your friends. Not even Brover can know about this. All right. If the Leshen resurrects and that's the worst case scenario, it'll be weakened for some time. If that happens, use the bomb and oil I gave you. Fire damages it lethally. Letho reminded Roy. The Leshen and isekai'd will lay low after tomorrow night, unless we manage to drive them away or until their reinforcement comes. Tomorrow's our last chance to finish this. Letho's not scared even though he's facing the Leshen alone. I have my friends backing me up, so kicking Kaer and those isekai'd members' asses should be easy. Let's do it then. The full moon slowly rose into the night sky, but the trees flanking the path between the 5th mining area and Mount Carbon were shrouded in darkness, looking just like an eerie abyss. Anyone would wonder if they'd get ambushed by the horrors hiding in the dark. Suddenly, hasty footsteps were heard closing in on the path, and a moment later, a dwarf in a thick coat jogged into the dark path with nothing but an oil lamp illuminating his way. Buzz Ricky was one of the veteran miners in the 5th mining area, and he'd worked diligently for more than 10 years. He should have been working the night shift that night and only going back home in the morning. The recent murders in the night terrified everyone, so the miners would stay the night in the mines if they got off late, only going back home when it was dawn. However, his plan wouldn't go that smoothly. A guard came in to inform him about his wife's delivery, and Buzz must return to his family for the child's delivery. Even if it was dangerous to go out at night, it was only a 30-minute journey from the 5th mining area to Mount Carbon, and there would be the occasional patrol going through the path, but for some inexplicable reason, the path was deathly quiet that night. A trail of shallow footsteps embedded themselves on the snow ground as Buzz jogged ahead, the mist he breathed out turning to ice on his beard. The mine was already a long way back, and he would be arriving in the valley after 10 minutes. All he could think about at that point was his wife, and nothing else. His panting became heavier, and the forest heard it. As if on cue, Buzz fell headfirst into the snow, and his oil lamp rolled away. Then a sharp stab of pain shot up from his calf. Buzz screamed into the night, and when he calmed down, Buzz looked down at his calf only to see a sharp arrow piercing his right calf. Blood drenched his hand when he touched the wound, and the snow was dyed crimson from his bleeding wound. "Come out, you bastard!" He looked around and yelled in horror, "You won't get away with this!" He roared, but terror was starting to overwhelm him. Then he saw someone jump down from the tree beside the path. The moonlight and oil lamp illuminated her, revealing reddish-brown hair, sculpted features, pointed ears, a protruding jaw, and 2 rows of white, canine teeth. Buzz trembled, but he observed the elf closely, and finally, his eyes were glued to the accessory around her waist. It was yellow and made out of squirrel hide. "Elf? No. You're a Scoia'tael elf. Is Scoia'tael behind all the murders?" He'd heard rumors about Scoia'tael members hiding around Mount Carbon, waiting for the right time to topple Elder Brover, and that rumor had spread like wildfire for some time. However, ever since everyone associated with Scoia'tael had been driven out a year ago, Elder Brover had forbidden them from talking about the matter, and the rumors died. Buzz thought Scoia'tael had all been driven out too, but apparently, that wasn't the case. The elf didn't answer his question. She took her bow and arrow once more and aimed at Buzz. Buzz got up with difficulty, his face contorted with pain and terror. Elves were known for their aptitude in archery. He knew she could kill him easily, since he was injured and only 10 feet away from her. "Looks like this is where I meet my end, directly. In the end, I couldn't get to see you and our baby one last time." The frustration and hatred within him made Buzz roar, "Damn you, Scoia'tael! You shall all burn in hell. Just you wait. Elder Brover and my brethren will avenge me. This is war, and I swear all of you will burn." Then he closed his eyes and waited for death to claim him, but the stab of pain didn't come, and he looked at the elf in shock. The elf turned her head to the left and gave him a look. "What's that supposed to mean? Should I go left?" The desire to live lit within him, but instead of following her orders, Buzz limped back the way he came. However, an arrow brushed past him before he could get far, and it drew blood. "What do you want?" He was infuriated, thinking the elf was playing with him, but the elf was still only telling him to go left. "Fine. I'll play along as long as I can live to see my baby." Buzz decided to follow the elf's orders. He would swallow his pride if it meant he could live. He dragged himself to the left, and blood trickled down his pants, leaving a crimson trail on the ground. The pain from his right calf was still unbearable, but he didn't do anything about the arrow that pierced him. All he could do was moan, but eventually, his whole leg went numb. The moment he entered the forest, he was engulfed by the darkness, and the terror within him grew 10 times larger. He had a feeling something horrifying had set its eyes on him. The elf was holding the oil lamp and was following him. He wanted to escape, but the elf had her eyes on him, and he didn't make any sudden movements. "Where are we going?" he asked, but no answer came, and so, all he could do was walk ahead. Buzz trudged on, covering a long distance. He kept losing blood, and the chilly winds buffeted him, draining all his color away. He could feel himself turn cold, his limbs stiffening, and his vision blurred. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around, but the elf was nowhere to be seen. However, before he could rejoice, a long, ancient sigh echoed around him, sending a chill up his spine. Buzz finally broke down from the pressure. The earth seemed to have come to life, and it started rumbling. The snow on the trees started falling, and the trees bowed, as if welcoming their master. And then a dark, narrow path was revealed. To Buzz's horror, 2 wrinkly, wooden hands held the trunks, or to be precise, The hands were made out of countless intertwining vines. The hands pushed themselves back, revealing a gigantic being kneeling behind the path. Is that a deer? The creature's head was as big as an average adult human, with a pair of gigantic antlers protruding from the sides of its head. Each of the antlers looked like the branches of a tree, and they were intertwined. Its face was as long as a deer's, but it had no flesh on it, not even on its snout, and only a mere skull remained. Eerie flames seemed to dance in its eye sockets, sending fear into those who saw them. Its torso and limbs were made of tree trunks and vines, covered by a layer of fern. The monster took a step forward, and its face was just a few feet away from Buzz, its 10-foot height blocking everything in Buzz's sight. The Leshen was one with the darkness, spreading darkness, fear, and death to its surrounding. Buzz's hair stood on end, and he trembled, feeling suffocated. It took all his head to blurt out, What the hell are you?" The Leshen growled, its voice grating. Before Buzz could say another word, the Leshen raised its gigantic hand and slammed it downward. "This is it." Buzz closed his eyes in despair, but then a gust of wind howled behind him, and a deafening boom surrounded him. He heard an inhuman gasp of pain, and the monster pulled its hand back, and someone appeared beside Buzz. He looked small compared to the Leshen, but for some reason, Buzz thought he was infallible. "Letho!" Buzz roared in excitement, and he started crying. He was about to die a moment ago, but then he'd found out he was still alive. It was a harrowing experience to say the least. "Be quiet." Letho stood before the dwarf, his face filled with black veins thanks to the potion he had, and he held his short swords before his chest, yellowish oil and crimson blood gleaming on them. The blood belonged to the elf who'd led Buzz to his would-be death. The Leshen was 20 feet away from Letho. Letho could smell the scent of soil and grass from it, but also the faint stench of blood. His necklace started humming, and the ground pulsed, as if a creature's tongue was trying to coil around its prey. A vine whipped upward from the snow and tried to wrap them, not unlike how a python would. There was a stench emanating from it, and Buzz started shouting for help. Letho sliced the vine, cutting it in half, and green fluid oozed from it. The broken vine squirmed on the ground like a sliced worm. "Don't just stand there and scream, you fool. Take this." Buzz scrambled to take the knife Letho tossed him, and he smiled wryly. "You want a limp like me to fight that with this little knife?" But he couldn't complain, for the Leshen had started howling, and dozens of vines were crashing toward them like a waterfall. Letho grabbed Buzz and rolled away, but the vines didn't stop chasing them, and soon, they were surrounded. Eventually, the vines formed a cocoon, trapping Letho and Buzz within it. The Leshen sighed, and then it went ahead and held the cocoon within its slender, wrinkly hand. And it gripped it. The cocoon that was made out of countless vines started squirming as the Leshen's grip became tighter, and it turned smaller and smaller. Sounds of things rubbing against each other came from within the cocoon, and then a crack was heard. The Leshen took an involuntary step back, and if its face still had flesh on it, it would have looked horrified. The weird sound kept going on, until the cocoon suddenly stopped contracting, and the vines started trembling, murmuring into the night. They were shivering in fear, as if they'd encountered a predator. The Leshen watched quietly, and then a beam of light shone from within the cocoon, and after that, the vines fell off, drying up and dying right away. Steam escaped from some of the vines, as if they were getting cooked. The Leshen opened its arms, and the forearms turned into two sharp spikes. It tried to pierce the cocoon, but what greeted it was a whip of flame, though it only lasted for a moment. However, that moment was enough to make the Leshen clutch its arms in agony and back off. Letho was kneeling on one knee, supporting himself with his sword. He was panting, his whole body red. Even though they escaped death, it took a toll on him. He was bleeding from his face, and his armor was broken, blood gushing out. Buzz was lying on the ground, life hanging on by a thread. "Homta, Marata." The Leshen started chanting while Letho was catching his breath. Then howls of wolves came from afar. Letho quickly made a sign in the air and sent a green beam flying straight at the Leshen. The Leshen was caught by surprise, and it was stunned for a moment, forcing it to stop chanting. Letho took the chance to hurl a bomb at it. The canister was smashed into pieces, and white smoke with black particles in it enveloped the Leshen, blocking its magical flow and its connection with nature. The Leshen howled and quickly backed out of the smoke. Letho crossed his short swords, creating sparks in the air, and then he pounced on the Leshen. Buzz was still lying on the ground, and never once did he expect to see a witcher fighting a monster up close in his life. The Leshen's magic had been sealed once the dimeritium bomb had been set off, and it could only engage in close-quarter combat with Letho. It was like seeing David fight Goliath, except David was a witcher, and Goliath was a Leshen. It looked funny, but dangerous at the same time. The Leshen had incredible strength and was invincible. Its every attack left a crater in the ground, but since it lost its magic, it became the prisoner in a prison it created. It was as if the Leshen was constricted by a shirt too small, and it couldn't exert its full strength. It had clumsily hit the pine trees from time to time, wasting energy for nothing. On the other hand, the Witcher, while big in the dwarf size, had astounding speed. He moved around as if there were wings on his legs, evading the Leshen's claws by a hair's breadth at times. Whenever the Leshen tried to go around Letho to attack Buzz, Letho would force it to retreat with Igni. Letho was a cunning and cautious fighter. He'd retreat after every strike with his short sword, not giving it any openings. That was how snakes hunted. His short swords acted like fangs, biting into the Leshen and poisoning it whenever he saw an opening. Then he'd hide behind the trees. Vipers had lethal venom, and Letho's venom was the oil and poison on his short swords. The Leshen had a tough hide, so the stabs wouldn't damage it too much. But all Letho needed to do was scrape its skin, then his oil and poison would invade the Leshen's body, corroding and destroying it that way. If someone saw the fight from afar, they'd see a titan roaring in the forest, while someone was swirling around it like a phantom. 2 minutes of intense battle later, the Leshen had accumulated countless injuries, and green blood oozed from them. Letho was hit twice, and blood trickled down his cheek. His right arm was mangled and hung limply at his side. Even so, he showed no panic or frustration. He cast one final Igni and threw the flames at the gigantic monster, and then he took a deep breath and put his short sword down. A moment later, green blood spurted from the Leshen's countless wounds, and it fell like a boat that was sinking because of the countless holes in its hull. Letho watched closely as the giant fell with a rumbling thud. It lay on the ground, spread-eagled, its chest heaving, and the light in its eyes dimmed. Letho uncorked a swallow and finished it in one gulp. A moment later, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding, but he still wouldn't take his eyes off the Leshen. At the same time, he moved his right arm with his left to snap the bones back into place, giving it a semblance of an arm. He helped the heavily injured dwarf up and fed him a bottle of marigold potion. The bitter taste made Buzz frown, and he woke up. "Is the monster dead, Letho? Did we survive?" The dwarf could see that the Leshen was almost dead, but the fatal hit hadn't been landed yet. Ash to ash, dust to dust. It was born in the woods, therefore it shall die in the woods. That is its fate, but it is to live, at least for a little while longer. And then Letho's face fell, for the Leshen suddenly turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared into thin air. Let's turn the clock back by 5 hours. 4 dwarves and a human teenager were hiding behind a big tree in a snow-capped land, staring at a path before them. 2 of them had crossbows on their backs, while the other ones had two-handed weapons with them. "We've been here for half an hour, Roy. You sure Kaer's coming out?" Rhaegon caressed his freezing beard, looking bored, and the other dwarves listened closely. Roy breathed into his hands to warm himself. "Patience, my friends. I got this from a reliable source." Roy injected some fear in his reply. "Since we have time, let's review our plan." "Kill those Scoia'tael scum," Drew started. "See capture Kaer." Barney clenched his fists in excitement. Dave scratched his head, apparently not knowing what to say. "Safety first. We'll make a run for it if we can't beat them." Roy's fingers were getting white with nerves, his heart palpitating. "Go with the flow, Rhaegon. If the Leshen somehow revives when we're fighting, remember to throw some fire at it." Even though Letho said there were only 4 members, Roy couldn't be too sure about it. since they didn't know much about the enemy. Got it, so relax. Rhaegon's face was getting red. Fuck it. I've been wanting to kick that slicker in the balls for a while now. And then they held their breaths, for they saw someone come out of the mine. It was a dwarf with white hair and a white beard, and he was equipped with a hammer as well as an oil lamp. He's here. They started tailing their quarry. The white-haired dwarf walked on the path filled with wheel tracks for 10 minutes before suddenly going into the forest that was flanking it. Roy and the dwarves were surprised by that, and they quickly followed. The moon was drowning the land in its silvery glow, and the snow ground was filled with trails of footsteps leading deep into the forest. A group of 5 friends traveled in the dark, silent forest, and Roy would etch the mark of the Viper School on a pine tree after walking for a certain distance. Half an hour later, their quarry led them to a dark cave. The white-haired dwarf suddenly put his index fingers in his mouth and let out a shrill whistle. A moment later, 2 silhouettes with torches in their hands came out to greet him. The dim light from the fire illuminated them, revealing their pointed ears, sharp chin, and slender, agile figure. The elf on the left was wearing a dark green jacket that covered his leather armor underneath. His boots looked old and were made out of deer hide, and he was equipped with a bow, quiver, and sword. The elf on the right had delicate features, fair skin, and had no visible weapons on her, though she had a rhombus-shaped talisman on her belt, and she was slimmer than her male counterpart. They placed their torches into the sconces on the wall and engaged in a quiet conversation with Kaer. Roy and his friends couldn't hear anything because it was too soft, but the dwarves who were hiding behind the bush nearby looked excited. Barney even covered his mouth in case he made any sound, but his body was trembling in excitement. 2 elves? But there should be 4. Are they in the cave? But it's not a bad thing. Even if Kaer is there, it shouldn't be too hard to defeat them. Roy heaved a sigh of relief and scanned the elves. Thoth, age, 70, gender, male, status, Scoia'tael member, HP, 60 marked, strength, 5, dexterity, 7, constitution, 6, perception, 7, will, 5, charisma, 6, spirit, 5, skill, Bowmaster level 5, One-handed mastery level 5. Elegance of the wind passive. Elves possess extraordinarily elegant looks and great dexterity. Charisma +1, dexterity +1. Lydia, age, 60, gender, female. Status, Scoia'tael member, sorceress. HP, 50. Mana, 150. Strength, 4. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 5. Perception, 5. Will, 6. Charisma, 7. Spirit, 15. Skill, Source passive, has awakened the power to sense chaos energy. Now a magic-sensitive elf. Loved by the elements of earth, fire, water, and air. Absorbs mana automatically at all times. Can control mana and release spells after receiving professional and systematic training. Performing feats most people couldn't. Magic trick level 5. The mildest and trickiest usage of elemental energy. Expends a small amount of mana to perform daily chores. Includes cleaning, bathing, copying, lighting, makeup, and more. Fireball level 3. Elementary level fire spell. No materials needed. Summons a fireball to attack after casting. Damage is dependent on skill level and spirit. Lightning bolt level 4. Elementary level air spell. No materials needed. Releases a bolt of lightning at target after casting. Damages. Teleportation level 3. Heightened defense level 4. Elegance of the wind passive. Oh shit. An elven sorceress? Roy gasped. This is going to be troublesome. She's a lot stronger than Toya is. I mean, look at all her skills. If she notices us and manages to prepare herself, she'll be throwing fireballs and lightning bolts at us left and right while her teammates cover her. We'll all die before getting close. Good thing I noticed her. She's worse than a normal human in terms of survivability if caught unprepared. Wait, the other elf is marked? Realization struck Roy, and he knew the male elf was their primary target. The key for the Lesion's revival. Show no mercy. Kill him when you have the chance. He recalled Letho's reminder and pointed at the male elf before pointing at himself. Then he pointed at the female elf and pointed 3 fingers at Rhaegon, who was holding Blood Brothers. They loaded their crossbows and knelt down, aiming at their target's vitals. Roy activated crossbow mastery and aimed at the elf's heart, while Rhaegar aimed at the female elf's neck. The other dwarves held their breath and watched silently as Roy whispered the countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire. 2 crossbow bolts flew across the air, slamming into their targets. The male elf who was chatting with Kaer felt as if his chest had been hit by a sledgehammer, and he fell down with a contorted face as a bloody arrow pierced through his chest. Even though he'd hit his target, Roy looked dark, for he noticed the elf nudging ever so slightly to the side at the last moment. Because of that, the arrow didn't manage to pierce his heart, and the elf survived, but only just. Rhaegar's shot was not much better than Roy's. In fact, it was much worse, for a white light covered her, deflecting the bolt before it could hit it. Gayan. The female elf screeched in horror before darting back into the cave, hiding within the safety of the dark. Then she started chanting, and the pressure from her eerie magic hung over everyone's heads like a reaper's scythe. Kaer charged at their hiding spot, his hammer trailing along with him, and his hair billowed in the wind. Drew, Dave, you guys take him on. Rhaegar reloaded his crossbow. Roy, finish that Scoia'tael scum. Barney, you'll take care of that sorceress with me. Roy raised his crossbow and took out the bomb from his inventory. No, we'll take care of that sorceress first. That elf is just inches away from death. I'll deal with him later. The battle's tide started to turn, and a few moments later, Drew and Dave charged toward Kaer with their hammer and great axe. Kaer swung his hammer and barely deflected the weapons away, but he was forced backward, and he ran into the forest. At the same time, Roy quickly hurled the dimeritium bomb into the cave, and the white smoke enveloped the sorceress. She suddenly let out a chilling scream as the magical fire in her hands was extinguished. The light that enveloped her shattered into pieces, and blood trickled down her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Her magic backfired on her. Roy didn't hesitate to pull the trigger and buried an arrow into her eye. A moment later, the arrow pierced through her skull, sending chunks of flesh, blood, and gray matter flying everywhere. The sorceress fell back onto the ground and died, never getting the chance to cast any spell. The sorceress, Lydia, is killed. You gain 100 EXP. Level 3 110 1500. Whoa. A sorceress is worth 5 times more than a normal human, but that wasn't the time to think about that. He heard the howls of the wind coming from the cave, and a third Scoia'tael member showed up, holding a great sword. He was obviously an elf, judging by his ears, but instead of having a slim body like his brethren, the elf with the great sword was muscular and covered in dark, gray armor. His neck and left shoulder were exposed, and Roy could see a tattoo in the shape of green leaves. Branches and vines sprawled on the elf's skin. His face contorted in rage and sadness, and he jumped out of the shadows the moment the sorceress had died. The elf swung his great sword, aiming for Roy's chest. The gale that brushed past Roy suffocated him, but he managed to roll away, though he was a moment too late. However, the great sword was blocked by a black hammer. Why you want to kill him? Oh, over my dead body. Barney's face was as scarlet as the setting sun, his eyes wide with fury. Barney slammed his leg against the elf's chest, sending him flying back into the shadows, and he swung his hammer down on the elf's head. I'm going in. There might be more of those scum inside. Rhaegar went into the cave with his crossbow in hand. Only 10 seconds had passed since the first shot had been made, but only Roy and the marked elf were left, with the latter being near dead with a hole in his chest. Blood trickled down his mouth, and his face was contorted in rage. His green eyes filled with hatred. He bared his teeth at Roy, threatening to kill him, but to little effect. I'm sorry. Roy couldn't understand why Scoia'tael hated humans so much, but he wouldn't spare them a shred of pity. He then grabbed a bolt out of thin air, but before he could do anything, a wrench was thrown in his plan. An arm that looked like a tree's roots tore the elf's chest open, and it grabbed Roy's right hand. The dim light from the sconce illuminated them, revealing the crimson fluid on the arm, the ferns on it, and the tough husk that looked like it belonged to a root. Roy's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed a bolt with his left hand and tried to stab the elf's ear, but the hand slammed him in the chest, sending him flying back. Roy tumbled down and rolled round, pain spreading from his chest, and it felt as if his insides had shifted. He struggled to sit up, and to his horror, the hand that had torn the elf's chest pushed against the ground, forcing the elf's body to sit up at a terrifying angle. As the moon's light sprinkled over the forest, the elf's body dislocated its jaw, and inside its mouth, an eye peered straight at Roy. A ball of cold flame danced inside it, a flame that was devoid of any life. A moment later, the elf that had sat up was torn in half, revealing the gigantic lesson in its entirety. After the fight with Letho, the lesson had shrunk to half its size, and it was only standing at 5 feet tall. Tiny antlers protruded from its head, and a mask made out of a white skull covered its face. Its eyes looked more like eerie blue lanterns, and looking at them sent a chill down Roy's spine. Its body and limbs were made out of tree trunks and vines, and they were covered in blood and bodily fluids. More than anything, it looked like a baby that just broke out of its mother's womb, albeit in a grotesque way. Ancient Lesson. Age, 272. HP, 80. Weakened. Mana, 120. Strength, 12. Dexterity, 4. Constitution, 8. Perception, 5. Will, 7. Charisma, 12. Spirit, 12. Skills, Vine Control Level 6. Expends a small amount of mana to hasten the growth of seeds. Summons durable, strong, and fast vines to attack the target. Ground Spike Level 6. Elementary Level Earth Spell. Expends a small amount of mana to attack the target with ground spikes. Beast Summoning Level 7. Charms nature's beasts with great charisma. The beasts can be summoned at any time to help the user. Camouflage Level 7. The user may blend itself with the forest if in the required terrain. Allows the user to hide completely. Mark of the Lesson Level 6. An ancient ritual of blood. A strengthening totem can be constructed after the necessary sacrifices are made. The Forest's Murmur Level 7. The user can charm travelers who are lost in a forest, showing them an illusion, brainwashing them into devotion through great charisma. Child of the Woods Passive. The user is the guardian of forests and loved by nature. Nature blesses it as gratitude for its service. As long as the user is in a forest, its stamina, mana, and wounds would recover twice as fast. All the color drained from Roy's face after reading the details. This is an ancient lesson. Wait, it's weakened, but it's still stupidly strong. It's the strongest monster I've seen until now. How am I supposed to fight it? Roy was about to hurl a dimeritium bomb at it, but he realized he used it in the fight against the sorceress. Shit. He cursed quietly and shot a bolt at the lesson, but as expected, it got stuck in the monster's hide. Aside from drawing some blood, it did nothing. Lessons are afraid of fire. Letho's reminder rang in his head, and he quickly tossed a bottle at the lesson, coating it in oil. The lesson was still groggy from the recent resurrection, and it didn't stop Roy. But when Roy went for the torch on the wall, the lesson glared at him and put its hands together. Hontala. It chanted, and in the very next moment, a thick vine sprouted from the ground and pounced at Roy from behind, coiling his leg. Then it pulled Roy up, suspending him in midair, effectively taking him out of commission. The blood rushed to his head, stunning Roy, and everything around him spun. To his horror, the vine was already coiling around his whole body, turning him into a cocoon with nothing but his eyes exposed. He was also suffocating from the tightening vine around his neck, and then he was reminded of the nightmare he'd had before coming to Mahakam. That felt oddly similar. Was it trying to tell me about this? The lesson awkwardly stood up among the flesh and blood, and then it slowly went toward Roy. At the same time, 3 dwarves showed up behind the monster. Drew and Dave were dragging Kaer along by his arms, and when they noticed the monster outside the cave, the dwarves held their weapon tensely. And when they saw Roy being suspended in midair, they flew into the rage and charged toward the lesson, abandoning their hostage along the way. The lesson was fully focused on Roy, obviously trying to do something to the boy, and so, it was oblivious to the dwarves' ambush. When the dwarves' great axe and hammer slammed into the lesson, it howled terribly and stumbled forward, but it didn't fall. However, the lesson's tough body was injured, and green blood gushed from its wounds. The Leshen's howls turned into a guttural growl, and it whirled around, slamming the dwarves with its mangled arms. Even though the dwarves were stout and covered in heavy armor, they could move as nimbly as a calico could. They ran around the Leshen once, and the moment the Leshen's attack was weakened, they held their weapons before their chest, blocking the attack. They followed their defense by moving their weapon downward, sliding across its arms, and sparks flew. A moment later, their weapons connected with the Leshen's chest and back, slamming hard into the monster. Two giant cracks formed on the Leshen's body, and blood spurted. Nobody could see it, but Roy noticed the Leshen's HP taking a dip, leaving it with only 60 points. Roy tried to shout, but all he could do was let out a muffled scream, for the vines were still coiled around him. The dwarves' attack finally enraged the Leshen, and it started chanting once again. It could cast spells at a terrifyingly faster speed compared to any normal sorcerer, and all it took was a split second for it to launch an attack. Most people would fail to find an opening under those circumstances. The dwarves thought they noticed the Leshen's weakness. It might have had great strength, but its reaction and the movement speed were slower than a tortoise's. They circled it with their weapons in hand, their shadows almost a blur. The dwarves looked like a pair of hyenas hunting their prey down on a meadow, waiting for a chance to give the Leshen another blow. However, unbeknownst to them, two vines shot up from the ground, ambushing them from below. The vines coiled around their feet and pulled them back, suspending them in midair, and then, just like Roy, they were turned into a cocoon. But the Leshen wasn't as kind to them this time around. A cruel gleam shone within its eyes, and it raised its hands before putting it down. The dwarves were suspended further up into the air before slamming headfirst into the ground. A loud thud later, the vines uncoiled the dwarves, revealing Drew and Dave, who were out of commission. "Dave, Drew!" Roy shouted, but only muffled sounds came out, and he teared up. "Goddamn!" An arrow soared through the air, hitting the Leshen in the face, embedding itself into the mask. Rhaegon came out of the dark, but he looked like a mess. His hair was billowing in the air, and his right thigh was bleeding. He was obviously injured in the battle against the elves, but he showed no panic. After the shot hit its mark, he quickly reloaded his crossbow, ready for the next shot. The torch illuminated the cave, and Roy could see the shadow of a dwarf running toward them, and out came Barney, roaring and raring to fight. He swung his warhammer and slammed it into the Leshen's head, and it howled. 40 HP remaining. Mo, Ning, Ta. The Leshen covered its face and directed its spell at Barney. The air was filled with the stench of soil, and as dust and debris flew into the air, a ground spike higher than 10 feet shot up from the ground, forming a wall before the Leshen. Barney's attack was stopped, but he slammed into the wall, failing to stop himself in time. The ground rumbled, and Barney was taken out from the recoil. He let go of his warhammer, and it fell with a thud. The Leshen blocked Rhaegon's arrow with its hand, and then it summoned another vine to suspend him in midair. And with that, the battle was brought to an end. The ground was littered with corpses and the injured, and the only one standing was a relatively petite, bleeding Leshen. An arrow was buried in its face, and its chest heaved as it panted. The Leshen slowly came up Roy, only to stare at him in silence. Roy smelled the scent of nature coming from it, but also the stench of blood and the soil. "That's the smell of a graveyard." Roy closed his eyes and trembled reflexively. Every inch of his body, every vessel, and every vein shivered uncontrollably as he waited for the Leshen to pass its judgment. But then he thought about his friends, and a flame of fury welled up within him, trying to consume him. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he struggled to break free. A few moments later, the vines around him uncoiled, but his head and back was pressed down by the Leshen, forcing him to bend down with his face touching the ground. The Leshen hunkered down and raised his head, staring into his eyes. Roy saw pity in his eyes, and that pity sucked Roy's soul into it. "Kneel before me, worship me, make me your god." Roy heard hundreds of people singing praises around him, and everything around him changed as the Leshen showed him an illusion. Time passed, and Roy left Mount Caban without Letho by his side. Eventually, he left Mahakam and settled down in a beautiful village, in the middle of nowhere. There, Roy lived his life as a simple farmer who toiled the fields honestly. After he was done with work every day, He'd worship a deer-headed god in the village. Thanks to that deity, the village enjoyed years and years of prosperity. He lived a satisfying life, and eventually, he got married, had children, and lived a quiet, peaceful life. But one thing never changed. His wife, his children, and his children's children started worshipping the same god he did, and it went on for generations, even after his death. No, this is all in my mind. It's fake. Roy bit his lip, the sharp pain and metallic taste waking him up, and then Letho's reminder rang in his head again. Leshens will mark its believers so it can revive every time it's killed. Is it trying to mark me? Once that ludicrous idea popped up in his mind, Roy's struggles became fiercer, but the Leshen's strength proved stronger still. It held Roy down, pinning him deeper against the ground. A moment later, Roy gave up, his eyes turning unfocused, as if he had relinquished all control. Letting the Leshen do as it wanted, the Leshen felt the change within him, and it lessened its grip on Roy, allowing him to sit up a bit. Then it held Roy's shoulder with one hand, creating a protrusion with the other. Then it tore through Roy's clothes, pierced his skin, and started etching its mark with Roy's blood. Am I really going to bow to him? Am I really going to be its slave and food? No witcher worth their salt will bow to a monster. Roy's confusion turned into resolve, and he remembered something sleeping in his inventory space. Something he hadn't used ever since he got it. I still have a chance. A blob of yellowish, cheese-like stuff appeared in his hand. That was the vomit of the child hunter, an item with the effect of a dimeritium bomb. And even Letho praised the substance. Roy clenched it tightly and looked up into the Leshen's eyes. His face was contorted with rage, and he broke free of the Leshen's grasp, pushing himself up, slamming his hand against the arrow in the Leshen's eyes, betting everything on that single blow. Roy buried it deeper into the Leshen's head, wanting to crush it and turn it to a pulp. The Leshen stopped etching the mark, and it took a step back, roaring into the heavens. White smoke billowed from its face, as if acid was biting through it. Its body trembled, not unlike branches buffeted by a gale. Roy finally had complete control of his body, and he stood up before quickly taking the torch from the cave's wall and tossing it to the Leshen. The fire spread throughout the monster's body once it came into contact with the oil, turning the Leshen into one big bonfire. It spread its arms, jumping around the place, howling, begging for its life. Roy looked at it coldly, his crossbow in hand, his bolt in his mouth, and then he reloaded the crossbow and shot the Leshen. Once he was done, he switched places and did the same thing all over again. The Leshen couldn't get out alive from the flames, for it was weakened, and its magic was sealed. A simple flame could spell the end of it, and a short while later, the Leshen's charred, lifeless body fell with a thud, countless arrows buried in its body. You killed the Leshen. EXP plus 200, new character sheet unlocked. But that wasn't the end of the ordeal. Roy had just heaved a sigh of relief after reading the message, but an impending sense of doom filled him. He bristled and spun around reflexively, grabbing an arrow that appeared out of thin air. Then he used the momentum from the swing to stab backward, and it felt like he pierced something. Kaer held his neck, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out of the wound. His beard was dyed crimson, and he was slowly dying. Kaer stumbled backward, but his eyes never shifted from the boy. He hated the boy. No, he despised him, and he felt nothing but rage toward him. Why'd I lose control of my body at the last moment? And what's that crimson light behind that boy? Why US scum? Kaer murmured, and those became his last words. His short sword fell from his hand, and his expression froze as he fell with a thud. He didn't want to die that way, but fate had dictated otherwise. You killed Kaer Hoga. EXP plus 20. Roy plopped down onto the ground. His body and soul were ravaged by exhaustion and pain. But he had a job left to do, and he tensed up. Barney, Dave, Drew, Reagan, you guys okay? He stared down and started to sob, but a moment later, someone stirred. Relax. Reagan coughed. We're tough, so something like that can't kill us. It took all he had to push himself up. Get them up for me. They quickly checked on the other dwarves and heaved a sigh of relief. They're alive. Unconscious, but still alive. But Kaer's dead. This could be a problem. Rhaegon held Barney up and pressed against Barney's philtrum. I killed him, so I'll take the blame, Roy decided. I'm not a resident of Mount Carbon, so it's not like Elder Brover can do anything once I leave. 5th of December, 1260. The weather was great for once on Mount Carbon. The warm sun broke through the snow, melting away the doom and gloom that enveloped the city, and all the dwarves were wearing broad smiles. Some of the inhabitants were standing around the stakes in the plaza, where the Scoia'tael members and Leshen's head hung, and they buzzed with excitement. I was on guard duty that night when the Witcher and his comrades dragged that monster into the valley. By Mahakams, that monster was hard to look at. Its whole body was charred, and it looked more like a whole ball of arrows than a Leshen. Holy Mahakam, I have never seen such a hideous creature before in my life. I'd have run for my life if it had still been alive. Of course you would. You aren't the Witcher. He's one capable man, he is. I mean, he killed off the monster that plagued us for months. And he took out those scum too. I'm going to raise a toast for him at tonight's banquet. And don't forget about the Witcher's assistant. He's only around 27 in dwarf years, but he was already involved in the hunt. That's a real man right there. Gotta raise a toast for him too. Our archery champion and his brothers also took part in the hunt too, and Elder Brover is going to praise them tonight. The dwarves looked envious. Those guys are going to be popular with the ladies after tonight. As if by coincidence, the dwarves omitted Kaer from their discussion. At the same time, the people they were talking about were staying in the guest room, where the Witcher was. Rhaegon's head and thigh were bandaged, and he was explaining the situation to Troy, though he'd glance at Letho from time to time. Letho paid no attention to him, since he was meditating. Just a slight concussion. They'll be fine. Barney and the lads are snoring away in the infirmary. They'll be alive and kicking at the banquet tonight. That's good to hear. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. I wouldn't have forgiven myself if something had happened to them. That's not your fault. Rhaegon was surprisingly calm about death. If they somehow hadn't made it, then I guess Mahakam must have loved them more. Dying in a battle in the Mahakams against monsters and Scoia'tael scum would be an honor for them. Rhaegon paused for a moment. If you think about it, those scums were behind the death of my brethren. If we hadn't stopped them in time, they would have ruined even more families. Their deaths are necessary for the tribe, and killing them is truly a heroic deed. Our souls will be welcomed in Mahakam after our passing. Roy changed his opinion on the dwarves. He thought they were ignorant drunkards before the hunt, but then he knew they were actually devout, loyal, and courageous people. Did you see their faces when we hauled the Leshen's trophy and those Scoia'tael scum back? Rhaegon grinned and smacked his leg, but he hit his wound at the same time, and he gasped. Those guards and crossbowmen were gawking at us like idiots. Those guys were usually arrogant bastards who'd insult us whenever they got the chance. Barney's got it the worst. Rhaegon laughed. Now everyone knows we took part in the hunt, and we're heroes of the tribe. You, Letho, and I were the only ones who could stand tall among them. I could imagine how charming I must have looked to the ladies. Rhaegon grinned. Some of them were beaming at me too. I know they were looking at me, because you and Letho weren't their type. I can smell romance in the air, Roy. And it's all for me. I would have gotten my hands on one of them if it weren't for the fact I have to team up with Paul soon. Such an optimistic guy. Roy listened in silence as Rhaegon babbled on and on and on, relieving him of the sadness and disgust he felt. All he could think of for the past 2 days was Scoia'tael's hatred for him and the illusion the Leshen showed him. He'd often fall into a trance. Looks like I have to congratulate you on your romance. Roy grinned. But are you sure you want to leave Mount Carbon? Why don't you just marry some lady and raise a family? Rhaegon shook his head resolutely. I'm going to seek Paul out in Kedwin next year. The battle with the Leshen and Scoia'tael only made his interest in the outside world swell, since he couldn't do much in Mount Carbon. What about them? I can't shake Barney off, so he's coming. Not sure about Drew and Dave. Rhaegon pinched his beard, sounding slightly dismayed that half his squad might not follow him. Not every dwarf is ambitious. Some prefer a stable life. Roy had a feeling he might bump into Rhaegon in his adventures. Maybe we'll bump into each other in Kedwin, he blurted. I'll be sure to welcome you with open arms. Reagan shook his hand firmly and bumped shoulders with Roy. When are we going to the infirmary, Reagan? Patience. Get ready for tonight's banquet for now. Elder Brover's going to reward you two in front of everyone. Not everyone gets this chance, so you shouldn't miss it. Reagan took out a grey, petite notebook, and a message that read, a gift to Roy from Reagan Delber. Was written on the cover. Remember when you said you wanted to delve deeper into crossbows? I jotted everything I know in there, so take it. Thank you. Roy took the notebook with both hands, touched by Reagan's gesture. Once he saw Reagan off, Roy quickly concentrated on his character sheet. Roy. Age, 13 years and 11 months old. Status, civilian. Witch's disciple. HP, 45-55. Lightly injured. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 5.1. Constitution, 5.5. Perception, 7. Will, 6. Charisma, 5. Spirit, 6.5. Skills. Massacre level 3 level 4. Bloody aura. Any enemy within 1 foot 2 foot of you has a 10%-15% chance of being feared by the aura of massacre. If the enemy's will is lower than yours, they will lose control of their body for a maximum of 1-2 seconds. You deal 10%-15% increased damage to any species you have killed before. New active skill, Fear. You may cast Fear to release the aura of massacre, affecting a single target within a 2 feet range. The target is then forcibly controlled, and if their will is lower than yours, they will lose control of their body for a maximum of 2 seconds. 5-minute cooldown. Tip: Fear will level up based on the number and types of creatures you kill. Observe level 2, Meditation level 1, Crossbow Mastery level 1, level 3 331,500. Inventory space, 1 cubic square. After killing the Scoia'tl members, the Sorceress, and Leshen during that fight, Roy gained over 300 EXP. His massacre even leveled up to 4, thanks to the Leshen. It was also thanks to his new skill, Fear, that he managed to kill Kaer. However, that wasn't his best loot. He scrolled down to the new sheet that came right after his skill sheet. Job interface. You have killed the Grave Hag, Drowner, Child Hunter, Elf Sorceress, and Leshen, coming to a total of 5 magical beings. You have learned meditation from a Witcher. You have acquired basic alchemy and monster knowledge. You have unlocked Job Witcher. Witches are mutants who have gone through the trial of the grasses. They possess superhuman speed, strength, reaction speed, coordination, life force, and recovery. Their main work comes from various requests, most of which involves monster hunting. Do you accept this job? Attention! You may only have 1 job at your current level. I can only have 1 job at my current level. Does that mean I can have more jobs when I level up? Roy was excited at that thought, but he stopped thinking too far ahead. He had no better choice at the time being. So he accepted the job, and his level turned into his job level. You have gained a job, level 3 Witcher 331,500, rank, Disciple. Conditions for next rank: pass the trial of the grasses and kill 10 types of magical creatures 5/10. Next rank, Rookie Witcher. School, Viper unconfirmed. User hasn't taken the decoction of the grasses yet. Job perks. Main stat: you may choose 1 stat as your main stat. Be warned that this choice cannot be undone. Every time you level up, your main stat will be increased by 0.5 without any cost. Disciple. Evolving arms: you may bind a steel sword, a silver sword, and a ranged weapon for this job. Bound weapons will grow alongside you, becoming stronger every time you level up. You will be able to feel the connection between you and your bound weapons no matter the distance, and you may summon them no matter where they are. Full recovery. You will make a full recovery every time you level up. Most injuries can be healed, including internal injuries and broken limbs. Debuffs such as hunger, fatigue, poison, plague, and curses will be removed. Loot package: you receive an additional cubic meter of inventory space. Disciple. You have 2 cubic meters of inventory space as of now. Locked. Roy was elated. Finally, I've been a weakling for too long. That risky Leshen kill was worth it. Look at this. Full recovery is already awesome enough, An instant full recovery was akin to second wind in the world of witches, where danger lurked behind every corner. Roy could think of a few ways to use that, one of which being to keep himself from leveling up despite having a full EXP bar so he could keep full recovery in store. If he ever found himself backed into a corner in battle, he'd use it to turn the tides. I can even use this in the trial. Roy couldn't be happier, and Evolving Arms was tailor-made for him. He was about to give up on using Gabriel because it couldn't keep up with him, but with Evolving Arms, Gabriel could grow with him as long as he bound the weapon to him. Of course, binding the best crossbow would maximize his profit, but Roy didn't want to give up on the things he'd been carrying with him if he had the choice. "Looks like you're not out just yet, old buddy." Roy sat on the bed, caressing his hand crossbow. "You are about to bind Gabriel to you. Are you sure you want to choose Gabriel?" Gabriel. Type, hand crossbow. Materials, mulberry wood, tendon, hemp. Details, weighs 5 pounds and measures 2 feet. Has a draw weight of 20 pounds and an effective range of 100 feet. Yes, the moment Roy had that thought, he felt an inexplicable link between him and Gabriel. To be precise, it felt like a connection, or a mark. When he held it again, Gabriel felt light in his hands, as if it were his body's extension. Roy knew every inch of it by heart, and the crossbow became a coordinate he could always find, no matter the distance between them. And when he closed his eyes, he saw Gabriel floating in the darkness of his consciousness. Even if he was blindfolded, he could easily find it with that link between them. He cheekily tossed Gabriel at Letho, and then Roy extended his arm. A moment later, the crossbow disappeared and reappeared in his hand. This could be useful. He had no swords to bind, though he was planning on seeing the weapon Brover would give Letho, and he smiled. "Letho should be able to use it even if I bind it to me, right?" He was in a dilemma over which stat he should choose as his main one. Should I go with perception? That's my strong suit. Or should I go with constitution or will? That'd help me pass the trial. Perception could increase the range of his vision and provide more details about his target, giving him more options to ambush, while constitution could improve his HP. That alone showed how crucial it was to Roy. Will could be used with his new skill, Fear, providing a fearsome combo in close-quarter combat. If his enemies had lower will than he did, they'd be frozen in place the moment they got in range, and Roy would finish them off. Strength and dexterity would boost his close-quarter combat skills a lot, and he wouldn't be able to call himself a witcher if he couldn't swing a sword. Spirit was useless, but it wouldn't be for long. He'd have to learn about signs eventually, and Spirit would boost the sign's power significantly. He could use signs once he passed the trial and unlocked his mana pool. It was hard to pass up on Spirit, since it'd help out a lot in the late game. The only useless stat, at least to him, was Charisma. Roy caressed his young, smooth face, and his taut biceps. After embarking on the path of the Witcher, Roy had changed into a lean, handsome young man, but that was useless. Not like my enemies going to show mercy to me, and it's not like being handsome can help me survive longer. No, wait, a high enough charisma can be used in battle. The Leshen managed to get the beasts to help it with its charisma, and it managed to brainwash strangers, turning them into believers, but he wasn't interested in using his charisma to fight. Roy was in a dilemma indeed, but no matter, it was still a while before he'd level up, so he'd choose after he'd made all considerations. Chapter 71 to 80. Looks like the Leshen gave you quite a bit of trouble, Letho. Roy was worried. Letho was still looking listless, even after resting up for days. Obviously still affected by his wounds. "The wounds are fine, boy. I just took too much of the potion, and it bit me in the ass. You'll run into the same problem after you become a witcher," Letho explained patiently. "And don't poke your nose in Scoia'tael's war against the dwarves ever again." "We'll leave Mount Cabin after attending the banquet tonight." Roy nodded. If his memories were correct, the Mahakams never fell to anyone, so Scoia'tael would fail even if Roy and Letho did nothing. Even so, the thought that an extremist group like that had been snooping around Mount Cabin and the Mahakams to plot a conspiracy didn't sit well with Roy. Has Scoia'tael become Nilfgaard's lapdog? Are they helping Elmavar Emrys now? Roy mumbled to himself, but he tossed the questions aside. since he couldn't do anything about that as of yet. Then Letho asked him another question. You're forgetting something there, boy. I need an explanation. How did you and your friends manage to take the Leshen down? There were 2 spellcasters there if you include that Leshen joining the mix. The dimeritium bomb I gave you should only be enough to take one down. I have the child hunter's vomit, remember? The thing you hid in your dimensional pocket? What dimensional pocket? Roy averted his gaze in an attempt to hide his secret. I'm not stupid. Boy, your stuff keeps vanishing and reappearing without a trace. Even an idiot would know something was up. Letho was confused. But there's one thing I don't understand. How do you manage to use a dimensional pocket when you can't even control the elements? I've never seen anyone with that power before, excluding the sorcerers. Of course, Roy puffed his chest. I knew you'd see through me eventually, so I'm going to tell you my secret, right now. Prophetic dreams aren't my only specialty. I can even send anything I touch into my inventory space, and I can use them anytime I want. You don't have to lie, you know. Everyone has their secrets, Letho said solemnly. Fine, keep your secrets then, but remember who you are, and never do anything that'll hurt the Viper School's reputation. Of course. The truth can be the best lie sometimes. A short while later, a dwarven servant gave them 2 sets of clothes for the banquet, and Letho started teaching Roy how to behave like the people in high society. He straightened Roy's clothes out and flattened the creases on Roy's back gently, his gaze tender. But when Roy finally wore the striped jacket and the pair of tight, yellow leather pants, all he could feel was something gnawing at his skin, and he felt itchy all over. Damn, this is some shit fashion taste. Why'd the dwarves have to take trash as fashion? Letho chided. Stand still. Don't jump around like a monkey. Roy stiffened, and Letho took a trip down memory lane. I looked just like you the first time I wore those clothes. I hated them, but I came to understand one thing: our school can't revive without the help of those in high society. The peasants and civilians see us as mutants, heretics, and barbarians. All they offer is discrimination and non-acceptance. But they fear authority. If someone at the top of the food chain shows us their support and clears our name, the people will eventually accept us. Roy was surprised that a veteran witcher like Letho would think that way. Asking for high society's help. Is that why they accepted Emivar Emra's recruitment, and assassinated the emperors in the north? But it's useless. Those guys aren't on the same level as witches. They're too high up, so there's no way they'd walk a mile in the witches' shoes and listen to them. Witches are but disposable tools to them, and witches are few and far between. As if that isn't trouble enough, feuds always happen between different schools. If the witches really want to end the discrimination against them, first they must end the feuds and work together. That's the only way to grow stronger. Roy had a lot going on in his head, but he pretended to listen to Letho anyway. You'll have to get used to all these formalities, whether you like them or not, Letho advised. But then a guest came in, uninvited. Seville the wine dealer was still as fat and as resplendent as ever, and he nodded at Letho and Roy. Hello, Letho. Hello, Roy. We meet again. How are you doing? Fine. Real fine, actually. Roy crossed his arms, glaring at Seville coldly. Thanks to your recommendation, we went for some great sightseeing around Mount Carbon. Letho patted Roy's shoulder, stopping his grumbling. And what brings you back to Mount Carbon? Mr. Seville, will you be joining the banquet tonight? Seville closed the door seriously. I came to help you guys. Danger approaches. Danger? Oh, you mean the Leshen? Roy snickered. Too late for that. We killed it and the Scoia'tael members. No. Seville shook his head, pleading genuinely. I'm talking about the banquet tonight. You have to come with me right away. My uncle is going to trip you up tonight, to say the least. What? Seville pointed out the odd things that were going on around in the plaza, and when Letho and Roy looked around, they did find something weird. The patrols should have been lessened after the Leshen's death, but that wasn't the case. Instead, more guards were patrolling the valley and standing sentry. The crossbowmen and archers were stationed at all the high vantage points, obviously defending against something. Even the patrols around the streets had doubled, though they'd pretend to smile and salute the Witcher and his disciple when they went past them. That fact made Letho think the dwarves were trying to defend against something worse than deletion. Do you see? Elder Brother set everything up to keep you guys from escaping. If you'd tried to run away, they'd have shot you without hesitation. Wow. After all we did to get rid of the menace plaguing his city, this is the thanks we get? A goddamn trap? Roy's face fell. Brother's one ungrateful bastard. I'm not going to forget what he did to us. Never. Letho looked calm, but his clenched fist was a sign that his fury was going to explode. On the other hand, Seville looked awkward after hearing his leader getting mocked, but he forced a smile. I think he crossed the line this time too. He observed them carefully and changed his tune. But if we put this matter aside, he's actually a fair leader. If looks could kill, Seville would have died 100 times right then and there. He gulped. But he isn't planning on breaking his promise. He has prepared your reward for killing the Leshen. Its rare weapon, a sword called Kaer. It had been crafted by the gnomes prior to their exodus. Once he gives you the sword, the request will have been completed. Since he would owe you nothing, that'd give him an excuse to execute you. Classic. They say force is the last resort, but it seems your kind leader reaches for it the first chance he gets. I see. So he's planning on giving it to us, killing us, and then taking it back. Oh, that is so smart, Roy mocked, though he thought it was a shame he had to let the weapon go. He'd managed to read an old article by chance, and it was one that talked about Kaer. It was the best sword in the world, the magnum opus of ancient gnome blacksmithing. It could cut through steel like butter, and anyone who wanted to buy it had to fork out an astronomical sum of money. Only gnomes can make that kind of weapon now. Their blacksmithing is top-notch, but it's a shame they've moved to Kaer. It's just what I need. If I can get it. Seville sighed, breaking Roy's train of thought. You shouldn't have killed Kaer, not even if it was by accident. Yes, he did collude with the Leshen in the murders, but that doesn't change the fact that he was elder brother's only son and heir. Kaer Hoga was his illegitimate son? Roy was reminded of the rumor Dave had told him. He'd thought it was just a joke back then. Yes, he was, but elder brother never admitted it, because it was a shameful past. Even so, everyone in Mount Carbon knew that. It's an open secret. Actually. Seville pinched his beard. Haven't you noticed that they look alike? It's like they're twins. Elder brother's getting on in age, and he can't really sire another child now. So of course he'd hate you. I mean, you killed his only son. We can't stay here any longer, so come with me. But where can we go? Roy looked around at the heavy defenses. How can we escape? The worse the crisis, the calmer they must be. Letho and Roy went back to the guest room and kept everything in Roy's inventory space before changing into some casual clothes. Then they went to the cellar with Seville, but to their surprise, their journey went smoothly, a little too smoothly. You did take the Leshen down and help us out a lot. Nobody's going to stop me from taking you guys to the cellar. I am a wine dealer after all. Seville's cellar was astonishing enough, but it was nothing compared to Mount Carbon's. It was as vast as the ocean, and words failed them. The only light was from the candles littering the place, and all they could see was unending darkness, as well as wine barrels as far as the eye could see. The barrel stacks were as tall as hills, and they were neatly categorized by their age and type. When Roy took a look, he noticed that the youngest wine was already at least 10 years old. The aroma of alcohol and wood wafted across the air, and Roy felt tipsy just by taking a whiff of it. He felt everything around him turn into clouds, and his mind started spinning. Letho, on the other hand, caressed the barrels, looking captivated by them, since he loved wine a lot more than Roy did. Guys, you can have the wine whenever you want. Let's get out of here first. Seville snapped them out of it and dismissed the guard before continuing down the cellar. They came to the end of the cellar 15 minutes later, and a black brick wall stood before them. Much to their shock, Seville climbed up the barrel beside and rummaged around, and then 2 dull thuds were heard. A moment later, the wall slowly retracted and revealed a dark tunnel leading to Melitel knew where. Roy peered into the tunnel, and thanks to his high perception, his night vision was superb. The walls were grayish-green and uneven, Though there were extinguished oil lamps hanging on the wall at intervals, the ground extended downward at a gentle incline, leading into the darkness. Cobwebs and insects filled the tunnel that seemed to have been abandoned for years. What's a tunnel like that doing here? We call it Smiak. Before the fortress of Mount Carbon was erected, this tunnel was abundant with ores, the most abundant of all. Actually, it was pivotal during the early years of our establishment, and its contribution was immeasurable. Seville gazed at the tunnel with respect, and then he sighed. But ever since all the ores had been mined, this tunnel had been abandoned. If you walk straight ahead, you should reach Temeria by going through the Mahakams. Walk west for a few days and you'll reach Elender. Roy stared at him doubtfully. How long has this tunnel been abandoned, old chap? Is it dangerous there? 50 years, I guess, so maybe there's something dangerous in there, Seville said honestly. But if you don't want to take the risk, you can always stay back and face Elder Brover at the banquet tonight. Maybe he'll change his mind? Seville only had respect and fear whenever Brover was mentioned. Roy turned to Letho, looking excited to go. What say you? Should we take the risk and face the unknown danger in the tunnel? Or should we hang back and expose Brover tonight? Letho stared into the darkness, murder welling in his eyes. Why should we attend a banquet when the host doesn't welcome us? You ready, boy? You might have to pull your own weight this time. Let's do it. Roy clenched his fist, and Gabriel, which was sleeping in his inventory, trembled when it felt its master's excitement. Roy's only regret was not having the chance to bid goodbye to his friends. Seville, tell Reagan and the boys I said goodbye. Sure. Here's food and water. Seville pulled out a big sack quietly. I don't think this much will burden Roy. Hold it. Letho turned to Seville, looking at him weirdly. I need to know something before we go in. Seville took a few involuntary steps back when he noticed Letho's murderous aura, as if a predator were glaring at him. I don't understand, Letho. Do you think you can get away with it? We're not going in without answers, so tell the truth. Seville saw them off and scratched his head as hard as he could. He felt like someone had erased something from his mind, and no matter how he tried to remember, nothing popped up. Not important. Elder Brover's waiting for me to get back to him. He reset the wall and left the cellar. The wall behind them rumbled and closed, blocking their way back, leaving them with no choice but to push forward. Smiak was a narrow, winding tunnel that could only fit 2 people at a time, and because of the long years of abandonment, the tunnel started wearing down. Any slightly bigger movement would make debris fall, and one would worry about the whole place caving in on them. Letho and Roy treaded forward carefully, and a few turns later, they came to a brightly lit clearing. There, a sheathed sword was quietly leaning against the wall. Looks like Brover held up his end of the bargain. This recon is worth it. Letho managed to find out about the truth after casting X on Seville earlier. Turned out Brover wasn't exactly trying to make enemies out of them, but at the same time, he didn't want to see them again because of his son's murder. He ordered Seville to lead them to Smiak for some monster killing. At the same time, he was trying to vent his fury on them. As for the banquet, well, the dwarves would have a lovely time. Letho didn't care about it, nor did he want to attend a banquet where he wasn't welcome. Roy changed his opinion about Brover ever so slightly after he saw the sword, but Letho scoffed. You give him too much credit. The only reason he gave us this was to maximize his own gain, but having this sword is going to make getting through this place easier. Roy went up to hold the handle, but the sword's weight almost dragged him down. He took a deep breath and yanked the sword out of the sheath, revealing a blade of perfect craftsmanship. The blade was gleaming blue, and it was weirdly humming with joy after being released from its sheath, as if there were a spirit sealed within it. Roy held the handle with one hand, while the other supported the blade. He tilted his head and looked parallel to the sword. Then he held the crossguard with both hands and pinched it. The blade was smooth and gleaming, and the crossguard had gorgeous engravings on it. The handle was just long enough to be held with both hands, but the sword was also usable with one. Its length was halfway between a long sword and a one-handed sword. The sword's body didn't have any grooves, but instead the ridge was protruding, strengthening the sword. The part connected to the crossguard wasn't sharpened, so Roy could hold it without a glove. That opened up more options for him in battle, and the tip of the blade was the shape of an isosceles triangle. Roy loved the sword, and a message popped up in his job interface. You have obtained Gwaihir. You may bind this steel sword to you. Do you wish to bind Gwaihir to you? Gwaihir. Type, steel sword. Materials, black iron, lava, meteoric iron, pinewood, and body parts from powerful monsters. Details. The sword weighs 3.06 pounds, and its handle measures at 9.3 inches, while the blade comes in at 36 inches. A spirit dwells within. Circulation. Heals the user for a small amount of stamina after every kill. Do you wish to bind the sword? Yes. Right after that, an invisible ripple pierced through Roy, electrifying him, and he could feel a connection to the sword he was holding, as if it were an extension of his own body. When he closed his eyes, he saw another item that gleamed blue in his consciousness. Roy had a feeling he could feel where Gwaihir was no matter the distance between them. He held the sword for a while, immersing himself in its beauty. When he was done admiring its beauty, Roy reluctantly handed it to Letho. It would be a waste to keep the sword by his side when he hadn't learned anything about swordsmanship. I'll lend it to you for now, Letho. As long as Letho had the sword with him at all times, Roy would know his location no matter where he was. At least they wouldn't get separated then. Letho took the sword carefully and placed it at eye level to make a close observation. What he saw surprised him, for Gwaihir was perfect in every aspect relative to his own sword. Prova gave this sword to me, boy. I don't remember giving it to you. Well, what's mine is the school's, Roy said sheepishly. And the same thing the other way around. Don't sweat the details. I've bound it to me, so a mere thought is enough for me to take it back. Letho's eyes twitched. You can't use this, and I think we know why. There might be some tough battles ahead, so I'll be using this for now. He tied the sword to his back, and it gleamed alongside his own sword. I should teach you about swordsmanship once we get out of here. They went ahead, feeling slightly at ease. Letho was leading the way, raising a torch above his head, while Roy took the rear, crossbow in hand and ready to shoot. Half an hour later, they slowly came to a plateau, and the tunnel was widening. Finally, they jumped down a ledge and arrived at a huge cavern. It was man-made, and a few tunnels were spread out on the wall before them. There were decayed stone altars in the cavern, and the ground was littered with hose, broken tents, and clothing. The oil lamps and extinguished sconces hanging on the walls spoke of the cave's former glory, now reduced to ruins. Ores of different colors were buried in the walls of the cavern, and some of them were glowing a hauntingly beautiful blue. Letho picked one up and fiddled with it, and he clicked his tongue. No wonder they wanted us to explore this place for them no matter what. Abandoned mine my ass. This is a rich mine, one with immeasurable value. No, wait. Something stinks. On the other hand, Roy tripped while he was lighting up the torches. He looked down and was shocked to see the thing that made him trip. This is a corpse. A corpse rolled out from the fallen tent, and there was barely any flesh left on it. Roy could almost see the whole skeleton. Letho put the ore down and checked the corpse without complaint. This mine is a lot hotter than Mount Carbon, or it wouldn't have decomposed at this speed. But this guy probably only died last month. What are you trying to say? Letho answered solemnly. Those bastard dwarves sent other humans aside from us on recon missions in Smiak. No. They sent them to their deaths. So Brova is just coexisting with humans on the surface. Roy found it unacceptable. He sees humans as nothing more than exploitable tools. We're different species after all. It's not beyond him to see us as nothing but cattle. Letho went on with his observations, ignoring Roy. A human male, probably around 30 years old. Right calf and left arm were torn off, and he was disemboweled. There are some bite and claw marks on his neck. Take a look, boy. Roy hunkered down to check the corpse, and he quickly scanned through his memory to see if there was any possible monster that fitted the bill. Judging from the wounds, the killer must be a necrophage, but which one? Look to your left. Letho pointed at Roy's left, and the boy peered in that direction, and he realized there was a blue fungus there. Long Rube, remember what I told you? The things that appear in a place are usually the weakness of some particular monster. Roy's eyes shone. Long rubes can be used to concoct necrophage oil, so we're dealing with ghouls here? No, the wounds don't look like they were caused by ghouls. We're facing neckers. The moment he said that, a loud screech came from one of the tunnels around them, stopping Roy's train of thought. Prepare for battle. Let's see what this sword can do. Letho stood up and held Guaiha with both hands, and then he swung it forward, causing the air itself to hum from the slash. A hideous creature crawled out from the cave, gurgling. It looked humanoid, but its limbs had sharp claws, and its skin was wrinkly and dark. Its muscles were engorged, and it was naked aside from the piece of tattered cloth covering its crotch. Its eyes were as big as saucepans, and they had no pupils. Its teeth were long and disgustingly yellow, forcing its mouth to stay open. The flesh beneath its chin and neck extended down to its chest, not unlike the jowls of the elderly. Necker. Age, 5. HP, 60. Stats, Strength, 5. Dexterity, 5. Strength in numbers +1. Constitution, 6. Perception, 4. Will, 4. Strength in numbers +1. Charisma, 2. Spirit, 3. Skills, Corroding Venom Level 1. Neckers live in places teeming with corpses and decaying flesh. Thanks to that, their claws are imbibed with a special venom that can weaken its target, causing the target to heat up. Strength in numbers passive. Whenever neckers move in packs, they gain +1 in dexterity and will. Evolve passive. Once a necker has consumed enough flesh over time, it will evolve into a necker warrior. The necker screamed at Letho and Roy, and then it crouched and pounced at them from the ledge. Letho charged ahead with his sword in hand. He cleaved through the air with Guaiha, and the gleaming blade sliced through the necker like butter. The monster was sliced in two at the waist, and blood spurted from its wound, flying ahead as its body fell with a thud. Despite having killed a necker, only a single drop of blood trickled down the blade, and it still remained gleamingly clean. That's a no-made sword for you. Roy praised it silently, and he aimed his crossbow at the remaining neckers that were coming from above, and then he pulled the trigger. The bolts soared through the air, but he could feel the lines that connected him to it. For some reason, he could feel the speed, trajectory, and how long the arrow had flown in the air. He knew if he could hit the target the moment he pulled the trigger, and as expected, all the necker could do was screech as the arrow pierced its head. You killed a necker. EXP +20. Roy reloaded his crossbow and glanced at Letho. Guaiha was humming with each swing, as if a battle-hardened spirit were singing in joy. Letho took a step forward and kicked the third necker before chopping its head off in one clean sweep. The 3 neckers were killed in moments, but the battle was far from over. 1 necker is easy to deal with, but 5 is going to be dangerous, while 10 is fatal. Looks like we came across a necker nest. Huh? Roy looked up and saw a group of 4 neckers crawling out from the tunnels before them. They were gurgling and baring their fangs at Letho and Roy, and if it weren't for the fact it was a dangerous situation, Roy would have laughed at the way the neckers were running. They were hunched, and they waddled like ducks to a pond. Despite their weird way of charging at their prey, they were moving faster than an average human, and there seemed to be no end to them. Much to Letho's chagrin, you'll have to look out for yourself. This is going to be a tough battle. You too. Roy went up the slope behind them and took the high ground. He activated crossbow mastery, and coupling that with massacre would increase his damage by 25%. One shot to a necker's vitals would be enough to send them to hell. On the other hand, Letho stayed in the same spot, facing the neckers head-on. He quickly cast Can before hunkering down and pressing to the ground. The purple circle of Eden glowed, slowing the necker's onslaught drastically. Letho lunged ahead and slashed upward, slicing the necker before him into 2 halves, its blood spraying into the air. Then he stepped back, staging in Eden's range, and he slashed down diagonally, disemboweling 2 neckers at the same time. The neckers kept crashing down on him like waves, but Letho was like a reef, unmoving and stable. He was the first and last line of defense. Then 3 neckers came at him at the same time. He took a deep breath and turned more solemn than ever. He loosened his left hand's grip on the handle and tightened his right's, and then he lunged ahead with his right foot and spun around, slicing the chest of a necker open. Once the revolution stopped, He backed off into Yidden's range and spun counterclockwise, finishing off the remaining couple of neckers. Letho repeated the same attack, and it was as if the blade had become a hunter's net before him, killing the neckers no matter how many of them tried to attack. Moments later, the neckers' attacks slowed, and there was an empty space before Letho. He heaved a sigh, loosened his grip, and then tightened it again. Letho spun his numb elbow and cracked his neck. His leather armor was already covered in blood, and he was starting to get tired. His arm would throb when he moved because of the wound that hadn't fully healed up yet, and a necker found the opening. It clawed at Kaer, making the shield dim considerably, but Letho quickly replenished it. Though more neckers were coming at him, one of them got lucky and was only injured by the blade. It pounced on Letho's shoulder, but an arrow then pierced through its head. Roy was still on the slope, firing down any neckers that escaped Letho's attacks, and none of his arrows missed. His EXP bar grew fiercely, gaining 100 EXP in 2 minutes. Level 3 Witcher 431,500. His heart was pounding within his chest, his blood roaring in his head, taking his excitement to a peak, and Roy was in the zone. His limbs almost caused after images to appear because of how fast he was in reloading, and then he pulled the trigger again. The arrow flew ahead, filled with the strength from the crossbow, and also his soul. The bolt tore through the air like lightning, and the neckers were too slow to react. A moment later, one of the monster's head had a hole in it, blood and grey matter flowing from it, but the bolt didn't stop at one necker. It pierced through the chest of another, destroying its heart, netting Roy nearly 40 EXP. And then dizziness washed over Roy. When he snapped out of it, one necker was already a few feet away from him, the stench of its breath almost palpable, and its claws aimed for Roy's chest. If the attack were to connect, Roy would be killed or gravely injured, at the least. Even so, Roy didn't show any fear. His eyes gleamed crimson as he cast his new skill, Fear. The necker stiffened up and lost control of its body, as if hit by a sledgehammer. Roy easily dodged the attack and shot a bolt through the side of its head. You killed a necker. EXP plus 20. Roy held up his crossbow and laughed to himself. Looks like I'm not totally useless in close quarter combat now. Letho managed the melee combat, while Roy took the stragglers out with his crossbow. The Witcher cleaved through the neckers easily, while Roy kept firing his bolts, taking out the neckers with terrifying speed. 5 minutes later, not a single necker was left standing, and their bodies were strewn throughout the cavern. Some lost limbs, some were cleaved in half, some had holes in their vitals, but none died a good death. The bloody Witcher and Roy were sitting back to back among the bodies, the boy panting heavily. That's Kaer for you. It slices through the neckers' bodies and bones like nothing. I can feel a weird sensation coursing through me every time I kill one of them. If it weren't for that healing effect, I wouldn't have lasted as long as I did. But you did spectacularly too, boy. Letho took out his wineskin and gulped some liquor. Some of it trickled down his chin. Looks like the fight with the Leshen helped you quite a bit. He tossed the wineskin to Roy. Roy accepted it and drank the dwarven liquor. Some color returned to his face, and he felt liquid courage bubbling within him. We should work like this more. Letho gave him a look of approval. Rest up. The real battle is still up ahead. I bet there are necker warriors in those tunnels, so don't let your guard down just yet. Roy gave it some thought. I killed 10 neckers just now, netting 200 EXP, and now my EXP bar is 531,500. Necker warriors are more dangerous than their normal counterparts, but that means the EXP gain is better too. For some reason, he thought Provahoga was a great guy for sending him on the recon mission. It was exactly what Roy needed to level up and grow as a Witcher. Seems like we're staying here for a bit. Letho's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. He was still recovering from the copious amounts of potions he took in the battle against the Leshen, and the wounds he sustained were still healing. The tough battle earlier took a lot out of him, and coupling that with the necker's venom made his condition turn from bad to worse. He leaned against the wall, looking more listless than ever. It took all he had just to stand up, so he had no choice but to sit down. Roy felt guilty seeing Letho in that state. He wouldn't have been in such a bad condition if Roy was a bit stronger. I can't fight in this condition. Letho sighed. He'd never felt so weak in years, and he was showing it to his disciple. For once, he looked crestfallen. Rest up and don't push yourself. We just cleared a whole horde of neckers. They need time to regroup too. So I don't think they'll attack anytime soon, Roy said, consoling him. At the same time, he took out some food and water from his inventory space, sharing a meal with the Witcher among the dead bodies. Then he tended to Letho's wounds with alcohol and marigold potions. Letho observed him in silence, feeling proud of his disciple. Roy might have thought he was improving at a snail's pace, but Letho didn't think so. It hadn't been more than 3 months since they'd first met, but Roy had already grown from a village bumpkin to a fighter who'd faced off a few types of monsters. He could fight them face on, and even a lesson died by his hands. Sure, luck might have played a part, but that was still an astounding resume. Letho had never seen such blistering improvement before, not even from the best disciple in Letho's time. The moment he had that thought, Letho had more hope about the Viper School's resurrection. That may be true, but that's no reason to let our guard down. Look around and see if you can get any comfrey, wolfspan, and long rube. These herbs can grow in caverns too. We don't have any alchemy items with us, so we can't make any potions or decoctions or bombs, but we can make some simple poison. One that can fuck these bastards up. What kind of poison is that? Roy peered at Letho curiously. You never told me you could make poison. I'm from the Viper School. Of course I'd know how to make poison. Letho shook his head, but most monsters are immune to poison, so it makes no difference. Just focus on alchemy for now. Letho sounded reserved about poison, as if he didn't want Roy to dabble in it. Roy nodded, pretending to agree, but he had a different idea. Poison might be useless against monsters, but they're great against humans. This knowledge could prove useful. He went around the cavern and managed to scavenge a lot of herbs. Wow, this cave has everything. Roy managed to get everything Letho asked an hour later, and he even found some rarer ones that couldn't be found easily outside, like blood moss and mole arrow. He took some of everything and kept it for future use. Paralyzing poison works well against them. First, crush the comfrey, then extract the juices of the long rube, and then... The cavern was brightly lit by the torches, and Letho, with Roy's assistance, brewed some paralyzing poison, the one that was the trademark of the Viper School. Ingesting it or injecting it through an open wound could numb a monster's limb and nerves, paralyzing them. It was much better than what the butcher's powder could do. They worked together and quickly processed all the herbs. Then Roy took out a bowl from his inventory space and mixed the materials at a specific ratio, and then he stirred them. At the same time, Letho was teaching him the skills involved in the poison's brewing. Eventually, Roy felt accomplished about the poison he was making. It was a different high from the one he got from the monster killing. It took them a while, but eventually, they managed to make a bowl of dark green, foul-smelling paste. It's rough around the edges since we don't have any tools, but it can work. Letho checked the paste and put it beside him. Now for the last step, the 6-hour wait. But they couldn't waste 6 hours on nothing. You got more space in that dimensional pocket of yours? It's not a dimensional pocket, but whatever you say. Roy stopped correcting him. Yeah, it's got loads of space. His inventory space doubled after his job change. His space was packed before that, but half of it was still empty at that moment. Good. These corpses might be ugly, but they aren't trash, I guarantee that. Letho scanned the corpses and handed Gwyher to Roy so he could cut off a necker's head. Then Letho calmly split the head apart with his short sword and rummaged within the sticky insides. Roy felt disgusted. Is this some kind of high-end brain massage? A short while later, Letho took out a green, hairy elliptical item that was the size of a thumb. Lucky. He observed the item closely, his eyes gleaming. First body, and we already got a mutagen. Is that a green mutagen? Roy was surprised to see something he was familiar with appearing before him. Yes, a lesser one, but it's indispensable in the trial of the grasses. It can slightly increase a witcher's life force and toxicity resistance. Less than 1 in 10 normal neckers have a mutagen within them, Letho explained. Now that we're touching this subject, you ought to know that mutagens are split into 3 types, green, blue, and red, and they're further split into lesser, normal, and greater. The stronger a monster is, the higher the probability of us getting a good mutagen. The green mutagen that's necessary for the trial of the grasses increases your life force and toxicity resistance. Blue mutagens buff the signs, while red mutagens make you more agile. Of course, the better the mutagen, the stronger the buff. So the mutagens strengthen constitution, spirit, strength, and dexterity. He stared down in ponderance. How many kinds of mutagens does our school use in the trial? All of them, but in different ratios. Letho explained, 1-to-1 for red and green, blue's the least. In other words, Viper School's trial of the grasses would lean their increment towards strength, dexterity, constitution, and toxicity resistance, and at almost the same rate. Spirit saw a lesser increment compared to the first few, while the others showed little to no improvement. To put it simply, Viper School witches leaned more toward close-quarter combat and alchemy tools in battles. I see. No wonder Letho's strength, dexterity, and constitution are all over 20. No wonder I couldn't see through the stats. Roy was then reminded of a relatively villainous school, the Cat School. Cat School witches were renowned for their phantom-like reflexes and extraordinary swordsmanship. They probably only have red mutagens in their trial so they can put everything in strength and dexterity. Glass cannon melee, huh? What about the Leshen's mutagen then? Roy knew Letho managed to extract a blue one from the Leshen's corpse, but he didn't ask. Letho knew what he was thinking about though, probably using it to make a Leshen decoction, or turn it into a greater mutagen for the trial. Helps with the mana, see. I'll give it to you if your will and constitution make the cut before the trial. Roy was delighted to hear that. Wait, does that mean different witches of the same school will show different levels of changes after the trial? Is it because of the quality of mutagens used in the decoction? Yes. Letho noticed Roy's excitement, so he calmed him down, but the greater the reward, the greater the risk. Greedily chasing for more power is just going to make the trial all the more lethal for you. Stay calm. Roy thought about his full recovery passive. I wonder, that's it for the trial for now. Letho pointed at the sea of corpses around them. See if you can get some green mutagen from them. It's fine even if they're lesser ones, since they can be merged and strengthened anyway for your trial. Roy went back to his roots in this case. He imitated Letho and split open the skulls of the neckers, rummaging through their mushy insides. The grey matter, blood, and flesh squelched as he moved around. He felt disgusted, for monsters smelled fouler than the livestock he'd had to deal with back in Kaer. However, he managed to keep his composure and swept through the corpses thanks to his will. After going through 30-something corpses, Roy only managed to get 3 lesser green mutagens. He put them in his inventory, but before he could even catch a break, Letho was already pushing him to another round of dissection. Neckers are really valuable. Their hearts are indispensable in many decoction recipes. Cut them out and let them dry. Their lungs, liver, pancreas, and kidneys can be used in alchemy and some weapons forging. Those parts can add additional effects to some of the stronger weapons. Of course, the best of them will come from the leader of the Neckers. Letho stopped for a moment. Sorcerers use their eyes, ears, and tongues in their experiments. You can make a tidy profit by selling those. Don't forget about their claws and teeth. Once we get out of Smiak, we'll get a decent blacksmith to make arrows out of those. You'll find them to be better bolts than the ones you usually use. Oh, and their skin too. Roy suddenly turned around to stare at Letho, his face plastered with blood. Letho felt a chill running down his spine, and he told Roy, I can see your pockets full. Right, we can forget about the skin. The cavern was filled with dismembered corpses of Neckers when Roy was done with them. The boy's clothes, pants, and leather armor were drenched in blood, and even his face was caked with clumps of flesh. He tried taking a whiff of his scent, and all he could smell was the stench of sweat and blood. He wanted to clean himself up, but Letho stopped him. Don't waste any water, boy. We're going to be here for at least a week. Every drop counts. The Witcher was wiping his sword, and he was in the same situation as Roy. Letho looked more like a bloody butcher than a dignified witcher, but he didn't mind. I can take the stench, but at least let me wash my hands. Roy thought about having to eat his meals with his hands caked in flesh, and that disgusted him. Do as you wish. Letho turned round and went back to his sword. Necker blood is worse than horse piss, but at least you won't die from thirst. All right, I get it. Roy relented. Thirst was a more pressing matter than hunger, and that made water all the more valuable. Fine, it's just a week. I'll take it. Honestly, you look more like the part now, boy. Letho commented. You can't call yourself a witcher if you can't handle some stink. He wanted the boy to accept the circumstances more easily, so he gave an example. Have you ever heard about zoogles? I've seen that in your notes. It's a type of necrophage that looks like goose. Roy got distracted and said from memory, it gorges on decaying flesh, corpses, and waste products. They live in sewers, swamps, and places that are humid and squalid. I have a story to tell. Letho frowned as he recalled one particularly bad memory. I was 20 years old back then, just graduated from Gorthugvad. There I was, exploring the world in my hunt for monsters and fame. It was a tough journey, but eventually, I got a request. My quarry was the zoogles living around Alba. I tracked them down, of course, and know what I saw? Heaps of decaying, bloated corpses and the shit of every living being you can think of. And also mountains of waste products that oozed poison. The whole place was just one big stinkhole filled with putrid water. Letho looked disgusted. The stench was unbearable. Even a shithole would be better than that place. Did you jump into that stinkhole then? Roy noticed something, and he just had to feel smug about it. Letho closed his eyes melancholically. I had to. I managed to kill their zoogles and complete the request, but no matter how many times I bathed, the stench just wouldn't come off. No woman would come near me for a whole year. A whole year? Roy was stupefied. That stench lasted for a whole year? Technically, Serit and orcs can still smell it until today. Oh God. Roy stiffened up, and suddenly the stench of the flesh on him smelled a lot better. I wasn't the exception. I've run into nearly 10 witches in my life. Letho continued, all of them are elites of their school, and all of them have had to jump into a zoogle nest before. Roy had a bad feeling about what was to come, and Letho confirmed it. I think every witcher has to go through that rite of passage once if they want to grow. Letho gazed at Roy. You should jump into a shithole once to train yourself if you can't get a zoogle request. All right, I get it. Roy shouted, stopping Letho from telling him any further tales of the past. He was already feeling uneasy from the story. I'm not going to waste any water, so stop it with the shithole. There are still some Necker hearts left. I'll deal with them. Letho stared at Roy quietly and smirked. Since they couldn't tell morning from night in the cavern, Letho and Roy made quiet estimations and took watch in shifts. Eventually, they had already spent a day in Smiak. It had been more than a week since Roy had had his first potion, so Letho administered the second dose. The pain wasn't comparable to what he'd felt with the first dose, and Roy endured it quietly without passing out. He suffered no side effects, though he sweated buckets, and his muscles felt sore. He then meditated and woke up feeling refreshed, as if the pain the day before had just been a bad dream. At the same time, the blood and flesh caked on him. It congealed throughout the night. Letho moved around to see how much strength he'd recovered. His stamina was all back, and the wounds from the Necker fight were starting to heal, so he could move around no problem. He told Roy, take a guiha and chop up 2. No, 3 corpses. Chop up? Roy was getting fearful of the witch's ideas. Are you trying to feed the flesh to me? No, but I won't stop you if you want to try. Save it for yourself. Thanks to Massacre, chopping up a small humanoid corpse was an easy task for Roy. He cut the corpses into fist-sized clumps of meat and split them into 4 packages kept in the tent cloth. Their paralyzing poison had congealed and been slathered onto the swords as well as 3 of the packages of meat. Letho took the last package and poured it all onto Roy, covering even his hair in the rancid flesh. The fuck? Roy was surprised, to say the least. What the fuck is this? The flesh smelled worse than the feces in a shithole, and Roy started roaring, but then he came up with a possible reason for Letho doing that. "All right, I know what you're trying to do, but at least warn me next time. This is one crazy plan." The meat was placed outside one of the tunnels, and they crawled into it. It was narrow and shabby, made out of nothing but mud. Letho had to curl up and move forward in an awkward pose that resembled how an echo would move. Since Roy was around 5 feet 5, he could move freely in the tunnel, and from time to time, he'd touch the walls of the tunnel. "I wonder what's on these walls. It's smooth, bouncy, and warm," he mumbled. "I have a feeling we're walking through a monster's mouth, and deep down there is its stomach. Can this really work?" "Shut up. I can't keep you safe this time if we can't fool those bastards." They moved ahead, and then they looked at each other. "It's coming," they thought, and they hunkered down, holding their breath. Quiet footsteps came from ahead, and a necker appeared from the corner a moment later. Its ears were pointy, its head bald, its teeth sharp, but it had something normal neckers didn't: red paint on its face. It was crawling ahead using all its limbs, not unlike a spider, but Roy was reminded of Golem. Necker warrior. Age, 8. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 5. Constitution, 7. Perception, 4. Will, 4. Charisma, 2. Spirit, 3. Skills. Leap attack level 2, has great leaping ability, allowing to attack from 10 feet away, can leap toward its target quickly, attacking it with its fangs and claws. Gains +1 in strength when leaping, lasts 30 seconds. Corpse venom level 4, lives in places filled with corpses and decaying flesh. Thanks to that, its claws and fangs are imbibed with venom. Its attacks can weaken its target and cause bleeding. Strength in numbers passive. Whenever neckers move in packs, they gain +1 in dexterity and will. Evolve passive. Once a necker warrior has consumed enough flesh over time, it will evolve into a necker leader. The necker warrior noticed their movement, and it stared at them in uncanny confusion when it noticed the smell of its comrade on Letho and Roy. They stared at each other for a few moments, and the necker accepted Roy as one of its own and left. Roy kept his crossbow and took a whiff of the flesh on him. "I knew it. It thinks we're one of them." "We can talk about that later. Let's get out for now." This is the right way. It showed up from there after all. Its nest must be near, so we can set up bait there. Okay. They took out the meat from the package and backtracked, tossing the meat as they went. The bag of meat was laid out on the floor when they came out, and Roy heaved a sigh. Will they take the bait? They should know it's their brethren's flesh, right? Didn't you notice it yesterday? Those neckers were skin and bones. Obviously, this place doesn't have any food, and the neckers have been starving for a long time. They're going to take the bait. This is too much of a temptation for them. Humans will kill their own when they're dying from starvation. So why wouldn't these monsters? Why do you think this place doesn't have any beasts in it? Roy nodded. But I don't understand. How did we manage to fool them? Because of the flesh? Drowners can't see far, and the same goes for neckers. They rely on their sense and smell and hearing to see things, not their eyes. All they can see is an outline. Since we're covered in the flesh and blood of its kind, it should think we're one of them if we stay some distance away. Roy was impressed by the trick Letho came up with. The Witcher managed to turn the neckers' bodies into alchemy materials, camouflage, and poisonous bait. Even though he was wounded, he could still go against the monsters using his experience. I'm still too green. Books can't tell me about this, he reminded himself. I'm still wounded, so take Guaiha with you. Don't let even a single one escape. They leaned against the cavern's wall. Letho was holding his steel sword, while Roy was holding Guaiha. A short while later, they heard the rustle of footsteps coming from inside. Then out came a couple of neckers. They approached the meat curiously, sniffing it for a moment before devouring it. And then Roy heard the boom of footsteps as a group of pale neckers darted out of the cave to pounce at their food. The neckers gurgled in ecstasy as they crawled on all fours toward the meat, their putrid drool dripping onto the ground. The monsters licked the clumps of flesh and engorged on them greedily, oblivious to their bodies' changes. Thanks to the paralyzing poison, they were starting to become slower and slower, though they were still crawling out of the cave by instinct. for a bag of flesh was enticing them there. They stuck their heads out and looked down, ignorant to the danger about to befall them. Then they looked at their abnormally gigantic brother in confusion. At the same time, Letho gave Roy a look, and the boy tensed, his fingers turning white. "There's an opening." Roy took a deep breath and focused on the task ahead. He raised Guiha high in the air and sliced down with all his might, executing the Neca before him. Blood spurted high into the air as the Neca's head tumbled down to the heap of corpses, the last confusion still etched on its face. At the same time, Roy kicked the headless body away to keep the entrance clear. Roy started to sweat from his neck, and his face turned scarlet with excitement. Never knew killing a monster could be that easy. Roy executed 8 Necas and 2 Neca warriors with unprecedented ease. Letho stayed out of his way and only dealt the fatal blow to the stragglers. He was trying to regain his strength. Once they were done, the duo went into the tunnel to finish the remaining Necas that had fallen for the paralyzing poison's effect. In the end, Letho's crude trap helped them execute 20 Necas and 5 Neca warriors in less than 15 minutes. Aside from getting drenched in sweat and his hands getting numb, Roy sustained 0 wounds. A Neca warrior would grant him 30 EXP, while a Neca granted him 20. The massacre netted him a total of 550 EXP, and his EXP bar was at 1,081,500. "I'll level up soon at this rate." His face was scarlet, his breath shallow. Letho gave him a glare and warned, "Don't take them lightly, boy. 3 Necas will spell the end of you with how you are now." "I see. I can kill one with my crossbow, one with fear, but I'll have to fight the last one in close quarter combat. You only managed to kill them easily because of the geographical advantage." "This is an exception, not the rule. Don't worry about it." Roy nodded in calm solemnity. "I was just thinking about something great. Not to burst your bubble, but stop dreaming now. The guards are all dead. That's the cue for our entrance." Letho led the way, and the duo went to the end of the tunnel, leaving the bodies behind. Eventually, they came to a clearing where all the crisscrossing tunnels congregated, and the tunnel that led deeper into Smiak was across the clearing. The duo searched the bodies and clothing around the place and managed to scavenge 100 crowns. They kept it in their pockets before bowing to the dead. "We won't take your money for nothing. You'll have a place to rest in peace once we're done with our business here." Roy scanned the area and tensed up when he saw what was in the northeast area. A group of pyramids stood there, but they were made out of skeletons, and the tallest of them measured 2 feet. Every pyramid had at least 30 skulls, mostly from humans, dwarves, elves, and gnomes. Some came from small animals like mice and lizards. When the duo looked closer, they noticed the murky Neca fluid between the skulls that made the connection between them stronger. They were like some sick, crude, unfinished projects a madman created in an attempt to provoke. The empty holes where the eyes should have been spoke of unimaginable terror the owner must have gone through moments before their death. The Necas did this? Why, to brag? Roy tensed up, his eyes gleaming with horror and anger. On the other hand, Letho stayed calm. Humans are just food for Necas, just like how livestock is to us. Rule of the jungle. Boy, don't let it get to you. Remember, all you have to do is kill them. You're right. Roy took a deep breath and steeled his resolve to finish the mission. "They're just EXP to me too." At the same time, Letho said, "Let's take a look. The nest should be there, and that's what we came for." The Neca's nest was built like a weird underground beehive, and their inner side measured 3 or 4 feet wide, enough for a few Necas to move in and out at the same time. Letho stepped on the nest and brushed against the bouncy, uneven exterior. Necas would usually give some of their prey to the nest, even if it was their brethren. That provides nutrients for the nest so it can give birth to new Necas. Like the amniotic fluid. Roy craned his neck to take a look. He'd always had the urge to pry a Neca nest open to take a look inside when he'd toss a bomb into it in the Witcher game, and his wish would be granted at long last. I wonder what's inside it. What he saw was a layer of black slurry squirming slowly, as if it were being stirred by an unseen hand. If Roy squinted, he could vaguely see a few pieces of decayed flesh floating on the surface. The stench smelled like rotten salted fish and feces that had been left under the sun for 2 weeks, but they didn't react to it, since they were already numb to the smell. The cavity above the slurry looked like the insides of a living creature. Roy could see veins throbbing rhythmically within the walls, and 2 Necker fetuses were sticking to it, connected by the umbilical cords on their bellies. The Neckers were greedily absorbing the nutrients from the nest, and they looked like human babies from the outside of the layer of skin that was protecting them. Their eyes were closed, and they were curled up in a fetal position. However, they were larger than human babies, and their skin was a nearly blackish green. Had your fill? Time for business. This nest is alive, isn't it? Just like how a queen bee would give birth to the young and command the workers to work. Letho took out the last bomb, grape shot. Yes, but I'm not sure if it's sentient. A lot of species had come to our world after the conjunction of the spheres. Many of them still remain a mystery despite our sorcerers' best efforts at researching them, even after a few centuries. Point is, new Neckers will be born in a week and run rampant in the tunnels if we don't destroy it. Roy took the bomb from Letho and shook it, and then he hesitated. There are 2 Necker babies in it. Do you feel pity for them? No, just wishing it'd be 20 or 200 instead. That'd make this a lot more satisfying. Roy thought about the pyramid that was made out of pure cruelty, and he slipped the bomb into the black slurry. Then, he hunkered down and covered his ears not a moment too soon, because he heard a dull roar a moment later. Reminds me of the time I tossed firecrackers into a fish pond. He looked up, and what greeted him was an eruption of slurry, limbs, and flesh. And then it rained down, spreading the stench through the air. Roy could vaguely hear a shriek of despair from the nest, and the skull that covered the surface squirmed for a moment before shriveling up like a raisin. Finally, it turned into dust, and nothing but a layer of skin remained. The nest burped, and smoke billowed. At the same time, Roy saw a message indicating that 110 EXP were added to his bar, so baby Neckers are worth 5, while normal Neckers are worth 30. Necker warriors are 40 EXP each, while the nest is 100 PR/N. It says a Necker warrior would grant him 30 EXP, while a Necker granted him 20 earlier this chapter, which contradicts what's said here. This is an author mistake, and not a TL mistake. Level 3 Witcher 1191,500. He noticed the number of types of monsters he had to kill to rank up had changed from 5 to 7. So Neckers and the nest are 2 different types. He was looking forward to the next hunt. Roy was squeezing a plump, green ball in his hand, the texture and warmth radiating from it making him feel like he was squeezing something erotic. Green mutagen, huh? The green mutagen was larger and deeper in color than its lesser counterpart, and contrary to its host's disgusting stench, it smelled nice like flowers on a breezy spring morning. At least I didn't fight all this time for nothing. The nest they destroyed wasn't the only one in Smiak, or else the dwarves wouldn't have been so averse to it. Over the past couple of days, Letho and Roy had destroyed another nest that was home to 30 Neckers. The Neckers took up 1 territory for each tribe, as if by instinct. They didn't help or hinder any of the other tribes in the quest for survival, or it would have posed a great danger to Letho and Roy. If that were to happen, all they could do was run. Neckers are disorganized without a leader. Keep your wits about you and you'll have nothing to fear from them. Ever since they entered Smiak, Letho and Roy spent most of their time killing Neckers and only stopped for meals and rest. Roy was drenched in blood again and again, and even his face was caked in dried blood. He became leaner than before, but also more energetic and grown up. Aside from the green mutagen, the best thing Roy had gotten from the battles was his improvement in strength. His EXP bar was 1,591,500, an A+ sign appeared after the bar, but he wasn't in a hurry to level up. He decided to keep full recovery as a trump card in case things went south, at least until they escaped the tunnels. The intense battles also trained him in his control over his stats, and he felt a massive improvement on that aspect. Roy could only utilize half of his body's capabilities before that, but after the battles in the tunnels, he could use 60% of them. According to their schedule, They should have arrived at the heart of the tunnels on the fourth day. The duo noticed the complexity of the tunnels and the numerous routes they could have branched into during their earlier exploration. One misstep could have trapped them in for good, but the dwarves had drawn signs on places with many branches when they'd first dug the tunnels in case someone had needed it. Everything's fine. Letho stood before the tunnel, brushing his hand against the sign of two crossed hammers before a branch. That necker stench again. Isn't there anything else in here? Roy was getting tired of killing neckers, so he wanted to face a different type of monster. Pray nothing comes to pass, Letho said seriously. We've run out of bombs, oils, potions, and decoctions. If we come face to face with a djinn in this condition, your crossbow won't work on it. And I can't fight it alone, so all we could do is run. If we're unlucky enough to face a garcane or cave troll, it'd be the end of us. Roy stopped feeling lucky, and they entered the cavern. It was smaller than the other ones, petite, even. It was too usual, for its walls and ground were bare. Nothing, not even a blade of grass or a stone. Something smells strange. Letho frowned. Roy took a whiff and noticed a strange smell coming from the nest, but he couldn't remember where it came from. When he looked ahead, he saw 5 grown neckers wandering around, and a dried nest lay behind them. It's a mini tribe. Most of the Rican guys that had come from the cellar had been killed by the neckers in the vanguard, leaving the ones in the rear without food. Starvation made them skeletal and uglier than the other neckers. The neckers screeched at the sight of Letho and Roy. Thinking they were food, they foamed at the mouth and leapt toward the duo. 3 went for Letho, who was obviously bigger, while 2 went for Roy, who looked skinnier. Letho peered at them without mercy and faced them head-on with Gwaiha in hand, ready to kill. But Roy was quicker. His bolt soared through the air, piercing the head of a necker, and it fell with a thud. You killed a necker. EXP plus 20. The second necker had closed the distance between them before Roy could reload. He could smell the necker's bad breath and see its ugly, yellow teeth clearly, but Roy didn't panic. His eyes gleamed crimson for a moment and he sidestepped the necker. The necker jolted before freezing in surprise, thereafter losing all control and slamming into the wall before it. The cavern rumbled from the impact, and the necker fell with a howl of pain. Roy took the chance to step on its back and jabbed a bolt into its neck, and then blood-drenched Roy's glove. Nice. Letho protected himself with Kn and darted into the group of neckers. He put his weight on his left leg and spun around, slashing at the neckers' torsos. The neckers were still baring their fangs at him, but they were already sliced in half from the waist down, their innards squelching against the ground as they fell forward. Even so, they didn't die on the spot. The neckers dragged themselves ahead, their innards trailing behind them. They were determined to get a bite out of Letho, their desire for fresh meat overpowering their fear and pain. Resilient, aren't they? Roy fired 3 shots and filled his EXP bar even more. You killed a necker. EXP plus 20, level 3 Witcher 1691,500. And then all that was left was the nest. But Roy could only watch as Letho went to finish the job. He couldn't do anything without Grapeshot, so Letho had to finish it with Igni. The Witcher made a red triangle in the air and sent a jet of flame streaming toward the nest, and then everything shattered. Roy blacked out, his last memory being a bright light from Igni's flames. Eventually, Roy woke up, but everything around him was spinning, and the air was still filled with dust. His ears buzzed incessantly. When he touched his face, all he felt was something sticky. He looked at his hand and saw blood, but the worst thing was his whole body felt like it had been through a wringer, and his HP had fallen to 30 points. Shit. There must have been a lot of flammable gas in the nest, and Igni, well, ignited it. Fuck, how could I have forgotten what gas smelled like? He got up with difficulty, and then a terrifying thought occurred to him. Letho, are you there? Talk to me. Shit. I got it bad even though I was some distance away. Letho must be gravely injured, at least. Roy heard someone cough on the other side of the smoke screen, and he ran toward the sound. Letho was leaning against the corner, his leather armor blown to smithereens. His arms, chest, and legs were scraped by the debris and charred by the flames, his face black with soot. He's a mess, but at least he's still alive. Their stock of potions had been used up, but Roy had 3 marigold potions left. Perfect. How do you feel, Letho? Where are you hurt? Letho rested for a while, staring at the smoke screen with fear. It's nothing. I think I broke a rib and some bones in my right leg. Damn. I never would have thought I'd almost die from my own sign. Roy was astonished that Letho managed to live when he himself was injured from that distance. You were really close to the explosion. Any other guy would have been blown to bits. If not for Kaer, I'd be dead by now. Then he asked, wait, you're fine? Yeah, because I was standing far away. Roy wiped some blood from his ear and showed it to Letho. But I'm not unscathed. My whole face is bleeding. See? Yeah. I've never seen anyone still go around like it's nothing after sustaining that kind of injury. Okay then. The duo rested until the dust settled, but the cavern they were in had changed. The explosion hadn't affected the path ahead though. Instead, the left wall had caved in, revealing a weird room behind it. Whoa, a blessing in disguise, huh? Roy helped the limping witcher into the room. It was the same size as a single room in an inn, but the walls were smooth. Obviously renovated by someone or something. There wasn't any bed or furniture within, so there shouldn't have been anyone living there. But even if there was someone in there, the wall would have been blocked in the first place. In other words, there was no exit, making the room a death trap. Which dumbass built this empty room in this tunnel? Roy was disappointed. He thought they'd come across a treasure or something. It's probably a sorcerer's abode, Letho said. Only those who can teleport can come and go as they please. Roy helped Letho to the big, gleaming wall facing the entrance, and his necklace started humming the moment he touched it. Instead of the weak hum he'd felt when they'd fought the Neckers, the hum felt strong and invigorating. Something wrong with this wall? Roy brushed his hand against it like Letho had, but all he felt was a hard wall. We have to find out no matter what. A sorcerer put a spell on this, but luckily, I have some dimeritium powder left. Letho rummaged through his satchel and pulled out a handful of grey powder. It was the enemy of sorcerers and the material for dimeritium bombs. Dimeritium powder. Letho sprinkled the dust onto the wall, and then the wall, not unlike soaked paper, turned a darker shade. The duo looked at each other for a moment before making their move. When it was fully soaked in dimeritium, ripples appeared in the center and spread out, revealing the mystery behind it. Just like how a theater would raise its curtains. The duo observed the mural on the wall in silence. On the left, an elf with a crown was standing before his throne on the podium with his arms spread, welcoming his subjects that were kneeling before him. The mural felt cool to the touch, and then a ripple coming from it coursed through Roy. He trembled for a moment, and then, as if by magic, he found himself among the kneeling crowd in the image he'd seen. Roy looked up at the noble king above, who felt like an infinite ocean and an insurmountable mountain. Roy felt like he was just an insignificant bystander in the presence of the king. He snapped out of it a moment later and turned his eyes to the second mural. The elf king was in there too, but this time, he was swinging a crimson sword at a group of snarling invaders, while his sea of soldiers stood behind him. Those are humans, aren't they? Roy frowned. The invaders were built like humans, but they were depicted as snarling, repulsive creatures. What came next was a land drenched with blood and lit ablaze by the flames of war. The once glorious empire was reduced to rubbles, elf corpses strewn across the land, while the human executioners stood on top of the rubble, pointing their swords at the elf king's throat. The last mural depicted the elf king who'd lost his crown, and he abandoned his sword and shot an arrow at the sun above. The sun, injured by the elf's shot, rained blood on the land. It seeped into the ground, and mysterious plants broke through the soil and grew toward the sky. Roy fell into a long silence after he was done looking at the murals. Vivid depictions of war in all its cruelty popped up within his mind, as if by magic. Eventually, his eyes turned crimson, his breathing turned heavy, and he clenched his fists in hysteria. Letho gave him a tight slap, and Roy yelped. He rubbed his face that was starting to swell, and his eyes were clear again. You could have been gentler, Letho. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Letho gasped as his wound started to tear. You might have killed yourself if I slapped you even a moment later. So is this mural real? Roy knew about the world's truth, but he wanted to hear what Letho had to say about it. The murals tell of the history of the humans and elves. Letho said, the legends say the humans aren't the natives of this land. They'd come from the lands of yore and killed most of the ancient races here, including the elves. In the end, they finally conquered the world. But legends were just that. Legends. The humans have lived here for many generations, so maybe they've changed how history was written to hide the truth from everyone. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. Most humans don't think they've invaded the lands of the ancient races though. What do you think then? Roy asked. Me? Letho scratched his chin. Witches aren't bound by their race. Most cat school witches were elves, you know. All we have to do is keep to our creed, no matter the history. Letho might not have known it, but Roy did. He knew that humans did come from other continents, and most of the human settlements like Vizima and Novgorod were built upon the ruins of elven civilization. However, elves, or to be precise, Nsei, were also beings of another world. They came to the present land and killed the natives and ruled the land for a long time. If they wanted to be more precise, the dwarves and gnomes were the real natives of the land, but they were forced to hide in a remote corner of a mountain range. Oh, the Mahakams used to be a part of the elves' kingdom too. I can see why an elven hidden room would show up here. Roy guessed, maybe an elven sorcerer with a grudge made this room to keep the historical records to make sure everyone who came later would know about the evil humans had done. Letho nodded, but then shook his head. That's not all there is to it. This sorcerer's goal isn't to keep history intact. Look here. Letho pushed himself up and knocked on the wall, and then he pushed his hand against it and murmured. A moment later, the winds howled in the room. Roy looked closely and saw the mural destroyed by Ard, and when the dust had settled, something hidden was revealed. A mini plantation was behind the mural, and 10 bizarre plants stood there. They were more than 2 feet tall, and their petals were purple and their leaves green. They radiated life and nature, and Roy noticed a lot of wilted plants on the land beside the plants. Roy was overwhelmed by the urge to pluck the plants just by looking at them. He approached them and took a whiff, and then he felt refreshed, as if his whole body just went through a baptism session. Now I want them even more. Child of the Sun. Alternate names: Devil's Tail, Phoenid, Dwarf Sapphire. Legends say a great elven archer once pierced the sun with his arrow, and the land absorbed the crimson liquid that rained from the sky. When the sun's blood came into contact with a dent on a rock, a magical plant came into existence. This is an extremely rare herb that possesses incredible effects. Perennial plant. Age: 52 years old. Habitat: Mahakams, Tetocher, Dragon Mountains, mine caves, or abandoned mines. Usage: can be used in the creation of beauty pills. Cures any blemishes or ailments of the skin. Guaranteed beautification: can be used in the creation of antidotes. Neutralizes all poison and venom. Will cause an unknown but beneficial change in the body if 5 ounces are consumed. Child of the Sun. Roy mumbled its name in confusion. He might have read a lot of the Witcher world's lore, but he wasn't omniscient. The plant he was seeing right before his eyes was something he'd never encountered before. Observe didn't provide him enough details, so he didn't know anything about the positives and the negatives of the plant. However, he had a guess that the plant might not have been native to the world he was in. The clue was in the blood that rained from the sun in the last mural. He postulated that the plant came from another world when the elves tore into their world with their ship. Have you seen this plant before? Letho was surprised that Roy knew what the plant was called. My notes don't have this in it. Roy kept quiet, and Letho stopped asking. He knew Roy had a lot of secrets of his own, and then he hunkered down and brushed his hand against the leaf of the nearest plant. The leaf chirped in surprise and retracted itself, sticking against the stem, causing it to bend backward, as if scalded by Letho's touch. Roy said, whether by appearance, reaction to stimuli, or place of growth, they are exactly as told in the legends. Maybe this is Child of the Sun. Be careful. Letho pulled Roy's hand away from the plant. Don't ruin this, it's priceless. Roy looked puzzled. So Letho hobbled around the plant and explained, "My mentor, Ivar Evil Eye, told me that there are a few magical plants in this world that are sought after by royalty, sorcerers, and witches, but most of them have only appeared in historical records or legends. Almost nobody has ever seen them in the flesh, and Child of the Sun is one of those plants." Letho turned round to observe the bizarre plant. Child of the Sun is the main ingredient in divine beauty and omnipotent antidote, two of the top potions in the alchemy world, but the recipe is lost. Letho's interest was piqued. No poison can go up against the omnipotent antidote, not even our schools. It can also neutralize ancient curses. If someone had taken this to Temeria 8 years ago, they could have probably lifted the curse on Princess Ada and married her before that wolf school witcher. Child of the Sun can even break a Striga's curse. Roy finally understood the plant's power. Anyone who has a divine beauty can regain their youth. Letho looked astonished. And they can retain it until the day they die, and divine beauty can extend their lifespan too. So I take this as valuable. Valuable? It's priceless. Letho was reminded of yet another bad memory. An overwhelming majority of women are obsessed with youth. They'd kill if it meant they could regain it. Roy was disappointed though, since both of those products were useless to him, and the recipes had been lost in time. He held one of the plants in his right hand and squeezed it. The plant squirmed around in his palm, chirping in displeasure, not unlike a young lady who was being harassed. Letho was disgruntled at how Roy was hurting the priceless plant. "What are you doing, boy? Testing it out?" Roy licked his lips. "The pill and antidote useless to me anyway, since I'm going to be a witcher soon, but we have 10 Childs of the Sun here." His eyes were gleaming with desire. "I don't think having one is too much to ask, and I'll bet you have the same desire." No, Roy was going for the change he would experience after ingesting 5 ounces of the plant. "It's a good change." The elf on the mural shot the sun and grew the plants with its essence. So Roy thought the plants must have had a strong, unknown power. His body was urging him to swallow it. Every cell was screaming out its desire for the plant, as if eating it was a feral instinct, not unlike how a lost traveler would act when coming across an oasis in the desert. Roy wasn't doing it recklessly either. If anything bad were to happen, he would level up at will and heal using full recovery. Thanks to that, Roy had the courage to ingest it without worry. "You're desiring it, boy? Are you sure you aren't hallucinating?" Letho was perplexed, since he didn't feel any desire to consume the plant. "I have to warn you that our school doesn't know much about Child of the Sun, so nobody knows if you'll get hurt if you eat it. You might die, or worse, get cursed. You'd better think this through. I suggest you clear out your pocket to keep these babies so we can take them with us," Letho said. "Trust me, Letho. This isn't going to be a problem," Roy promised. "And even if something goes wrong, I can deal with it." Roy had made his decision, and he uprooted a whole Child of the Sun. The plant stopped chirping the moment it was taken out, and it lolled to the side, as if it had fainted. When he looked at the remaining plants, they screeched and covered the petals with their leaves, as if trying not to look at the villain who was about to kill them. "I feel guilty for some reason." Roy didn't act according to that guilt, for he wiped the dirt from the phenid he'd plucked, and popped it into his mouth. "The texture's nice." He bit through the leaves and stem easily, and a sweet juice filled his mouth as he munched on the plant, delightfully light and sweet. Roy tasted something else after finishing the whole plant, the sweetness of blood. It lingered in his mouth for a while before disappearing. Roy frowned and wiped the juice from the corner of his lips, and then he saw striking crimson on his finger. It was warm, just like human blood. His frown deepened. It felt like I'd just gobbled something that was alive. He closed his eyes to feel the change in his body. A strange warmth coursed through him, but it waned after a moment. Roy certainly felt something within him, but it wasn't enough to cause a change. Nothing changed in his stats or job, though a line with a vague green hue showed up in his skill sheet. Roy could see the outline of words, but they were blinking, threatening to disappear at any time. "A new skill is forming. It can't settle down because I didn't ingest enough." Roy confirmed the fact he had to ingest 5 ounces to see the change. "I'll just eat more of it then." "But I can't take them all. Gotta leave some for Letho. He uprooted another child of the sun, but Letho didn't stop him. Instead, he arched an eyebrow and leaned against the wall, planning to see what Roy had in mind. Roy ate another phenid, and another, and another, and another. Once he was done with the fifth, Roy stopped eating. Then he sat down in the meditation stance and felt the changes in his body. His brows and lips were trembling as the child of the sun released an enormous heat wave throughout his body. His blood-caked face, neck, and forearms were turning scarlet, as if Roy were being baked in an oven. The heat rushed to his brain, turning into thousands and thousands of lines of ancient text. He saw thousands of characters in his head, but he didn't recognize most of them, for he'd never learned that kind of alphabet. Everything was alien to him, though he could see they were rustic ancient. Even only a few were similar to the common speech he'd learned in the House of Kaer. To be exact, common speech was a derivative of the weird language he was seeing in his head. He was in a trance for God knew how long, and eventually, his soul memorized all the words he saw in his mind, including their pronunciations, the way to write them, and even their meanings. Roy had mastered a language just like that. Is this an ancient language? Roy snapped out of his trance, and his instincts told him his guess was on the money. The language he'd just mastered was ancient speech, the one elves used. But how'd I manage to do that? Is it because of the plant I ate? He turned to his character sheet and saw something surprising. You have ingested a sufficient amount of child of the sun. You now possess the talent of the Nell race. You have mastered ancient speech through the legacy of your bloodline. You have unlocked a skill, elegance of the wind passive. Elves possess extraordinarily elegant looks and great dexterity. Charisma +1, dexterity +1. Charisma, 5/6. Dexterity, 5.16.1. I can't believe a few plants just changed my bloodline. So I'm not a human anymore. Well, not fully, at least. Otherworlders like him didn't mind their bloodlines. He wasn't scared about becoming a witcher, so being an elf meant nothing to him. Now I'm an elf. So what? At least I'm not a dwarf or a gnome. That would have been a shocker. And I got 2 attribute points for free. He read through his character sheet again and saw that he wasn't an elf, unlike the ones residing in the Witcher world. Instead, he was a Nell elf from another world. The elves shared a complex relationship, but he knew that Ciri, the blessed girl, managed to travel through time and space thanks to her ancient bloodline, and the source of that was the elves of Nell. Will it be possible to gain a space-time skill with this bloodline then? He shook his head and smiled. That's too far-fetched for now. I'll put it aside. Letho had been watching Roy quietly, and he noticed the slight changes in Roy's hair and face. Roy's face had turned fairer and glossier. Not even the dried blood could cover it, and his ears seemed to grow longer and pointier, though he'd have missed it if he hadn't looked closer. When Roy opened his eyes again, Letho could see a galaxy in them. He's more conspicuous than before. How do you feel, boy? Great. Roy leapt up and stretched his arms before doing a backflip. I feel more flexible and balanced, and I mastered ancient speech. Ancient speech. Letho observed him. Your looks have changed a bit too after eating those plants. Where in particular? Roy touched his cheeks, nose, eyes, and lips, but he felt nothing different. I'll have to get a mirror. You look more sculpted now, and your ears got a bit pointy. That's how a typical part elf looks like. And then realization struck Letho. I see. Child of the Sun is one hell of an invention. It can even change a human into a part elf, he mocked. Humans toppled their rule, and they came up with a plant that could turn humans into elves. That was a good plan, I'll have to admit. But since they couldn't mass-produce them, it failed. You probably mastered ancient speech through the legacy of your bloodline. Letho stopped for a moment to look at Roy. You might just become something big, boy. Most part elves are. Part elves were born when either one parent was half-elf, or both of them were. Part elves were more human-like than half-elves, so they didn't look very much like elves. Thanks to that, they could blend in with humans easily. Only extreme racists would discriminate against them on the grounds that they weren't humans. Yennefer of Vengerberg, Falker who caused bloodbaths in the Northern Empires, and Vernon Ryan, the revolutionist leader, were all part elves. I'd rather you not joke that way, Letho. Roy was worried about something else. Can part elves undergo the trial? Don't worry. That's not a problem at all. In fact, being part elf can be a boon, Letho said. You'll have a drastically extended lifespan. I'd say you'll live until 120 or 30 if you don't get into accidents or have any terminal illnesses. Roy thought about it silently. Is that the benefit of being a half-blood? Since it's good for you, why don't you finish the rest? They're useless now since the recipes for the meds have been lost in time. Not like we would have any use for them even if they could be made. Witchers usually looked like they were in their mid-30s or 40s for a century or two. Most didn't even get that far in life, since battles would claim them earlier than a natural death would. That made divine beauty redundant. Witches had a high resistance to poison, and that made omnipotent antidote useless. Letho hesitated slightly before uprooting the chirping plants, and then he feasted on them. However, much to their surprise, nothing changed even after he ate 4 of them. Whereas Roy had felt a surge of warmth after having a single plant. Child of the Sun didn't do anything to Letho. I wonder why? The mutation, perhaps? Roy mumbled. Witches technically weren't humans anymore, since their organs and genes mutated after the trial. Maybe the change only works on humans. Letho noticed it and stopped eating. Instead, he asked Troy to keep the last one in his inventory space. I wonder if that sorcerer would kill us if he found out what we did to his phenid farm. Roy put Letho's arm around his shoulder and moved forward with painstaking effort. Highly unlikely. It had been more than 10 years since the barrier had been strengthened, so it had been weak. The sorcerer is probably dead. Letho answered. That sorcerer put in a lot of effort to make that room, but we reaped the rewards in the end. Is this also fate? Child of the Sun had another hidden effect that was only made known that night when Roy meditated. It was the first time he meditated after his bloodline change, and compared to the shallow meditation that only healed him, the meditation this time took him deeper into the zone, making him come into contact with the truth of the world. Roy's consciousness entered a densely dark zone, the novelty reminding him of his first mediation. The air around him was almost viscous, and he could see ripples that tied his consciousness down, stopping him from moving around. Then, a small flame ignited in the darkness. It was far, far away from Roy, and a single breath would be enough to extinguish it. However, it was resilient, and it approached Roy bit by bit, the astounding heat and destruction within it getting more pronounced with each passing second. And then a yellow light appeared. It was stable and anchoring, just like the earth. Then a green one moved around nimbly, just like the wind, and finally, a blue one that calmed and soothed him, just like water. Water, earth, fire, and air, the 4 elements were closing in on him. If Roy's soul had tentacles, he would have tried to grasp the elements. The elements were just teasing him though. They swirled around him and took a whiff before disappearing into the dark. No. Roy almost stopped his meditating state, but he clung on and held on to the minuscule elements around him. He could feel the elements trying to touch him, to dance and talk to him, but they seemed shy and hesitant. Stay. Roy roared silently, but that shocked them, and the last of the elements slipped away into the darkness, despite Roy's protests. Damn it. Roy ended his meditation, looking frustrated. Just a little bit more. Just a bit more and I could have grasped them. However, he had a feeling he could build a connection with the elements as long as he mediated and kept trying. Maybe I can even unlock my mana pool before going through the trial. But at least this is an improvement. Child of the Sun did change his bloodline for the better. Roy had been absolutely talentless at magic before, but now, he had a bit of a chance to connect with the elements after ingesting the plants. Chapter 81-90. The duo went further into the tunnels for Militel knew how long after Roy was done eating the plants. Since their supplies were running low, they estimated it had been 4 days, so they'd been in the tunnels for nearly a week at that point. Letho managed to walk by propping up his broken leg with his short swords and a piece of cloth while using Guaiha as a crutch. Luckily for them, the journey was peaceful. The monsters must have died from extreme starvation. The stagnant air finally began to flow, and that told them the exit must have been near. They were close to the surface. close to leaving the darkness of the tunnels behind. When they arrived into a bigger cavern after going through the narrow tunnel, Letho shushed Roy and put out his torch. Roy looked to where Letho was pointing, only to vaguely see a Neko warrior dragging its hands around the entrance. The Neko warrior was obviously bigger and stronger than the ones they'd faced before. It probably yet more than its brethren. It looked like an ugly, burly, hunched man, prowling like a guard dog. Its eyes were gleaming in the darkness, its nose twitching. And then it inched closer to the duo when it smelled their scent. But before it could get closer, Roy pierced its head with a bolt, and it fell with a thud. You killed Neko warrior. EXP plus 30. Roy kept his crossbow before going to take his spoils, but Letho held his shoulder. A moment later, 2 more Nekkers came out of the tunnel, and then a bloody scene followed. They didn't notice the duo, and they were attracted by the fallen Neko warrior's body. The pair took a whiff before pouncing on it. One of the Nekkers gnawed on the neck, while the other dug into the thigh. Their sharp teeth easily tore through the body's skin, severing vessels and flesh, and they gobbled everything down before looking up to the sky to swallow the flesh. When they were done, they licked their lips clean with their lizard-like tongue before going for another bite. The cavern was silent, aside from the sounds of chewing and tearing. Flesh and blood spewed everywhere, turning that spot into a gory mess. About 30 seconds later, a considerable part of the body had been devoured, leaving nothing but bones behind. The Nekkers stopped after eating a fifth of the body, and they dragged the remains into the tunnel behind them. Those Nekkers looked starved. Roy gasped, a chill running down his spine. Why didn't they finish it? Nekkers have a clear hierarchy. Letho coughed. Much like lions and wolves, the higher echelons enjoy the meat first. In this case, the warriors and leaders have the privilege to feast first. Once they're done, they'll give some to the nest, and then the normal Nekkers eat last. Those guys didn't take too much because they didn't want to anger their boss. He heaved a sigh. They were eating the body so they could evolve. Those kinds of creatures benefit from devouring the flesh of those more powerful than them. Evolution's more important to them than the desire to feast. Roy nodded, but then his face fell. They have a boss. I hope it's not a Nekker chieftain. Nekker chieftains were stronger and harder to handle than warriors. A single chieftain could rally the disorganized Nekkers and have them work together. The duo waited for half an hour before approaching the feasting ground. The body left trails of blood and flesh, so the duo wiped that all over them before drawing 5 diagonal lines on their faces. Then they hunched and trudged inside, not unlike the Nekkers. After turning a few corners, they came to an exit and saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The exit was right there, but what they saw made their faces fall. 30 feet away, light illuminated the group. Nekkers sprawled on the ground. They were entwined, squirming, grunting, not unlike pythons in heat. There were at least 90 of them, making them the biggest tribe the duo had ever seen. The body that was dragged in by the Nekkers earlier was placed behind the sleeping tribe, where their nest rested. Most of the body had been devoured, and the ribcage was revealed. Roy was reminded of mutton and beef on display. Sitting beside the nest was a green Nekker whose skin looked like armor. It was supporting its chin with its hand, and its eyes were closed, as if it were a thinker. It could have been one, if not for its thunderous snoring. As its chest heaved, its fangs would reveal themselves from time to time. Normal Nekkers were only 5 feet 4, but the green Nekker was 6 feet. It was taller than all the others. Even when it was asleep, it exuded a cruel, violent Nekker chieftain. Age, 20 years old. HP, 100. Strength, 8 strength of greed +2. Dexterity, 6 strength in numbers +1. Constitution, 10 strength of greed +3. Perception, 5. Will, 5 strength in numbers +1. Charisma, 2. Spirit, 3. Skills, leap attack level 8. Nekkers have great leaping ability, allowing them to attack from 10 feet away. It can leap toward its target quickly, attacking it with its fangs and claws. It gains +2 in strength when it leaps. Lasts 30 seconds. Corpse venom level 8. Nekkers live in places filled with corpses and decaying flesh. Thanks to that, their claws and fangs are imbibed with venom. Their attacks can weaken their target and cause bleeding as well as heat them up and cause intense pain. Strength of greed passive, Necker chieftains have ingested a great amount of flesh and have undergone 2 evolutions. They possess far superior life force and strength compared to normal Neckers. Constitution +3, Strength +2. Strength in numbers passive. Whenever Neckers move in packs, they gain +1 in dexterity and will. Leader passive. Necker chieftains are the leaders of Neckers. Neckers lower in rank can't go against its orders. Shit, Roy cursed silently. After all the battles they'd fought, they'd run out of bombs, potions, and oils. To make things worse, Letho was out of commission, and it took all he had just to move around. How are we supposed to fight them? They have a chieftain with them. He pondered on a way to escape. There was only one option left. They had to go through the squirming swarm without alerting even one of them, or they'd be dead if they were swarmed. Roy squinted in an attempt to see a way out. Even if the way was a narrow path, Letho suddenly tugged at him and gave him a look that said get back inside. Letho stared into his eyes. Listen to me, boy. You're going to leave by yourself later, he commanded. You're agile enough to get past them silently and quickly. Neckers don't sleep for long. If you miss this chance, but what about you? Roy interrupted, looking at Letho's fractured right leg. You got another idea? Roy sounded excited. Yeah, you getting away safely is better than us getting trapped here. Letho paused. You can get some help when you escape. I can easily hide for a bit. As if, Letho, you can barely walk, let alone hide from them. He shook his head, refusing. It's not the time to play here. I'll give you a piggyback ride. And that's it. Letho wanted to say something, but Roy said, You're asking me to be a deserter? A coward? Roy started convincing him. I'll be racked with guilt if I escape alone. I'll just be another civil hogger. That guilt's going to haunt me forever. And if I bring it into the trial, it'll be the end of me. Letho took a deep breath. He got me good. Very well then. We shall fight together once again. They tiptoed to the Necker heap to observe them for a while. Most of the Neckers were entangled tightly, leaving no space, but there were some small spots between arms, legs, or the Neckers, just enough for them to stand in. They looked ahead and managed to find an escape route, though a narrow one. Roy nodded at Letho, and then they started moving. Letho was 2 times heavier than Roy, so giving him a piggyback ride was no small feat. Roy felt like he was being crushed by a small hill, his face turning scarlet, and his veins bulged. Roy's breathing turned heavy, but he kept his mouth shut. He puffed his cheeks, gritted his teeth, and tried his best not to make a sound. When he put his left foot into the space between 2 Neckers, a terrible stench assailed him. Roy could see every inch of the Neckers' faces, and they were hideous. They were filled with blotches, and their skin was disgustingly rough. They wore nothing but loincloths, the bloated flesh of their bodies in full sight. Their mouths were filled with sharp fangs that had flesh stuck between them. He never expected to observe a living Necker at such a close distance, but it was terrifying. He was worried they would suddenly open their eyes and attack him. But that was just his imagination. Roy solidified his leg's grip on the ground before taking a 10-second rest. Then he stepped into the space between the Necker's arms. But the moment he did, a single drop of sweat fell into one of the Necker's open mouth. The Necker smacked its lips, its face scrunching. At the same time, Roy took a deep breath and stood rooted in place. Letho extended his hand over Roy's shoulder, getting ready to cast Odysee, but he didn't have to. A few moments later, the Necker turned around to hold its companion's legs and snore. The same thing happened a few times, and it felt like the journey had taken an eternity. They felt like a guillotine was hanging over their heads, ready to lop them off at any given moment. One misstep or grunt could spell the end of them. However, Roy managed to control himself well thanks to his dexterity. His spirit helped him keep focus, while his will resolved him to take every step without fear. A long while later, someone said in Roy's mind, "You have passed the 3rd trial, the Necker's hotbed." There were only 20 feet left, but it took Roy 5 minutes to finish them. Exhaustion caught up to him the moment he let Letho go. He bent over with his hands on his knees, his chest heaved, and sweat trickled down his legs. Every cell in his body felt hot and sore, but when he looked back at the Neckers, he felt accomplished. I made it through without leaving my comrade behind. But it wasn't time to celebrate. They quickly went past the chieftain, and it didn't seem to notice them. The chieftain still had its eyes closed, as if it were deep in thought. Eventually, they arrived at the exit, but it could only fit one person at a time, so Letho went ahead while he took the rear. However, a short while later, alarm bells started ringing in his head, so he turned around. Standing at the tunnel's entrance was the chieftain. It was tilting its head toward Roy, observing him. Its back was hunched, and one of its claws was hanging above the ground, while the other was before its chest. Its gigantic eyes gleamed smugly, and a grin broke out on its face. Then it laughed. Roy was smeared in Neko blood, but his camouflage was only effective with normal Nekas, not the sly chieftain. The chieftain let out a loud screech, and the tribe of Nekas awoke. Whipped into frenzy, they crashed into the tunnel, ready to kill the duo. Roy sighed. I guess we can't run. He gave up on escaping. He could escape alone, but that meant he would have to leave Letho for dead. The only way left is to fight. Fortunately, the tunnel could only fit one person at a time, so Roy could pick the Nekas off one by one. He fired a shot. The first Neka dying on the spot. A hole bored through its head. That didn't stop the attack, for the second Neka quickly leapt across the corpse and pounced at him on all fours. Roy couldn't reload in time, so he put his weight on one leg and swung his crossbow from right to left. Gabriel slammed against the Neka's chin and crushed all its fangs. The Neka fell back, howling in pain. Switch with me, boy, take the rear, Letho said hoarsely. He cast Agni, and the circle illuminated the tunnel, slowing down the Nekas. My legs hurt, but my arm isn't. Shut up, Letho. Roy gripped his crossbow before grabbing the air and brandishing Gwaihar out of nowhere. I can't hide behind an injured man like a coward. Time for me to protect you now. He thrusted the sword forward, stabbing the Neka's chest. Then Roy kicked the Neka and yanked his sword out. The blood splattered across his face, but he didn't care. His eyes started turning crimson from the mess. Then he slashed diagonally, and the blade sliced through the Neka's chest like butter. Fighting in a narrow tunnel was great, since there was no place to hide. All he needed to do was swing the sword around, and it'd hit a target. However, since his strength and technique were inferior to Letho's, he couldn't slice the Nekas in half in one blow. That flaw gave the Nekas a chance to attack. Even though their entrails were already spilled, they managed to claw at his left arm and drew blood. Roy winced. The scent of blood worsened their frenzy. The Nekas pushed their fallen comrades ahead like they were shields, slamming into Roy. Gwaihar was stuck in the meat shield, and before Roy could get it out, he was pushed back by a great force. He was still far too weak compared to a tribe of Nekas. Then Letho supported Roy from the back. He tried to hold himself up despite his bones almost being broken. He forced his muscles to give him one last push, and he stood up. At the same time, he extended his right arm across Roy's shoulder before making a blue triangle in the air. And then he pushed it forward. The air itself exploded, and Ard's impact sent the Nekas flying back, clearing the ground for them. Fine, if you're not backing off, then stay in the vanguard. I'll cast the signs whenever you need it. All right. The duo worked together once more. Though their positions had switched, Roy, who had always been the rear guard, was standing in the vanguard, attacking with Gabriel and Gwaihar, changing his weapons to fit the situation. Sometimes he'd bore a hole through a Neka's head, then he'd change weapons and slice their body open. Blood was starting to drench him, and wounds were starting to pile up, but Roy showed resolve by refusing to take a step back. Letho stayed behind him, using his battle experience to cast signs in the most appropriate situations so he could sustain himself longer. He kept hidden up at all times to slow the Nekas, making them easier to kill. If it were just a single Neka attacking Roy, he'd cast isekai'd to confuse it, creating an opening for Roy. But if they came in a group, he'd send them flying with Ard. It didn't take long for them to mesh well together. 2 minutes later, more than 15 Nekas lay dead at their feet, but new Nekas clawed their way through a few moments later. Once again, Roy stabbed a Neka's eyes with Gwaihar, piercing its head, and then he pulled the sword out. Blood trickled down the blade, and at the same time, it was trickling down Roy's trembling wrist. His breathing was heavy, and he started wobbling. The battle hadn't been long, but already his chest, shoulders, and arms were wounded. The Necker's venom started to work, making matters worse. He felt himself heat up, and pain coursed through his body like needles. His strength was leaving him, and his vision started to blur. And if that wasn't bad enough, Letho was almost running out of mana. Then, Roy vaguely saw a big monster come out of the Necker wave. It roared at Roy before pouncing on him, like a carriage hurtling toward its destination. Roy reflexively fired a bolt at it, and it hit the target in the eye, but oddly, the shot didn't kill it. The big monster howled in pain, but it didn't falter. Though the arrow stuck out of its left eye like a sore thumb, Letho cast one final isekai'd to confuse it, and it was stunned for 1 second. Roy took the chance to stab it in the abdomen, and then he mustered the last of his strength to slash up, destroying its insides. Then blood spurted out of the wound. Most Neckers would have lost their strength from the pain and blood loss at that point, but the big one was stronger than most. Even after being injured grievously, it could still make one final attack. It howled into the heavens and glared at Roy with malice. A moment later, it slitted Roy's throat open with its claw, and its attack didn't stop until it sliced Roy's chest open. Roy's blood, flesh, skin, and bones flew through the air, and his blood spurted on the chieftain's face. An intense pain that was beyond the one he'd felt with the first potion coursed through Roy. He almost blacked out from it, but before he realized what was happening, he died. His eyes were unfocused, their gleam lost. All he could feel was the great darkness enveloping him, dragging him down to his final rest, never to see the sun again. Boy. Letho's familiarly hoarse voice became that one little ball of light that woke him for a split second, but that was enough for him. Level up. He saw a golden light flash before him, and then every cell in his body screamed in pleasure. Roy's eyes became focused once more, and they shone crimson. Roy cast fear, freezing the chieftain in place. In the final moments of its life, all it saw was a boy holding a sword, aiming for its neck. As the gleam of the sword illuminated the chieftain, everything around it started to spin, and it saw a headless body standing before the boy before everything faded to black. Blood spurted out of the chieftain's neck, and it fell back with a thud. You have killed Necker Chieftain. EXP plus 100. Level 4 Witcher 602,000. Roy had leveled up, but he didn't have time to check the details, for the fight wasn't over yet. He held Gabriel and Guiha, preparing to fight, but the Necker tribe ignored them. Instead, they dragged their dead chieftain's body out of the tunnel. Obviously, that was a far better reward than 2 humans, so the Neckers engaged in a skirmish over it. They started killing their brethren brutally, all for a bigger share of the chieftain's body. Letho snapped him out of it. We'd better leave now, boy. He looked at Roy's chest and neck, but there weren't any wounds. Much to his shock, he had questions, but those could come later. You don't want to stay around and wait for a new chieftain to be born. They moved ahead in the tunnel, but the Neckers didn't give chase anymore. The sun was getting brighter and brighter, while things were starting to get more lively around them. Millipedes and spiders scurried between the cracks of the boulders, while star-nosed moles were burrowing out of the cracks, squeaking at the weird creatures before it. Roy was going ahead, working as hard as a mule. He was waiting for Letho to shoot his questions, but Letho hadn't seemed to notice the magical change that had happened in Roy. Even Roy couldn't believe it. The moment he leveled up, full recovery not only healed the lethal wounds, but also the injuries caused by the lesion. The skin of his injuries looked like it had been reborn. It was clear, clean, and didn't seem scraped. His whole body was healed, inside and out. His wounds weren't the only things that went away. Hunger, fatigue, poisoning, diseases, and even the exasperation after the long battle in the tunnels, had disappeared. He was, in a sense of the word, perfect. Full recovery is more powerful than I thought. There were a lot of new messages in his character sheet, but he'd leave that until they escaped successfully. Letho knew what he wanted to say, and a smile broke out on his blood-caked face. I don't want to know about your secret for now, boy. Not even if you're going to tell me you're Melitel's son. You can tell me when you really want to. The atmosphere finally returned to its peaceful state. After passing through 3 cobwebs, Militel finally smiled at them. A hole appeared not far ahead of them, though it was high in the air. Dried vines and broken rope were dangling around the hole, and a broken ladder swayed beside them. The weather became warmer after they left the Mahakams. Roy didn't feel too cold, even though he wasn't wearing much. A golden light was shining down on them. Once Roy had settled Letho down, he put his hand above his eyes and went to the space under the hole. The light was blinding after the week of darkness in the tunnels. He had to squeeze his eyes shut when he looked up. After taking a while to adapt, he slowly opened his eyes. Gods! Are you kidding me? I can't fly. Fate seemed to be pulling another prank, for the exit was 30 feet in the air. Even witches couldn't jump that high, and they were a lot stronger than most people. Roy was most people. He could see the blue sky, the glaring sun, and some dried grass through the hole. It was alluring, but he couldn't reach it. Which bastard cut the rope? He was like a lost traveler who saw an oasis in a desert, but when nearing it, found that it was nothing but a mirage. Roy didn't want to give up, so he fiddled with the ladder. Damn it. Even if Letho could stand above the ladder and lift me up, we still wouldn't reach the exit. And with how he is right now, Letho can barely walk. They had no choice but to give up on that exit, and they went ahead, finding something a short while later. On the wall was a sign with a pair of crossed hammers on it. Looks like Militel hasn't given up on us. A wall stood at the end of the tunnel, seemingly blocking their path. But a few meters ahead, the ground sloped steeply downward. Roy went to take a look and noticed an underground pond that gleamed. The bit of light wasn't enough to shine on the whole pond, but Roy could vaguely see conical stalactite jutting out of it, as if they were the fangs of a beast. It was a nice pond, but its surface and the ground around it was covered in heaps of foul excrements. The pond was a shithole made by the Neckers. This is probably one of their toilets. It's flowing, so it probably leads outside. How else would those Neckers get their food? But a shithole at the end of the tunnel? Is this a joke? Roy felt disgusted, and he had a bad feeling about this. No, I have to find a way to escape through that hole. I can tie a rope to Guiha and toss it up. That might work. Keep this for me, boy. Letho unraveled the bandage around his leg and handed the short sword that was holding it in place to Roy. Okay. Roy kept the short sword and looked at the pond again. Why did you do that though? We don't have time for questions. Can you swim? Letho asked. Yeah, my home's near a river, you know. I always went swimming. Roy was talking about his previous world. Hey, wait. He knew something was up, so he made a break for the hole, but Letho was faster. He pulled Roy back and shoved him into the pond. Roy's eyes widened in horror, and then he held his breath and scrambled to grab something, but to no avail. He fell into the pond with a splash, plunging into the area with foul-smelling water. Congratulations, you're one big step closer to being a witcher now. Letho hunkered down and took a deep breath before jumping into the pond after Roy. Book 2 end. The morning breeze blew across the vast plain, kissing the billowing smoke coming from the village afar, and it trailed toward a stream at the end of a roaring waterfall. The golden sunlight shone on the earth, but more particularly on a young man's naked body. The young boy was clutching his stomach as he retched into the stream. His face was pale, and there was nothing but bile left for him to puke. At the same time, he glared at the bald man on the grasslands who was resting his eyes and using his hands as pillows. The bald man was also in his birthday suit, but his sturdy build kept him safe from the cold wind's assault. You're still not done yet? Man, even dwarves can't beat you in drinking, I see. Roy rolled his eyes. Yeah, thanks to you. And he puked again. I saved you, though. The underground stream was deep and long. Roy had almost suffocated down there, but luckily, Letho had caught up to him and had taken him to safety. So we're even now, Letho said. They set up a bonfire to dry themselves up. At the same time, Roy managed to find a piece of wood to keep Letho's hurt leg in place. Then he fashioned the remaining wood into a crude crutch. When he was done with all that, he sat beside the bonfire and concentrated on his character sheet. Roy. Age, 13 years and 11 months old. Status, civilian, witcher disciple. HP, 55. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 5.16.1. Constitution, 5.5. Perception, 7. Will, 6.5. Charisma, 5.6. Spirit, 6.5. Skills. Massacre level 4. Observe level 2. Meditation level 2. Crossbow mastery level 1. Elegance of the wind passive. Job. Level 4 Witcher 602,000. Rank, disciple. Conditions for next rank: pass the trial of the grasses and kill 10 types of magical creatures 7/10. Next rank, rookie. Witcher school, Viper unconfirmed. User hasn't taken the decoction of the grasses yet. Job perks. Main stat, will. Every time you level up, your will be increased by 0.5 without any cost. Disciple. Evolving arms. You have bound Gabriel crossbow leveled up, Guiha steel sword leveled up. Silver sword, none. Full recovery. You will make a full recovery every time you level up. Most injuries can be healed, including internal injuries and broken limbs. Debuffs such as hunger, fatigue, poison, plague, and curses will be removed. Loot package, 2 cubic meters. You have 1 attribute points and 1 skill points left. Roy powered up a lot from the spelunking in Smiak. First, he gained an L bloodline, turning him into a part elf, granting him +1 in dexterity and charisma. Aside from that, he could feel more magic when he was meditating. Next, he gained a level in his job, so his will was increased by 0.5 automatically. He hadn't planned on making will his main stat, but when he leveled up on the verge of death, Roy subconsciously made the choice. Letho's charisma was his worst stat, followed by will. 10 points might have seemed a lot, but it was nothing compared to his other stats. In other words, it was incredibly hard to see will increase. Will was also related to fear's effect. As long as he kept killing monsters and leveling up massacre, will would become more useful. He knew fear wasn't the only skill will could affect. The stat description itself said will could interfere with reality when it reached a certain point. I'm looking forward to it. Besides, will was crucial for his survival in the trial of the grasses. He'd been surprised when he'd noticed will as his main stat, but he didn't regret it. After lots of consideration, Roy had decided to allocate everything to Constitution and will before undertaking the trial. Letho did promise him he'd use the Leshen's mutagen for the potion if Roy's physique passed the bar he set for him. Roy wanted that mutagen, so he'd do whatever he could to get it. Roy allocated the attribute point to Constitution and the skill point to Meditation. Since Meditation's level up would add 0.5 to Constitution and Will, Roy would see a 1.5 point increase in Constitution, and a 0.5 point increase in Will. That would cause him to see a 2.5 point change in his stats, so he wanted to get used to them before adding it to his stats and skills. Roy was about to concentrate on his bound weapons to see their change after leveling up, but his ears pricked, and he doused the flames before hiding in an alfalfa bush with Letho. A moment later, 2 farmers came over with their arms around each other's shoulder, and their hoes hung across their backs. One of them looked delighted. "Did you see that show last night? That dancer's slimmer than a snake, I tell you. And her face is as white as snow. She's just like a goddess. I can't believe the filthy elves would have such beauty among them." "What's the troop called? Sea lion or something?" "It's sea scorpion, ya oaf." The other farmer spat, looking oddly arrogant. "And she wasn't dancing, you dolt." "That's called tightrope walking. And that elf Seveline Gallo. That's a work of art." "Dumbass. Usually only the rich get to watch that." "Yee, I ain't got nothing you told me, but if there's one thing I know, it's that I'll watch it again if she's gonna perform tonight." The farmer rubbed his hands lewdly. "You dolt. What if your wife finds out about this? You're gonna starve. I'm gonna wreck her pussy if she does that, just you see." The farmer came to the alfalfa bush and took his pants off, revealing his soft member. "Look at this. It's bigger than old Dervish's donkey's." Only that elf could get it hard again. He aimed at the bush, humming with his eyes closed. Then everything turned black. When he woke up, he and his friend were lying side by side. The night breeze was caressing their naked legs and chest hair. The farmers were in nothing but their underwear, though they were holding 2 crowns each. "Did someone rob us? The money's enough to get us new clothes though." They looked at each other, flabbergasted, but then they smiled. Roy was wearing a set of clothes that was 1 size too big, and he smiled wryly. "Why did I even hide from them anyway?" Reflex. "You stayed in the tunnels for too long," Letho answered. "I attacked civilians though." "Does that count as a violation of the code?" "Are you dumb, boy?" Letho was hobbling behind him, wearing a set of clothes that was 1 size too small, his chest almost bursting out. Letho pouted. "That was self-defense, got it?" "They'd be pissing on you if you hadn't done that. And I'm sure you don't want to go around naked." I see. I hope the crowns are enough to pay for the damages." The weather warmed up after they left the Mahakams. The duo went toward the village to see if they could catch a carriage. The ground sloped downward, pointing toward a field that had a lot of cereal planted on it. Alders surrounded the field, forming a path that led to and fro the area. As they followed the path, the duo was led to the lakeside. Hidden behind the alder trees was a pond filled with ducks that quacked incessantly. A crude pier and lonely canoe sat quietly among the reeds, while nets and traps were set in the water. Roy stared at the ducks and licked his lips. "I've had it with dry food. Since we're staying for the night, let's get some meat." He never expected the resources on the other side of the Mahakams to be that abundant. "So, are we in Temeria now?" Letho answered. "To be precise, we're in Elender, though it's Temeria's duchy." He paused for a moment. "You're getting used to the toxicity after the doses, I see." "We'll rest here before going to the Temple of Militel to proceed with the trial." Roy's heart skipped a beat. He'd been looking forward to that, but he was also worried. Roy stammered, Letho, I've always wanted to ask, but is your bald head a side effect of the mutation?" They'd been traveling together for months, but aside from some stubble, Letho hadn't grown an inch of hair. On the other hand, Roy could tie his hair into a ponytail at that point. "Why?" Letho arched his eyebrow fiercely. "Got cold feet because of some hair loss?" Roy denied it. "No, I'm just curious. Mutations happen randomly. You might not go bald, but you might lose some chest hair or some color in your skin. But that's nothing, really." "Maybe Gerald lost his melanin during his mutation." "That's probably why he has white hair and looks like someone with albinism." "Is there any way to prevent that, then?" Letho patted his shoulder. "If you can get a sorcerer to help you out during the trial, they can alter the mutation and prevent most of the side effects from taking place." "Are there any sorcerers in the Temple of Militel then?" Letho didn't answer. Eventually, they arrived at a human settlement, though it was just a small village. Rows of rickety houses lined the paths, and the barks of dogs and the crows of roosters were heard. The villagers threw curious glances at them, while the snotty brats chasing the chickens around sucked on their thumbs as they looked at the duo as if they were exotic animals. Roy, however, only had eyes for the circle of carriages in the center of the village. More than a dozen people dressed differently from the villagers leaned against the carriages, chatting happily. "Is that the sea scorpion troop?" Roy massaged his forehead before going up to them with Letho. When the duo neared the carriage, they noticed 6 people leading the troop. 2 of them were young ladies, while the others were men. One of them was an elven sorceress with black-red hair who was wearing a yellow, silk dress. She had a slim body, fair skin, beautiful features, and of course, a pair of pointy ears. This must be Eveline, the one the farmers were talking about. The other lady was Dand. Instead of the reserved attire most women would don, she wore a white striped, leather midriff top that enveloped her generous chest snugly, revealing her toned abs and sexy, muscular legs. Her nose was long, and her features were manly. She had a mohawk and mysterious tattoos on both cheekbones. The 4 men had unique get-ups too. Their clothes were vibrant and fashionable. Unlike the villagers, there was one muscular middle-aged man with a mustache, a tall, lanky man, and a pale, feminine one. The duo observed them, and so too were they observed. Eveline frowned at the duo's stares, but she didn't fly into a rage. On the other hand, the tanned lady was staring back at them. Feral. A burly, mustached man standing at 5 feet 6 came out to welcome them. However, he was subtly on guard. "You two seem new here," I take it you aren't Shire locals? You must be the Sea Scorpion troop. Roy smiled warmly, his gaze gleaming charismatically thanks to his passive skill. I'm a traveler from Lower Posada, Turn. It's across from the Mahakams. This is my uncle, Letho. He hurt his leg on the way here, so he can't move well. I heard the villagers talking about your troop, so I came. If it's possible, can we hitch a ride? You're a traveler? The man looked at Letho. Very well then, you may call me Alan. Alan the Sparrow Whisperer. Our troop has wandered across the lands and come across many fabulous things. Your eyes are sharper than an eagle's and gleam brighter than the sun. I know you're no ordinary traveler. To be more precise, you're a witcher. But you seem to have been robbed. Yes, I'm Letho, from Viper School. This is my disciple, Roy. Letho admitted. Tell us what you're really here for. I don't think witches would just play a prank on us. The members stood beside Alan, looking hostile. The lady with the mohawk snarled, and she whipped out a dagger from her boot and made it dance between her fingers. Letho presented his hands, showing he meant them no harm. Calm down, everyone. The boy is right. I've hurt my leg. He pulled up his pants to show them his injury. You can verify it for yourself if you don't trust us. I think you know most humans are prejudiced against people like me, so that's why the boy didn't tell you everything. The troop members' expressions softened right away, as if they felt the same way Letho did. Roy took the chance to ask, if I may ask, will you be going east to the Mahakams or taking the long way through Lower Sodden? No. Alan's eyes gleamed with longing. We're going west, where the heart of Elendor is. There, we shall perform. And then we will be heading to Vizima before May Day next year to take part in a grand spectacle. Roy and I are going to Elendor to visit an old friend. Is it possible for us to ride with you? Letho rubbed his leg. I hurt my leg in a battle with monsters, and it's still not healed, so I can't walk too much. Riding on horseback won't be feasible either, so a carriage would be perfect. Well, Alan was in a dilemma. They'd have agreed to it if Letho was a normal human, but he was a powerful witcher. Alan was worried he might kill everyone on a whim. Even though witches were outcasts like them, Alan still felt like refusing him. We would never ask for anything without pay. It won't even take a week to get to Elendor in a carriage. Letho raised 3 fingers. 30 crowns if you'll give us a lift. The short, ugly member looked tempted, but Eveline refused Letho. I'm sorry, Mr. Letho. If you take a look at our carriage, you'll see that it's filled with necessities, props, and Alan's trinkets. We don't have much space left for you, Miss Gallo of Nsay. Roy went around Letho and bowed at Eveline with his right hand before his chest. You can choose not to trust Letho, since he is a stranger, but I am not. I'm your brethren. That is reason enough to trust me, isn't it? Eveline's eyes gleamed, and she looked at him closely. It was then she noticed Roy's pointed ears, and his looks had subtle elven traits to them. Are you a half-elf? No, you're a part-elf, aren't you? She said. Roy only had subtle elven traits, but he could speak ancient speech, so he said, in she spina teed at again. Eveline was pleasantly surprised after hearing that, and she felt a surge of affection for Roy. And then she noticed her teammates looking confused, so she explained, he was saying hello in ancient speech. That proves he is one of my tribe. Though your name is weird, Roy. I've never heard anyone from a branch of the family use human names before. Oh, my foster mother gave me that name, but she has long passed. Roy stared down, pretending to be sad. You poor thing. You aren't even 30, are you? Eveline frowned in sympathy, and then she held Roy's hands reassuringly. Call me Eveline. Then she gave her teammates a pleading look. Fine, then. Alan sighed resignedly. Since Eveline trusts you, you may come with us. But a word of warning. I'll have to set some rules before you go in. Break them and we'll break you. The duo nodded, and Alan told them about the troop in detail. There were about a dozen people in the troop, including the handyman, hitchhikers, and bard. The main ensemble was Alan, the Sparrow Whisperer who came from Rivendell, Cantilla, the Blade Dancer from Zerrikania, the nation in the desert east of Blue Mountain, Collins, the Swallower of Flames, Feroz, the Joker, Amos, the Gwent performer, and Eveline Gallo. the acrobat from Dolblathana. Roy finally remembered where he'd heard of Eveline before. If he was right, she was the one who would help Gerald complete the condition for Hearts of Stone, and the one who would later go on to steal from Posada auction house. But it's still a few years too early for Gerald to get his hands on the Heart of Stone. The moon shone on Shire Village where the Sea Scorpion troop was staying at the moment. That night, they were circling a bonfire in the village center, enjoying a grilled meat banquet with the newcomers. Alan took the main seat and raised many toasts to the duo. I welcome you to the troop. Roy, Letho will be your comrades for the next few days, at least until we reach Elender. He downed that mug of wine and raised another toast. But I have a few things to mention here. Since you're coming with us, you'll be following our rules. You'll have to talk to everyone before doing anything. If you break that rule and cause any trouble, we'll have to ask you to leave. We've been wanderers for a long time now, so that's fine with us. Letho raised his cup calmly. Oh, good wine. Castel Ravello's Pomino, and 10 years of age. At that. Ah, it seems you know your alcohol, Letho. I see that folklore has demonized witches quite severely. Alan grinned, hyping the mood up. The flames were starting to crackle as the lard from the pig it was roasting dripped into it. It roared higher, and the aroma wafted across the air. Eveline was beside Roy, talking about the interesting things she'd seen after she'd left her tribe. Cantala was giggling and nibbling away at Eveline's ear, her eyes gleaming. Sitting across from them was Amos, who had a hook nose and was wearing a headscarf. He was leering at Eveline, though of course, he got no response. On the other hand, the ugly Feroz was huddling closely to Collins as they bit into the roasted meat together. Roy noticed their mouths were almost glued together, and they looked very much in love. They're obviously dating. Brokeback Mountain in the Witcher world, huh? Roy was surprised, though the troop members weren't. He tried his best not to show any discomfort by shifting his attention to the meat. The flames crackled, and the smoke was filled with its scent. Its fat-to-meat ratio is just right, and it instantly melts in your mouth. This world's people sure know how to cook. Letho and him looked at each other and dug into their meat, holding a silent competition. They'd been eating biscuits and dry food for a week. It was their first normal meal in a while, so they appreciated it. A guest came halfway through the banquet. It was an old man, who was also Shire's chief. I hear you're leaving tomorrow, but if it's possible, can you stay for a while longer? Alan answered calmly. Why? The chief sighed. Things are getting bad. Misfortune is running rampant. Boogeymen have been seen in the Mahakams, and you'll probably bump into kobolds or spriggans while on a leisurely stroll. Fairies and Druzorki have been kidnapping hundreds of children from the villages around, while drowners hide in the swamp, waiting to get the jump on passing carriages. And diseases we've never even heard about before are breaking out. It's disastrous. He downed some wine, and his face turned scarlet. It'd be a dull life without wandering troops putting on shows whenever they pass through villages. Most of us would have hung ourselves at this point. Roy burped and wiped the grease from his lips. So this chief is trying to lick their boots? And where did he hear those preposterous stories from? If monsters were running rampant, we would be seeing a lot more witches than we are now. Alan, the leader of the troop, was also flabbergasted by the sudden praise. You flatter us. We aren't as noble as you think. All we're doing is giving our aid whenever possible. It's great to hear that we put smiles on Temerians' faces, especially in these troubled times. He snapped his fingers at everyone and let out a loud whistle. Then something magical happened. A small, grey falcon darted out from the dark and flapped its wings as it perched on Alan's gloved hand, the flames illuminating it. The falcon nodded at everyone and cawed, and then it pecked at the roasted meat. And we didn't do it for free. Your village's roasted meat is quite a dish. Art says it loves it. Alan gazed at the falcon lovingly, as if it were his own son. I am delighted to hear that. Stay here for a while longer. Eat, drink, and be merry. The chief raised a toast. If it's possible, I want to tell you how I feel. He clenched his fists and started talking. It's just a few days' trip to Elender, but it's not safe. You should stay here for a little while longer. At least until Elender's troops have cleared the path. Our troop isn't weak. We won't be stopped by mere bandits. Alan sounded confident, And from what I've heard, Elender's Order of the White Rose only cares about the safety of the city. They don't care about the villages around them. It'd take too long if we were to wait for them. Alan was trying to ask the villagers of Shire about his true goal. Everyone stopped what they were doing at once and waited for the chief's answer. The chief trembled for a while before resolving himself. Then he said, "I'll be honest then. Shire's in a predicament right now. Our trader, Andre, has been gone for half a month now, and we have no news about him at all. Rolling, who went to pick some herbs near the swamp, went missing as well. I fear the worst might have happened." The chief paused for a moment. "And misfortune has been spreading throughout the village for a while now. Before you came, we were suffering from missing livestock. Chickens, dogs, cows, goats, sheep, you name it, and we hear all kinds of eerie screams at night." Tom, the night patrol, is scared out of his mind and refuses to step out of his house, even now. But the situation took a turn for the better once you came. Alan looked at him coolly. "You're saying something's behind this, but we scared it away." "Yes." The chief nodded incessantly. "We think it's either a petty thief, or a ghost, or a phantom, but since you've arrived, the ghosts haven't shown up. They're probably scared of you guys." The troop members were on high alert after hearing that. Cantilla licked her dagger, and she seemed to be raring to go. Eveline looked pensive, while Collins hugged Feroz. Amos averted his gaze and curled on himself. "I didn't mean to hide it from you guys. We can prepare a bounty for you, as long as—" Alan interrupted him. "We won't change our plans. The troop leaves tomorrow morning." The chief rubbed his hands, looking disappointed and awkward. "I can understand why they're angry." Then he looked at Letho, who was already greasy and tipsy. "Witcher, can you and your disciples stay back then?" He hesitated for a while. "We'll pay." "Sorry." Letho apologized. "My leg's badly wounded. Even walking is difficult for me, let alone fighting." Roy wanted to say something, but he stopped himself when he thought about Letho's injury. Best not to cause any unwanted trouble for now. In the end, the chief left, looking despondent. The night darkened, and the members were drowned in their own thoughts. On the other hand, Roy took Letho aside for a quiet discussion. Roy and Letho retired for the night in a tent on the outer ring, since the inside ring of the carriage was reserved for the troop's ladies. Alan's tent stood out from the rest as usual, since it was set up far away from the carriages. He'd take his owl out for a hunt every night, as well as take watch. At least according to Eveline's testimony. After he was done with dinner, Roy looked into his details that had changed after he'd leveled up. He wanted to see what had happened to his weapons. Bound weapons. Gabriel used to be an old, dusty hand crossbow, but it powered up after the level up. It has also become a better match for your abilities. Type, hand crossbow. Materials, mulberry wood, tendon, hemp. Details, weighs 5 pounds and measures 2 feet. Has a draw weight of 20-30 pounds and an effective range of 100-150 feet. A spirit dwells within. Simplify. Gabriel reloads automatically as long as there are bolts in your inventory space. Reload time is now 0.4 seconds. Guaiha, an ancient black metal flame sword made by gnomes. It has acquired a new skill after powering up. Materials, black iron, lava, meteoric iron, pinewood, and body parts from powerful monsters. Details. The sword weighs 3.06 pounds, and its handle measures 9.3 inches, while the blade comes in at 36 inches. A spirit dwells within. Circulation, heals the user for a small amount of stamina after every kill. Ignite, every hit has a very low chance of igniting the target's blood and causing burn damage. Roy was grinning from ear to ear as he read up on his weapons. Gabriel's power-up was a big surprise for him. Not only did its damage get an increase, its reload time also enjoyed a dramatic speed up. In his previous battles, Roy's enemies would have gotten near him before he could even fire his second shot, but he doubted that would happen again. He had to waste 4 seconds to reload before that. But after the power-up, all Roy had to do was aim and shoot. The system would do everything else for him. The time he saved was enough for him to fire 3, or even 4, shots. Even if he was flanked by 3 enemies, Roy was confident he could take them all out before they could even get near him. Since Guaihe was already a rare sword to begin with, its power-up wasn't as drastic as Gabriel's, but having one new skill was nice. Though he'd want to see how Ignite could help in his battles. Roy wanted to test the weapons out right that instant, but he thought it would be rude swinging my weapons around when I just got here. They'll think I'm a murderer. He stuck his head out to see if there was anyone around, but to his disappointment, the patrols were doing their job. Left with no choice, he kept his weapons. Since his curiosity would have to wait for its chance to be scratched, Roy entered meditation. He was exhausted, but he knew that was also the best time to power up. Eventually, he could feel the elements around him. Though there were only traces of them, the elemental energy was still sheepish, but they were curious about him. Roy could also tell they wanted to come into contact with him, since they were swirling around him in silence. Even though it had only been days since he was turned into a part elf, he could feel his affinity slowly strengthen. It was barely noticeable, but he was confident he would be able to control the elements as long as he kept it up every single day. It was a peaceful night. When Roy exited meditation the next morning, the sun was already shining on the land. Another glorious day. Alan was directing the packing, and the villagers of Shire came to help too, even though their request had been declined. Roy also noticed a group of kids huddling around the carriage. They seemed reluctant to say goodbye, and Roy could understand why. They were village children after all, so that it was probably their only chance to see a troupe perform up close. Letho was in the carriage, taking in the bustling but orderly scenery. At the same time, Eveline smiled and rolled her sleeves up before stuffing her carriage with some turnips. Eveline. Even though he'd managed to get close to her the night before, Roy still felt awkward after meditating. "Did you sleep well last night?" "I did, thank you. Not to worry, Miss Eveline," Letho interrupted. "The boy's been following me ever since his mother's death. He can sleep in swamps, bushes, cemeteries, and even shitholes." "Shut up, Letho." Roy threw him a look of complaint. "Can't he keep quiet about the shithole?" Then he looked at Eveline nervously. "I care a lot about personal hygiene, unlike that dirty witcher over there." Letho looked at him mysteriously. "It's still a few months away from spring, boy." Roy took a moment to think about that. "Yeah, it's not mating season yet." "That's besides the point. Why do I want to leave a good impression on Eveline? And why can't I keep this urge in check?" "Did puberty hit me?" "No, the bloodline did." Eveline looked envious of the duo's relationship. "My, you two seem close." "I bet you were lying when you said he was your partner. You guys look more like father and son to me." "As if I'm his disciple." "Witches are sterile," they refuted Eveline at the same time. "I see." Eveline pushed her hair back. "Did you two hear it last night?" she asked nonchalantly. "Yes, but vaguely." Roy went back to the matter at hand. "The dogs have been barking all night, and there were growls coming from the ranch, but nobody saw who or what made those sounds. I wonder if there's actually a ghost here." "Maybe it's getting up to no good now that the troop's leaving." Shire's chief tried to persuade the troop to stay one last time, but Alan adamantly refused. Everyone finished packing up before noon and bade goodbye to Shire, where they performed for a short while. Acres and acres of field that had lettuce, spinach, and turnips planted on them flanked the winding road ahead of the troop. The 6 carriages sauntered down the path, leaving nothing but wheel tracks and hoof prints behind. There were a few young men around the carriages, walking on their own 2 feet. Those were vagrants who joined the troop halfway through. They mainly managed manual labor and made little money from it, but it was enough to keep them alive, and they could enjoy the scenery. Having a group around them made them feel safer too, since empires switched hands at blistering speed everywhere. Disasters, skirmishes, and wars were rife. Deserters eventually became bandits and thugs in remote villages, forcing people to leave their homes. According to Eveline, the earliest tramps came to them more than 2 years ago. Without any land or home to call their own, more and more vagrants were born each day. The vagrants would go with the troop until they came across the land of their dreams. There, they would settle, but most of them would probably stay as tramps for most of their lives. All of a sudden, Roy thought Emma's plan for conquest wasn't too bad. "Why'd you leave your home though, Eveline? I think you should know this, brother." Eveline had a sad look in her eyes. Everyone in Dol Blathana lived in peace for a few years under the Queen of the Field's leadership, but the Daisy of the Valleys led them back to the warpath. "I have a feeling they're conspiring something big, something terrifying. I didn't want to have more blood on my hands, so I left." Roy thought about the ladies in Dol Blathana. Queen of the Fields and Daisy of the Valleys were two different factions in isekai'd. The former was a pacifist who wanted nothing but peace. She'd even pretended to be a normal girl and lived with the humans to that end. The queen was born with great magical talent, and she brought life everywhere she went. Daisy of the Valleys was a warmonger. She was the future queen of Dol Blathana, and the mastermind behind isekai'd. She'd repay every violent deed done by the humans tenfold, but she would also come on to abandon isekai'd for the elves. That was a story for another time though. "Your turn, Cantilla. Why'd you come all the way to join the troop?" The exotic blade master looked into the distance. "The people of Zerrikania are born warriors, and I want to prove that I'm the best of them all." She smiled, looking ever so dazzling under the sun. Then she pointed at the tattoo on her jaw. "One monster, one tattoo. I think that's fair. I got these from killing an Arrakis and a basilisk alone. I'd love to have tattoos all over my body while I'm still young. After all, can't exactly wait until I'm a decrepit old woman who can't even hold a blade properly." She paused for a moment. "I have to go on this adventure, to search for the creature of my homeland's beliefs. So you're looking for a whim?" Roy knew that Zerrikania's emblem was a dragon, and the leaders even built the Temple of Divine Dragons. A dragon, but yes. Roy didn't know what to say to that. True dragons, like white dragons, black dragons, red dragons, green dragons, and rock dragons, could easily destroy draconids like forktails, wyverns, dracolizards, and of course, solo witches. Their physical strength was overwhelming, not to mention their fangs and claws. On top of that, they could breathe fire, acid, and even steam. There was also the Golden Dragon, a legendary dragon said to have mastered shapeshifting. "You have a great dream," Roy said genuinely. Cantilla raised her chin proudly. "I know you're laughing at my ignorance, but I'm not going to conquer them with brute force. Believe it or not, us Zerrikanians have a close link to dragons. I'll conquer them with my devotion. Of course." "Good luck." "What about Alan? Why did he create the troop? Any big dreams behind it?" "No." There was a look of longing and romance in Eveline's eyes. "Alan travels around the world to search for his true love. He says he can only be released from his pain after he finds the love of his life, the mother of his pets." Is he a bard?" Roy had thought that Uri was an owl, and Art a falcon. "That's weird and romantic at the same time." He thought Eveline was kidding. Eveline threw him a look, but before he could ask, she continued, "Colons and Feroz love each other, but unfortunately, they aren't nobles. Their love isn't what those nauseating nobles call a thing of dreams. Obviously, their relationship isn't accepted by anyone. All they got was discrimination. They can only act like a proper couple in the troop. Anything the nobles did would be romanticized, but the same thing was a death sentence for civilians. What do you think about them?" Eveline stared at him, her eyes sparkling. His heart skipped a beat. Well, I pray for their love, I think." He was on neutral grounds when it came to LGBT issues. "What about Amos?" Cantilla snorted in disdain. "He's a bastard." Roy rubbed his chin. "He's a Gwent performer, so he's a good player, isn't he? Does he have any rare cards? I think I can play with him." While everyone was having lunch, Letho called Roy and excused them from the troop. "Did you smell it?" They went into the bushes beside the path. Roy nodded. It was a group of carriages that carried a lot of merchandise. They just left Shire not long before the troop, and everything should have been normal. But Roy smelled blood. "It's not human blood. I smell insects in it." Letho activated his Witcher senses to see the scent particles. He went past 5 gnarly trees before stopping in front of a burmedic bush. Then he pulled it back, and what was inside made Roy gasp. There was a small hill of corpses in there, the stench of blood wafting through the air. The corpses looked like grey spiders, enlarged a few hundred times. Since it was winter, They were still fresh. The duo didn't rush to investigate the scene. Instead, they brandished their weapons and moved ahead cautiously. Letho then cast hard on the corpses to make sure the critters were all dead. Weird. Why is there a hill of monster corpses here? It's not something monsters or beasts would do. Letho beckoned Roy, and the boy went to check on the corpses. Their bodies are covered in fur and chitin. No distinct line between the thorax and abdomen. They have 4 legs and a small head. Can't make out the facial features. Letho tried to mislead Roy. Endrega workers, huh? Nice try. I don't see any stinger or pincers on them. These are kikamores. Endregas and kikamores were insectoids born after the conjunction of the spheres. They usually lived in the wilds and hunted beasts or even wandering humans. They were also a threat to witches. Roy turned the corpse over, revealing a soft, yellow belly that was vulnerable compared to its gray, armored back. This is why it's dead. Someone or something gutted it. It's putrid, green entrails splattered on the ground. Its legs covered in dirt. Must have struggled before it was killed. Roy brushed his hand on the edge of the wound, looking concerned. Then he checked another body. Claw marks on its back. And most of its body is twisted. The killer must be strong. Look, it almost got torn in half. This one's got holes in its belly. Looks like something bit it off. It's a clean bite in the center. But the edges are jagged. Its killer's teeth are sharp. Canine-like, probably. Roy continued. Oh, this one's still alive. But barely. Insects are resilient, huh? Roy put it out of its misery. You killed a kikamore. EXP plus 30. 2 types left. Roy pulled the bolt from the insect's head. It was drenched in green blood, and Roy got some on his hand. He pulled out a handful of grass covered in dewdrops to wipe his hand off. Got anything? Letho gave him a quizzical look. There are 13 bodies here. A whole kikamore colony. The killer took out a whole colony on its own. Roy was frowning, concerned. With claws sharp as daggers and teeth lethal as poison. Probably panthers or wild dogs. Or foglets, maybe. Letho had voiced his opinion, but he knew he was wrong. No beast is strong enough to take them out that cleanly. Foglets have different teeth, and besides. Roy scanned the scene of the massacre. I have a feeling there's only one killer. These aren't the killing grounds. Everything's covered in grass, and there's a lack of footprints here. Letho stopped asking him about the killer. If that's the case, the killer must be as powerful as a witcher at their peak. Do you still want to continue? Roy was in a dilemma. We have to do this whether we like it or not. The troop could get attacked at any time, and we'll be right in the middle of it. We have to at least find out what that thing is so we can prepare for it. Roy knelt one on knee and plucked a handful of grass that was caked in red blood. The killer's blood. I have to tell Alan what we're up to in case they get worried. I'll leave the tracking to you. After Roy had gone off to the troop, Letho hobbled along the path for a few minutes and arrived at the source of the scent. There was nothing there except for some craters on the ground around it and barren tongue trees and messy footprints. Most of them were the kikamore's footprints, but there were a few gigantic footprints among them. The most distinct part was how they only had 3 toes. There was also something bizarre in the clearing's center. Green spheres the size of human fists huddled together tightly, but there was a smidgen of reddish-black among them, obviously caused by a claw. Those were kikamore. But they were destroyed, leaving nothing but sticky fluids and dead young kikamores. It doesn't leave anything behind, huh? Letho investigated a tongue tree and saw some claw marks on the bark. He wondered if they were left by the killer on purpose, and then his eyes gleamed. The troop members were starting to get restless when Letho came back. Alan even came to talk to him. Please don't stay away for too long next time, Letho. Everyone's been waiting for you. You might not need this advice, since you two are experienced survivalists, but don't leave the camp at night. Alan waited for their answer and only left when he got their guarantee. What did you find? I went back to the scene after you left and found something interesting. Letho looked in Shire's direction. The nest isn't that far from Shire, and there's frequent activity between both spots. What are you trying to say? I found bones of livestock in those bodies, and also a human shirt. Roy was surprised to hear that. So that means the chief got it all wrong. The villagers weren't harmed by Ruzorki or fairies. These Kikamors did it. Then he looked confused. The killer's doing them a favor? That's weird. Roy and Letho were talking in the carriage. Why did it kill all the Kikamors? To keep the villagers safe? Roy couldn't believe his guess. The killer was a strong monster from what they'd seen. And none of them would go out of their way to help humans. Do you know what the killer is? Probably. Everything else matches it. Though there's no urine. Letho didn't look too sure, but best not speculate before we actually see it. So why did it do this? Roy asked. Is it protecting the villagers? Letho answered. Probably a coincidence. Maybe it just moved here, and it's very territorial, so it killed all the Kikamors. The troop should be fine if they get out of its range. Letho calmed himself down. Don't worry too much about it, and don't tell the troop about this. At the same time, the troop was keeping a close eye on the duo. You've been getting along with them well, Eveline. I trust you know them fine enough? Alan crossed his arms, his eyebrow arched quizzically. We don't hear anything bad about the Viper School in the north, and they look normal enough, but for some reason, I think they're hiding something. Eveline bit her lip. I'm sure Roy's fine. I can trust him, but... She changed her tune. I'm not sure about Letho. He's a man of few words, and even fewer emotions. I get the chills every time he looks at me. It's like he can see through my soul. His injuries don't seem fake though. They say witches are emotionally messed up. Looks like that isn't just a rumor after all. Collins thumped his hairy chest. Fret not, Alan. I'll keep an eye on those two. It's just a witcher with a limp and a little brat. They don't even have weapons to boot. We can take them down easily. Watch it. Alan warned him. They're our guests, so don't get on their bad side. We might need their help someday. He turned to Eveline. Eveline will keep an eye on them for us. Don't let them out of your sight. Roy's interested in Gwent, right? Get Amos to play a match or two against him. He'll win some crowns for us. And Collins? Don't let them run around tonight. Yes, sir. Eveline went back to the carriage Roy was in, while Alan leaned against his carriage and let out a shrill whistle. A moment later, Art darted out and perched on his arm, holding a grayish-white feather in its beak. Alan's face fell. You cheeky boy. He smacked Art's head. Pulling a prank on her again when she's asleep? She's your sister. You should protect her, not bully her. Art cawed for a while before staring down like a child who got scolded. Then it pecked at Alan's hair, trying to get back in his good books. All right, fine, but if there's a next time. Art tucked its trembling wings in and nodded incessantly. Good boy. Alan stopped his bad cop act. My boy, do you think I can find my love in Ellender this time? Art cawed again. Good boy, I knew it. My love is in Ellender. Alan caressed his falcon lovingly, but there was great sadness in his eyes. Letho was meditating and healing himself up in the carriage, while Roy was staring at the long road ahead of them, worried. The killer that wiped out a whole Kikamor colony must have been as strong as the Leshen. Even though it couldn't revive, the traces it left told them that the monster was faster, stronger, and had a bigger bite than the Leshen. Roy didn't think he could go against that monster in his current condition either. Letho was injured, and their items had run out. The whole troop would be in danger if they were attacked by it. Everyone in the troop was also observed by Roy. Most of their stats were slightly higher than normal humans. They were nimbler or stronger too, but only slightly. Also, they had one or two basic combat skills, so the troop members were on par with normal soldiers, but not even a dozen of them could take on that monster. Something's wrong. The members don't seem too strong, so why is Alan so confident they could beat the bandits? Is it overconfidence or something else? Roy thought the case wasn't so simple. From what Eveline had told him, he realized the troop had traveled to many countries and regions, but they'd never gotten into any big trouble. Since he couldn't figure it out, Roy ignored it and concentrated on his character sheet. 1 attribute points and 1 skill points left. Roy allocated the attribute point to Constitution, and then he felt a surge of warmth course through his body, as if he were bathing in a hot spring. He could feel countless hands massaging him, rejuvenating his body. Constitution, 5.56.5 HP, 55-65. Since he had experience adding 2 attribute points at the same point, adding only 1 point didn't burden him at all. In fact, the comfort was slowly making him sleepy, but it was not to be. He noticed a gale coming toward him, and he dodged by reflex. Annoyed, he looked up to see a card spinning back to its owner. Then out came a man in a white robe. His head was covered in a turban, his long mustache wiggling on his lips. The man was lanky, but he was built big. Amos the Gwent performer looked surprised when Roy had managed to dodge that. The thing he threw at Roy was a standard Gwent card. "You're nimble, boy." As expected from Letho's friend. Roy held his anger back. "Is that so?" He sized Amos up. "That's a unique way to say hi, Mr. Amos. This is the first time someone tried to kill me just to say hello. Is this your hometown's custom?" Amos leapt up to the carriage, his robe billowing. It was just a friendly greeting. "Besides, you're fine, aren't you?" Amos leaned against the carriage smugly. Roy stared down and made a decision. "Do you need something?" Amos raised his head in provocation. "Eveline told me you're a great Gwent player despite your age. Coincidentally, Gwent's my hobby. Care to play?" "Sure." Roy rubbed his hands. "Why don't we make this spicier? Let's bet something." He smiled innocently. Amos beamed. "I don't see why not." Amos wiped the sweat off his forehead, but the heat was still suffocating him. He loosened his collar, but it didn't have any effect, so he took his turban off. It was a cool, winter day, but his dried, curly hair stuck to his head, drenched in his sweat. "What's going on? Why am I losing everything?" Amos thought he was fighting on equal grounds with Roy, since they both had wins and losses, but when he actually took the time to calculate his losses, he realized he lost everything. The right side of the board where he'd put his rare cards was empty. On the other hand, the right side of Roy's board was stacked with rare cards, attracting everyone's eyes, as if they were precious stones. It was a devastating loss. Not only did Amos lose the crowns Roy paid the troupe, he even lost Vasema, his gold card, and his necromancer, a silver card. He went through a lot to get those cards, since they never showed up on the market. This sly little fox. He finally realized what was going on. Roy might have looked like an inexperienced boy, but ever since the game was underway, he'd been luring Amos in like a fisherman waiting for his fish to bite the bait. When he'd realized what was going on, he'd already lost everything he had. "But he's just a boy." "Impossible. Is he a prodigy?" Amos looked at Roy seriously. He wondered if Roy knew what he was thinking or if he was cheating. He always turned the tables and took Amos down. Even if he wasn't the best player, he was among the top. Amos knew he couldn't afford to stay arrogant anymore, so he pleaded sheepishly. Roy, can you give me back my cards?" Every Gwent performer worth their salt has a gold card, you know. "Those cards are the prize of my trade." Amos squeezed a tear out. "I can't live without them. My life's gonna be a mess." "I see." Roy threw him a look. "How much are you going to pay for your life, then?" Amos froze. "I keep all my money back in Vivaldi. I can take it out once we're at Elender, though. I just want the cards. I guarantee you won't be disappointed with the price. We'll see about that when we're in Elender." "Is there really no room for discussion?" "Winners keepers." "You can't be a sore loser, right, Mr. Gwent performer?" Amos flew into a rage. If fury could burn, the whole place would have been razed to the ground. But then he glanced at Letho. Even though Letho had his eyes closed, he still struck fear into Amos' heart. Since he couldn't do anything, Amos snorted and left the place. "I'm done." Then Roy said, "You might win the next game. I have Yarpenzigran here, you see. It's a gold card." Amos stormed away. While Roy beamed, he'd won back his crowns and a gold Gwent card as a bonus in just a few games. The bouncer back in Walls Inn said the Gwent tournament would start in the north soon. "I'll have to take part in it in Elender if I get the chance." Letho's guess was probably right on the money. The caravan was out of the monster's territory a short while later, and they weren't attacked either. The next couple of nights were uneventful, though Roy tended to most of Letho's needs, so Letho spent most of his time recovering. Thanks to that, he regained part of his strength. Also, Amos seemed to be really salty about his losses, so he asked his troop members to challenge Roy. "Roy, ever the welcoming boy, accepted their challenges and made a small fortune. Since then, everyone looked at him weirdly. They were fearful, but also angry. The only one who ever won against him was Eveline, and that was only because Roy let her. When Amos found out about that, he stopped haunting Eveline. He was ashamed to even talk to her, since it meant she was a better player than him by extension. At least he knows his place. But he keeps looking at me like he has some plans lying in wait. Roy wanted to teach him a lesson, but he was on someone else's turf, so he refrained from doing so. He was also annoyed about something else. The troop had been keeping a close eye on them, albeit subtly at times, but that couldn't escape his perception. He could feel the members' eyes on them at all times. Even Eveline was supervising him, and she was genuinely nice to him. Everyone else was just pretending to respect them. He never felt so annoyed before, not even back in Kaer or Mount Carbon. It was the first time he felt that upset when someone so blatantly distrusted them. It was worse than facing off against a bloodthirsty monster. He was a human boy to begin with. Even though he'd seen the discrimination faced by the witches, the full effect didn't hit him until he was at the receiving end. Letho once told him, "Monsters aren't the first problem new witches will run into. It's the change in humans' attitude. Most spend years getting used to the discrimination. Humans are social creatures, but witches have to learn to live alone. I have to face monsters and humans' bad attitude, huh? Best not to dwell on it. I should meditate." Roy started spending more time on meditation, just like Letho did, and half a day had passed since then. Something interesting also happened over the next couple of days. Roy noticed Alan leaving camp one night with his owl, Ari. He went into the bushes outside the camp area, and he didn't even bring any weapons with him. When Roy looked into it, he realized Alan was doing the same thing every night. Owls are nocturnal animals, so I can understand why it goes out at night. But why'd Alan go along? He's not much better than a normal guy. He'll get himself killed by going into the forest at night. Letho's necklace didn't detect any magic from the troop members, so Roy knew Alan didn't have any magical items on him. Alan kept bringing Ari into the forest every night, until the 5th day game. The sky was overcast that day. Dark clouds hung above them, and rumblings of thunder were heard from the heavens above. After getting through the forest, the troop came across a path that was flanked by rocky walls. Halfway through the valley, the troop stopped, for they noticed a fresh trail of blood on the ground. Everyone started whispering, while Roy brought his guard up. It looked like someone or something dragged the bloodied body up the path. The victim's body must have been cut up by the sharp rocks as it got dragged along, leaving chunks of flesh behind. It was obvious that that place was ground zero. Aside from the trail of blood, there were also strips of cloth, some boots, a few rusty hoes, and weapons improvised from farming implements. The trail extended ahead. Behind the boulders flanking the path ahead stood a destroyed spike, though every piece was as big as a carriage. What kind of monster did this? Alan quickly ordered the troop to get out of the valley. Everyone backed off, and Alan decided to investigate the scene along with some of the members. The duo insisted on joining the recon team, and Alan failed to dissuade them, so he let them do what they wanted. The putrid stench of blood filled the scene. Letho sniffed the air to look for clues, and then he hunkered down to observe the flesh and blood on the ground. He touched them and pondered for a while. This is fresh. The attack probably happened last night. Surprisingly, nobody was shocked to hear that. Instead, they were calm, abnormally so. Roy was used to it, since he practically killed a mountain of neckers, but he didn't expect the troop members to be as well. So they came across something similar before. Be careful, Letho. You aren't fully healed yet, and God knows if there's anything in there, Alan suddenly told them. I can hold my own. The team approached the boulders ahead of them, which were as big as the destroyed blockage behind the boulders. The road narrowed to a small path that only allowed one carriage to cross. Roy leapt onto the boulder and looked down. This is a natural barrier. It's perfect if you want to hold the fort, and anyone who wishes to travel to Elender must pass this valley. I'd stop any travelers and extort them too if I were in the same position. What are you trying to say? This isn't Elender's official checkpoint. Shah's chief is right. The path to Elender is blocked by bandits. But these guys got caught in something bad. Where are they right now? The team went around the boulders and saw the 300-pound blockade. Then they noticed the small hill of human corpses. Some had their throats slit open, some were disemboweled, some had their spines broken, and some were torn to pieces. The tattered clothes they were wearing were already drenched in blood. Roy was reminded of the revolutionists he'd met outside Aldersburg. The Temeria wilds are full of resources. Even if these guys hated farming, they could have become poachers that'd still put food on the table. Why'd they become bandits anyway? The hill of corpses finally sent the team into panic. A scrawny man stood up. Why don't WEG go around, Alan? Foolishness, a muscular, mustached man retorted. The bandits are dead, and the blockade is smashed to pieces. Why should we go around? I say we go ahead. Yes. Someone agreed. These bastards deserved it. This must be retribution from Militel. A devout believer said. Militel, huh? Roy dismissed it. Militel wouldn't be so cruel as to break anyone's body. He and Letho looked at each other before going in to investigate the corpses. There were 15 of them. Most of the deceased were adults, but there were 2 kids and an old man. When Roy found 20 crowns on the corpses, the pious member went into a frenzy. See? I told you this is divine retribution. Militel's giving me her blessing. She's always generous and helps her believers. Nobody else would have stumbled upon those crowns. Yeah, there are a lot of crowns. A guy with scabies on his head laughed. Enough for a few pints, eh? Shut up. That's blasphemy. Nobody noticed Roy and Letho looking more and more worried as the investigation went on. The bandits suffered the same wounds the Kikamors had. But we left that place days ago. Did it follow us? What happened, Letho? Is something wrong? Letho gazed at everyone sharply, and some of the members shivered from the intensity of his gaze. What happened? Letho didn't answer, so Alan turned to Roy. Roy snapped out of it and gulped. The killer isn't human. No human has this kind of strength, nor do they have claws, and the footprints aren't human either. But the killer isn't Militel. What is it then? Everyone was waiting for the answer nervously. But Roy changed the topic. Hey, you said Militel always helps you out, didn't you? Did she clear the path every time you guys ran into the same problem? Yeah, I've been traveling with the troop for 2 years, and something this freaky happened twice. Another guy backed him up, albeit without certainty. Now that you say it, it's actually true. Once in Dolblathana, and Kaer, the team started making a ruckus, but once naught from Alan shut them up. Alan went up to Roy and grinned toothily. Letho, Roy. He let out a hearty laugh. Let's call it a day, eh? The bandits are dead, and you guys got some money out of it. Now, let's go back and push forward. No matter what it is, it helped us out, didn't it? Yeah. His team said. Letho answered calmly. Very well then, we'll call it a day. Roy went back silently, but once he got into the carriage, he mumbled, I saw a scar on his neck. That scar's new. We got everything wrong. The one who killed the Kikamors wasn't in Shire. He's always been with the troop. We're playing with fire, but it doesn't seem to be hostile at the moment. Nor did it do anything unforgivable. Letho looked confused too, since all that monster knew was chaos and mindless murder. Can beasts really possess human intelligence? The proof is in the pudding. Let's just keep quiet and watch. Letho answered. They couldn't do anything else anyway. And Letho started wiping Guiha, while Roy looked weirdly at Alan, who was calming everyone else down. Chapter 91 to 100. The moon was hidden behind the thunderclouds that night, and a loud crack of thunder later, rain fell. Roy felt the raindrops falling on his hand, and then he pulled his arm back. It's raining. And then, as if on cue, the tents and carriages were buffeted by the rain. The raindrops sounded like cloud drums, and the northern gale blew at the tents, threatening to uproot them at any moment. Then things got worse. There's a situation. Roy went out into the rain, and Letho followed. Their shirts were drenched in an instant, but they didn't have time for that. One of the troop members was screaming in the distance, but his voice was almost drowned out by the rain. The duo quickly went to him. What happened? A monster attacked us. The man was breathing heavily, his face pale, but he managed to hold Letho's hands. "You have to help us, Letho. You're the only one who can do it." He was shivering uncontrollably, obviously shaken to his core. "Where's everyone?" Eveline, Cantala, and the other guys went after it. They were headed to the swamp. They told me to hold the fort. Roy looked into the distance, but the rain and darkness was stopping even him. He could only see 20 feet ahead of him, so going after them in these conditions would prove unwise. "Calm down." Letho calmed the troop member with Odysee. "The rain started not long ago. Did you manage to see the monster?" "What did it look like?" "It was too dark, so I didn't see it clearly, but its eyes looked feral, like a cat's or a wolf's, and they gleamed." "I see." "Where'd Alan go, then?" The man frowned. "I didn't see Alan, but I saw Art and Uri flying east." "We'll be back soon, so stay here and don't go anywhere," Letho said. "I'm counting on you guys." The duo strode into the darkness, their boots squelching against the ground. Letho was carrying Gwaihir, while Roy was holding his crossbow. Neither of them had a torch, for the moonlight was enough light for them to go on. "Is he out of his mind?" Roy was frustrated. "Why'd he pull this stunt on a night like this? I thought he was supposed to be the troop's guardian. What if his members got hurt?" Letho replied calmly. "He must have realized we found him out earlier. This is just a trap, and we're walking right into it. He'll come for us if we don't. And he won't be friendly. We should take the bait and see what he's up to." They went ahead, crouching and hiding in the rain. A short while later, they saw the flicker of a torch ahead, and they heard the voices of the members who'd gone after the monster. Right when they were about to rendezvous with the troop members, an owl appeared before them. It cooed for a moment before perching itself on Roy's shoulder. Its wings were wet from the rain, so it couldn't fly well. It raised its fat wings and pointed to the left. "This is Alan's owl, Uri. Is she giving us directions?" Uri heard Roy's mumble and nodded at him with an uncanny show of human intelligence. Then she opened her wings and stood up to bow at them, much to Roy's surprise. "Is she bowing to us?" "You're such a lady, Uri." Uri covered her face with her wings sheepishly. "Whoa, she understands human language. Alan's more complicated than I thought." Roy eased up a bit, since Uri was trying to be friends with them. They followed her directions for about 10 minutes before arriving at a mini pine forest. The rain was blocked out by the dense foliage, and a boulder that stood at 5 feet sat at the end of the winding path. There, a towering figure sat. Roy cast observe on it from a long distance away, but it wasn't the same data he got a few days ago. "So this is observe's weakness. It can't see through a shapeshifter." "No, a cursed one." Alan, age 33 years old. Status, Sea Scorpion Troop. Troop Master. He is the founder of Sea Scorpion Troop. A proactive and charismatic man loved and respected by his troop members. Sparrow Whisperer. After an unexpected mutation, Alan possessed the ability to communicate with his pets, the falcon, Art, and the owl, Uri. Thanks to that, he rose to fame in the show industry. You have uncovered his hidden identity thanks to the investigation. Cursed one. He is afflicted by a terrible curse. Alan will become a werewolf on the night of the full moon and some specific nights. The slaughter begins. According to the legends, werewolves possess the evil and cruelty present in both humans and beasts, but Alan seems to be immune to that. While most werewolves are nothing but mindless killing machines, Alan's mind stays intact. HP requires higher perception. Strength, 13 reform plus 5. Dexterity, 15 reform plus 5. Constitution requires higher perception. Perception, 15 feral instinct plus 5. Will, 6. Charisma, 4 reform minus 2. Spirit, 5. Skills. Reform passive, half man, half wolf. All killer. Werewolves are the kings of darkness. Plus 5 to strength and dexterity, but minus 2 to charisma because of its grotesque looks and body odor. Feral instinct passive. A primal instinct embedded in its genes grants werewolves incredible perception. Werewolves can detect murderous intent and its enemies' weaknesses. They can sense danger almost perfectly. giving them more time to dodge attacks. Speedy regeneration passive. Its cursed flesh has incredible regeneration speed and can heal minor injuries instantly. Can consume enemy flesh to heal medium injuries and recover some HP. Plus 10 to Constitution. Feral Howl level 5. It can summon wolves or werewolves in its vicinity for help through a special howl. It's superior to me in close combat, but Letho's better. Roy gripped his crossbow tightly as he estimated the number of shots he could fire before Alan could come near. 2, maybe. So, are you Alan or are you a werewolf? Why did you call us here? The silhouette leapt down from the boulder. The moon shone on its fangs and exposed gum as it tried to grin, but all it managed was a sneer. The snout was getting in the way. Good. Seems like you guys aren't idiots who kill monsters the first chance they get. Let's talk. Its voice was guttural and deep, and it wasn't attractive at all, especially not when it was inching closer to the duo, its body towering over them, its big claws shining coldly under the moonlight. Harry cooed happily and flew toward Alan. The rain became heavier, penetrating even the dense foliage, wetting the werewolf's fur. It slowly stalked toward them, the ground squelching under its feet. All right, that's enough. You can talk from that spot. The werewolf stopped 30 feet away with its arms crossed. It stared at the duo, its eyes wide. Ari and Art were standing on his shoulder, rubbing against its furry face. Why did you ask us out at this hour? Roy was aiming at the cursed one. I mean you no harm, so don't pull that trigger. I don't mind you hurting me, but if these two get shot, this talk will be over. Oh, trust me when I say I shoot well. They won't get hurt, not one bit. Very well, then. The werewolf looked at Letho, though Letho was just observing it in silence. You realized what I was when we were in the valley, didn't you? Yes, we thought you were in Shire, but we never expected you to be in the caravan with us. The werewolf stared down and let out a sigh. I knew those bastards would be trouble. Then it looked up at the duo with pleading eyes. But I had no choice. The troop is my home, and the members are my family. I can't let them get hurt, so I got rid of the source of the problem. It licked its claws. Do you think I was wrong? No. Letho answered. They were just bandits anyway. Probably killed more than a couple of humans. They weren't innocent. I would have done the same if you hadn't done it first. The werewolf chuckled. I knew you'd understand. Your kind does the same thing, right? Letho didn't answer, though his silence was an answer in itself. He was already 80, after all. There must have been blood on his hands, and some of it had to belong to innocents. Killing some bandits would be a piece of cake for him. The werewolf knew it had hit the spot, so it continued. I might have turned into a monster, but as you can see, my mind is still my own, and I've never killed any innocent people. Its voice started trembling. But are you going to kill me anyway? Roy thought about it for a moment and stared back into Alan's eyes. We aren't saints, and you aren't a mindless monster. We wouldn't even have come if you hadn't lured us in. We'll just keep this up until we get to Elender, and that's it. Can you keep this a secret, then? Alan put his hands together in a prayer, though it looked funny. The members are my family, but they're just human. Most can't accept werewolves, so please keep this a secret from them. How would you know if you don't talk it out? Roy eased up and put his weapon down. He couldn't bring himself to hate the cursed one who was pleading for the sake of his friends. But sooner or later, the cat's gonna get out of the bag. You can't hide it forever. Just keep it a secret until then. Besides, we've been working together for years. Some of them know something's up, but they never expose me. Alan looked crestfallen, so his birds begged at him to cheer him up. Why do you trust us? Letho suddenly asked. Alan made his best attempt to frown, and then he smiled bitterly. I tried to ask witches and sorcerers for help after turning into this, but they either ended up trying to kill me or making me an experimental subject. No one would help. The two of you look like level-headed, reasonable people, and you heard me out. I figured I could take this bet. Yeah, he's just out of options, Roy thought. How did you become a werewolf then? And those birds of yours used to be humans, right? Alan paused for a moment to think about if he should tell the duo about his past, but finally, He resolved himself to do it. This is the cult of the lion-headed spider's doing. Alan paced back and forth in frustration, recalling a painful memory. This is a curse from that cult's priestess. I turned into a werewolf, my children became birds, but my wife had it the worst. She became a frog. Oh, okay. Roy wasn't sure how to process that. The Frog Prince reversed. Man, I know he's complex, but that's out there, even for us. Roy had read about the cult of the lion-headed spider though. It was one of the many evil cults on the continent. They'd sacrifice live people to appease their cruel god. Their emblem was a lion-headed spider on a web, and their priestesses all possessed powerful curses. I see. No wonder Eveline said you were searching for your true love. It's because you guys are cursed. I'm not exactly a smart guy, and I can't ask anyone for help, he said, but I found some inspiration from fairy tales. They say true love can break all curses. I think the curse can be lifted if I find someone who loves me and my kids. Roy was surprised that Eveline hadn't been making things up. So he's actually searching for true love. What about your actual wife, then? Poor Sheena. She left us 3 years ago. Couldn't take it anymore. That memory brought nothing but pain. The gleam in his eyes was snuffed out, and his snout hung open. Art and Ree started cawing and cooing too, as if trying to mourn. Roy knew he shouldn't laugh, but it looked amusing and sad at the same time. He asked Letho, "Can you help him?" Letho was surprised, though he turned to Alan. "Killing monsters isn't all a witcher can do. We know how to lift curses too, though only to an extent. We might be of some help if you would tell us your story in detail." "Is that true? You can lift the curse, Letho?" "No guarantees, but I can probably point you in the right direction." Alan looked up at the moon that was almost hidden behind the leaves. The rain almost muffled his voice, but the duo could hear him perfectly. "I'm Alan, a farmer's kid from Rivendell." Most of my friends were farmers' kids too, but Sheena was an exception. She was a clerk's daughter. She was educated, kind, gentle, and had hair as beautiful as iris flowers. And she had a smile cuter than anything else in the world. He paused for a moment. If it weren't because of that one incident, someone like her never would have come across someone like me. She probably would have married the mayor's son or a noble's child. She could have lived a wealthy life, but fate decided to throw something at her. That something was me. It was back when she was 17. Sheena was on a trip, and she fell into the New Y. I jumped in to save her despite knowing the danger. We'd fallen in love the moment our eyes had met, and we started meeting in secret. Alan's eyes were starting to smile as he reminisced about the good old days. Even his fangs gleamed happily, as if they too were in love. The children felt their father's happiness too, so they swayed. A peasant and a clerk's daughter. Unthinkable, but that was what fate wanted. We dated in secret for a year, and then Sheena got pregnant with the twins. PR/N, the New Y is a river. Hey, wait. Roy interrupted, much to Alan's surprise and annoyance. So Sheena was pregnant when she was 18? How old were you then? 28 and still pathetically single. Alan stared down and grinned sheepishly. A 28-year-old peasant and an 18-year-old daughter of a clerk. Did the two of them even have any mutual topics to talk about? Roy needed some time to process that, and he was shaken when reality hit him. He wanted to say something, but decided against it. "All right, you lucky guy. Looks like fate does have some plans in store for you." "Yes, I was fortunate that Sheena fell for me. Of course, we couldn't hide her pregnancy forever. So we eloped. Or else her family would have probably disowned her, and the whole town would have called her all sorts of names. We'd left one night and escaped into the great forest." He clenched his paws and looked down again. "But I was a useless man. I didn't prepare enough for the trip. We got lost in the forest, and when we were about to run out of supplies, you met her." "That priestess," Roy interrupted. Alan nodded solemnly. "Rachel saved us. Took us to a rundown temple and took care of my wife until her delivery. I need to confirm one thing." Letho frowned, looking serious as well. "Did she ask for anything before she helped the two of you? Something like a reward?" "No," Alan replied adamantly, but the duo realized he sounded sadder than before. "After my wife's delivery, Rachel held Ree for a while. Then she said the unthinkable." Alan's voice was starting to get hoarse. and his face contorted with rage. That bitch wanted our daughter. Ari was just an infant, but she wanted to take her away before Sheena could even see her. Can you imagine how hard it was for us? Alan roared at them. Roy took an involuntary step back and aimed his crossbow at Alan by reflex. She wanted Ari to stay with her in that dark, humid, putrid place and inherit her legacy. Rachel wanted her to become a hack, a servant for the disgusting spider. I would have said yes if she wanted me as her servant, but she wanted my child. Alan's eyes gleamed crimson. Naturally, I refused her, he said coldly. He had a faraway look in his eyes, as if screaming at something that wasn't there. We'd convalesced at the temple for a while until Sheena had felt better. The bitch noticed us when we were about to take her away, and then she started making those gestures. I was reminded of the witches in children's stories and realized she must have been cursing us. Scared out of my wits, I got a knife and plunged it in her belly. Alan tensed up. Not even the rain could muffle his heavy breathing and pounding heart. A long while later, Alan fell dead silent. We hid in the temple, waiting for Rachel to bleed to death, and then we saw the weird signs she'd drawn on the ground using her blood. That marked the start of our nightmares. He sighed. But the curse isn't all bad. At least I'm free of any and all disease, and I never tire. Also, the whole family became telepathic, so we can communicate freely, made hunting and caring for them easier, and I started a traveling circus to take them on a trip around the world. But Sheena couldn't take it. She hated slimy stuff like frogs when she was alive. She held on for 2 years, but eventually, she succumbed to the curse. I was practically a one-man show back then, so I thought I should just disband the troupe, but my kids were why I kept going. I had to do this to find a way to lift the curse. Then I stumbled upon the way to get rid of it, and as you know, it's true love. I thought it only existed in fairy tales, but nay, I didn't lie to my members, since that was my goal. I sought professional help, and I realized I might be one woman's kiss away from lifting this curse. I worked hard to fall for another woman, but I couldn't do it, no matter what. That's why I was never blessed with true love, and my kids have been cursed for 5 years. Do you still love your wife, then? Letho asked. Of course. I would like to see her right now, but... Alan looked at his children. I can't leave my children alone. As you should. Sheena gave you 2 beautiful children and shared your curse. Rachel was only targeting you. But because you and your family were bonded tightly by fate and bloodline, they shared your curse without knowing it. Thanks to that, you retained your sanity despite getting turned into a werewolf. Oh, and one more thing. Letho arched his eyebrow. You lied to us. The lion-headed spider's goddess might be evil, but her priestesses followed the ancient laws nonetheless. There's a condition if she wants your child to be the temple's heir, and that condition is to entwine your daughter's fate with hers. Most priests use the law of surprise for that. The law of surprise was an unwritten law that had binding effects. Even if the contract was only oral, it was as old as human existence itself. The gist of it was that a person could request something from the person they saved. Most of the time, it was something like the first thing the person saw when they got home, or something they possessed but had no idea about. Many witches got their disciples using that rule. So here's my guess. Rachel did ask for something, and that something goes along the lines of if Sheena gives birth to a girl, then she must stay in the temple, but if they're both boys, then all of you may leave. That element of uncertainty is how the law of surprise takes root. Letho looked into its eyes before going closer to him. The 2 of you agreed to it before the delivery. Letho was sure about it. That didn't happen after the birth. You lied. Threatening you after the birth would be pointless, since it wouldn't create a binding contract, nor would it be magical. Letho's eyes gleamed furiously. You breached the contract first, didn't you? And you had the nerve to say you didn't take any innocent lives. Roy looked at Letho with shock, then turned his attention to Alan. Instead of refuting the claims, he kept his silence. Just when the duo was about to lose their patience, Alan took one step forward, his body trembling, his eyes filled with an unspoken plea. You're right. I breached the contract and turned my back on the priestess, so this is my punishment. It's supposed to be mine alone. He held his head in agony. I can live a long life, since werewolves are healthy, and Art can live for a few decades, since he's a falcon, but not a Ree. It's been 5 years since then. She only has a year or two at best. Please save them, Letho. The children are innocent. Letho crossed his arms as he gazed straight into Alan's eyes, and Alan met his gaze. You're right. Letho sighed. This is entirely your fault, not the children's. They shouldn't suffer with you. He relented. But answer me, do you love them more than you love yourself? Be honest. This is crucial. They're my only family and the reason I keep going on. I understand. Letho nodded. I can't save them. But you can, he declared. What do you mean? They weren't making things up when they said true love can lift curses. The countless tragic love stories recorded in history prove it. You're on the right track, but you're doing it wrong. Ori will be dead before you find that true love of yours. Consider this, you're the person who loves them the most, and family love is a form of love too. There is no need to find someone else to fill that role. I don't understand. Alan was confused. I love them more than I do myself, and they never leave my side. Even so, they're still cursed. Every fairy tale has its own little nugget of truth in it. You can find unimaginable power in love and blood. Roy interrupted. He was reminded of Gerald's story, one that was uncannily similar to Alan's, and he knew what Alan had to do to lift the curse. Now that we're certain you love your children deeply, we're one step away from lifting the curse. All we need now is blood. Blood combined with true love can end all curses and misfortune. Be specific. What should I do? Alan was in a hurry. Roy looked at Alan's kids, then opened his mouth, but said nothing. They're just kids, so we'd better take this somewhere they can't hear us, Letho said. He glanced at Roy furtively, wondering why Roy would know the way to lift the curse. Alan had a bad feeling about it, but he told his kids to stay on a tree not far from him. They can't actually understand things that are too complex though. Alan combed his fur with trembling paws to calm his nerves, but what he heard next made his mind go blank. You're the main target of the curse, so most of it will disappear when you die, and the blood taken right before that will be enough to lift the rest of it, Roy explained. This is the only way your kids can get rid of that curse and live their lives normally, Letho said somberly. You'll have to prove your love to them by using your very life. Alan stared down in silence for the longest time. He pondered on the matter, struggling to make a decision, but in the end, he resolved himself. If that's the truth, then I shall pray for your good fortune once this is all done. But if not, I shall curse you with every ounce of my being. Just like how Rachel did to me and my family once. On the name of the Viper School, I, Letho, swear that everything I have told you about the way to lift the curse is true. If I break this promise, I shall never see the day the Viper School makes its return. Letho raised his necklace solemnly. On the name of the Viper School, I, Roy, swear that everything I have told you about the way to lift the curse is true. If I break this promise. Roy made a promise of his own. Alan gazed at them for the longest time, and then he let out a sigh. I have one final request. Can you send me off? I can't do it. Even taking my heart out won't kill me. You must cut my head off. I can't ask my family to do it. It's too cruel. Are you sure, Alan? Roy stared back at him. Are you sure you want to do this? His voice started trembling. Yes. Alan looked up with relief on his face. Then, he tilted his head and smiled as warmly as he could. I told you I loved them more than I do myself, and I wanted to see Sheena as soon as possible. Don't you want to say goodbye to your troop? Tell them what happened? They've been working with you for years. They have the right to know the truth. Letho reminded him. No last goodbyes? No. I don't know if anyone else has found out about this, but I know Eveline has noticed something wrong about me. But I need you to bring my message to them. Alan told them about the next captain of the troop, what to do about his children, and how to deal with his funeral. I've been tortured this whole time. Every time I see my children trapped in a beast's body. Every time I think about the night Rachel died. Every time I remember about my wife's passing, I feel this pain in my chest. It's suffocating. It's time. It's time to free my children from the curse and atone for my sins with my blood. Only then do I have the right to see Sheena again. The long downpour finally ended, the dark clouds splitting apart, revealing the moon in all its splendor. The young man raised Gwaiha high in the sky and looked at a place not far from him. There, a menacing silhouette was kneeling on one knee, whispering to a pair of adorable birds. His eyes were filled with love and longing, but he knew what had to be done. Remember the game we always play, Art? Right. Here goes. He took a deep breath. Close your eyes now. Turn around and count from 10. Come and find me whenever you're done. The one who finds me first gets a bedtime story from Daddy tonight. Don't peep, Art. Don't peep. You hear me? Don't peep. Alan's final message resounded in the air for a while, but eventually, everything fell silent. His last smile etched on his face. Roy and Letho came out of the forest with a pair of naked children in their arms. The children were drenched in blood, and their faces were drained of all color. They were curled up in the duo's arms, but their eyelids kept trembling, as if they were having a nightmare. The children fainted the moment Alan's blood was splattered across their backs, so they hadn't seen the moment their father was decapitated. That was one silver lining in the tragedy. Perhaps, we have a child of the sun here. If only we knew how to make the antidote. Alan wouldn't have had to die. Don't think too much about it. That was his fate. He reneged on his promise, so he was punished with death. Letho looked calm about it, as if he were talking about lunch. Roy agreed with him, but he still felt sad when he saw the latest record in his character sheet. You killed a cursed one, Alan the werewolf. EXP plus 200, level 4 which 802 thousandths. The EXP he got didn't sit well with him. He was conflicted about it. Alan wasn't innocent, since he did go back on his promise and repaid Rachel's help with betrayal, but at the same time, he truly loved his children and was a good father. Don't feel sad, boy. He chose salvation. Letho sighed, and you should have noticed he wanted to die for a while. Most of the search team had come back to the caravan. They were covered in blood, especially Cantilla. She was caressing her blade languidly, looking as satisfied as a beast who'd just feasted on its prey. When the duo came back, everyone was surprised about the kids they were holding. The women quickly cleaned them up and covered them with blankets. Then they warmed the kids up near the bonfire. We killed some drowners in the swamp, but no signs of Alan anywhere. What happened, Letho? Where did these kids come from? The duo looked at each other. They debated about it on the way back, but in the end, they decided to do as Alan had told them to, even if that'd draw some flack. This is what really happened. But please brace yourselves for it. The troop members received the news differently. Some thought the duo murdered Alan, some started fearing for themselves at the mention of curses, cults, and werewolves, while some slowly accepted the story after the initial shock. Fortunately, the main troop members chose to believe the duo. They'd noticed Alan's weird actions over the years, though they'd never confronted him about it. I always thought Art and Ree were too close to Alan. Their collaboration was seamless. I see, so they're his kids. The only proof of his existence. Alan was a good father, but he worried too much. We've been friends for years now. He could have told us about it. He probably didn't want us to feel sad about it. Alan's always been that way. He puts everyone else first. His nightly hunts with Eri were also his way of keeping us safe. Cantilla gritted her teeth and sighed. So what if he's a monster? Zeracanians don't care about that as long as they're our friends. Their Namus suddenly spoke up. Alan had been acting weird, but he never harmed the troop. He was a great captain, but I don't trust the Witcher. He glared at the duo. Witchers are cold-blooded animals who would kill any monster they come across. I don't believe you'd actually help Alan if he were a werewolf. You must have lied to him and killed him when his guard was down. We killed him because he wanted to free his children. Letho threw him a cold look. He saved his soul and his children by giving up his own life. You know, I knew something was wrong with you here ever since I played Gwent with you. Roy pointed at his head. You say this is just a story we're making up to cover our murder, but what about the kids? We aren't gods. We can't just snap our fingers and make them appear out of thin air. Amos was at a loss for words for a while. When he was about to retort, Eveline shot him a dirty look. forcing him to swallow his words. I trust them. She sighed. It's just like Alan to do this. The most important thing now is his funeral. We can't let him rot in the wilds. His body's still there. Alan had turned back to his human form after the decapitation. I'll take you guys there later. But he wanted you guys to burn his body right there and collect his remains. Spread his ashes in the New Yi if you ever travel to Rivendell. His wife was sent off the same way. The troop members were surprised to hear that Alan wouldn't tell that to anyone, Eveline decided. So now we know they aren't lying. Thanks for understanding. Roy sighed. Alan's been suffering from the curse for a long time now. He wanted to see Sheena again, but he held on for the kids. The troop stayed around for a couple of days to retrieve Alan's remains. They burned his body with normal fire and lethos igni for a long time, but eventually, they managed to turn Alan's remains into bones and ash. They collected everything. The caravan's mood was gloomy as everyone mourned for their late captain for a while. Many of the members were tearing up too. Right. Alan's probably reunited with his wife in Melitel's kingdom now. First things first. What should we do about Art and Uri? We take care of them. Of course. Cantilla thumped her chest. And we need a new captain as soon as possible. Preferably someone charismatic. Amos quickly voiced his opinion, only getting everyone's glares in return. He shut up. Alan said he wanted Eveline to take his place. Everyone was surprised to hear that from Roy, but most of them accepted it. Not Amos though, but a single vote was useless. Collins was huddling with Feroz as usual. Feroz took a deep breath and put his hands together to plead. So Collins and I have been dating for years, but we can't have any children of our own, and I'm sure you guys know why. We've been thinking about that for a long time. Then his face was flushed with excitement. Alan treated us like family, and we're grateful for him. We've always wanted to repay our debt, but we never had the chance until now. If it's fine with everyone, we'd like to adopt the kids as thanks to Alan's help. And we'll take care of them like they're our kids. In a way, they're our dream come true. Yeah. Collins quickly backed his lover up. Please, everyone. They held their hands together and bowed to everyone deeply for the longest time. Everyone was taken by surprise. They never thought the gay couple was any different from other couples, but instinctively, they thought Feroz and Collins were different from a heterosexual couple. They couldn't let them adopt Alan's kids. And so, the members were in a dilemma. Eveline and Amos wanted to refuse, but they didn't want to hurt them. Roy kept quiet for a while before stepping in. Uri and Art are special, in a sense. Not anyone can adopt them. They've been living as a falcon and an owl for 5 years, so they operate differently from normal humans. Owls are nocturnal creatures who can get really active at night. They feed on frogs, insects, and other small creatures. On the other hand, falcons love to dive from high up in the air. Can you even imagine how Art would act? And besides, Alan wanted them to get adopted by the Temple of Melitel in Elender. It's a good place filled with kind, gentle souls. Art, stop. Eveline massaged her temples, but that didn't cheer her up at all. Feroz was trying to catch him, but Art kept dodging him. Still thinking he had wings, he ran around the caravan like a wild rooster, flapping his arms, hunching his back, craning his neck, lifting his butt. The boy ran ahead like a falcon, trying to fly, but he couldn't. He babbled as he flapped his arms, trying to speak, but his tongue kept getting twisted, much to Eveline's worry. She wondered if he'd bite it off. He's cheeky. Everyone else watched with great interest. They were both sad and amused, since Art reminded them of Alan's death, but at the same time, Art brought some life to the troop. That's better than being depressed. Roy was glad Art was cheeky. Keep Alan's death a secret until they're older. Uri's even more troublesome. Roy was reminded of a hilarious scene in the carriage. Uri thought she was still an owl, so she wanted to perch on the wooden club. But since she turned back into a human, she fell face first into the ground and got a bruise. Uri kept crying, but then she seemed to remember her missing father and stopped making any sounds altogether. But the biggest problem was the children having a limited vocabulary. They couldn't talk in any human tongue either, and they were psychologically worse off than their peers. They were only sensitive to friendliness and mockery. I hope they get better soon. They arrived in a city in Elender's vicinity 1 week after that. The sky was overcast. Then they went west, eventually reaching the city of Elender. The great city was situated south of the Valley of Pontar, which was on Mahakam's west. The Valley of Pontar was also the intersection point of Temeria, Redania, Edirne, and Kedwin, the four biggest kingdoms in the north. It was one of the most important military strips in the north. As the people would say, he who controls the Valley of Pontar controls the north. That was how important the valley was. Thanks to it being on the way to the valley, Elender enjoyed prosperity. Not only was it a military base, it was also a business hub. Of course, Novgorod remained the biggest city, housing 30,000 citizens, but Elender boasted 10,000 residents in its city. Thanks to that, business opportunities bloomed. Elender's merchants set up a merchants' association in the city, taking their unique merchandise to sell in the city. Because of that, organizations like the Architects' Association and Blacksmiths' Association opened shop in Elender, and their business boomed. On top of that, Vizima, the capital of Temeria, was not that far away either, making transport convenient. There was a long line in front of the gates since it was rush hour, but even so, the guards, who were armed to the teeth, checked everyone diligently. Roy told Eveline to meet up at an inn later before leaving with Letho. "It's been a while since your last trip to Elender, right?" Roy explained. "From what I know, they don't take well to witches now." It was early 1261 at the moment. Roy remembered Gerald getting screwed over 7 years ago in the year 1254. Right after he was dubbed the Butcher of Blaviken. The Order of the White Rose insulted him, calling him worthless, and then he was forced to enter a battle where he was prohibited from fighting back. Gerald had managed to stay alive in the end, but that angered the Order of the White Rose, and by extension, Had, the noble who took pride in the Knight Order. Even the Temerian Royal Council had complaints about him. Roy thought Gerald's actions would cause trouble for Letho if someone found out he was a witcher. Letho shrugged dismissively. "Been 20 years, but I never heard any kingdoms banning witches from passing through. Every city has its own share of monster issues. Where there are monsters, there are requests. They won't say no to us." Letho was calm but firm. "And we have to replenish our alchemy stock." "I see. Let's see if we can get in without getting checked." Roy looked ahead and saw the Temple of Militel. It was near the mountain outside the city. He'd go right there once they settled in the city. The duo didn't disguise themselves too much. Roy covered his hair and ears with a white towel, while Letho wore some shabby clothes instead of his witcher attire. He didn't even show his school's emblem, his sword, or his potions. If Roy didn't know better, he'd think Letho was just a brawny farmer trying to get into a city. But things didn't go well for them. Roy managed to slip past the guards, but the guard said coldly, "Raise your head." Roy froze up for a moment before looking back, but he realized the guard was glaring at Letho. He was holding his sword, ready to strike at any time. The guards at the entrance surrounded them, watching with great interest. The air turned heavy, and a deafening silence surrounded them. Even the travelers stopped to see what the fuss was all about. "Yeah, I'm talking to you, big guy." "Raise your head." Letho's lips curled into a cruel smile, but only for a moment. He loosened his fists and sighed ever so audibly before looking up. Roy felt sad for him. No matter how powerful a witcher was, they had to bow before overwhelming numbers. "Oh, we got a witcher here." The guard holding a spear opened his face armor, smirking at Letho. "Never seen one so shabby before." "Thought you could change the color of your eyes just because you're in peasant attire? Did your brain get fried during your mutation, freak?" He looked at his colleagues before bursting out in laughter. The guards were smaller in size compared to Letho, but they laughed at him as if he were nothing more than a beggar. Letho took their insults until they were done laughing. "Right, back to business. Trying to slip in, weren't you?" "Slip in?" Letho frowned. "You geese screened me, didn't you?" "What? Elender not welcoming witchers?" "No, but someone is interested in you. You'll have to see him first." "Is this Elender's law? Does everyone have to see him before they can enter?" "No. This is an order." "Bores. Take the Witcher to the waiting room. Don, call Tyler's over here. Tell the knight the one he's obsessed about is here. Wait. Roy came to Letho's side, much to the guard's surprise. Then he took a deep breath. I'm with him. I knew it. I knew something was up. The guard gave Letho a mocking look. Witches doing what they do best, kidnapping children. No, I'm his disciple, and I'll be a Witcher too sometime in the future. The people won't take to us kindly. Boy, Letho reminded, but don't flip them off. We're on their turf, after all. Yeah, I know. I'm not an idiot, Roy grumbled. When in Temeria, do as the Temerians do. Good. Letho nodded, but if they get on your nerves, try to see them as dogs. Letho gave weird advice. Every time they bark at you, throw them a bone or something, not literal ones. Of course, but you know what I mean. They'll wag their tails once their ego is satisfied, especially those knights. I see. Roy shot him a look of surprise. He never expected a straight man like Letho to come up with such a quirky idea. A short while later, a pair of knights came to the clearing near the gates, where the duo was waiting. Letho and Roy bowed and observed them. The one on the left was in white armor and wore a red cape, a white rose engraved on his left shoulder piece. Every step he took made his armor creak. He was young, but he had a scar running down from his forehead to his nose. He could have been a handsome man, but instead he looked sinister. The knight's gaze was set on Letho, but there was only rage within him. Standing beside him was a short and sturdy dwarf who was wearing a jacket made of fox pelts and chainmail armor. He was looking at the duo sternly with his arms crossed. Shit, Roy cursed silently. Damn you, Murphy's Law. He knew the scarred man was the same knight Geralt had defeated, and judging by the look on his face, he was a tough one to handle. State your name, Witcher. And that goes for your companion too, the scarred knight ordered them imperiously. We're only nameless peasants, noble knights. Our names are nothing but an insult to you. Letho bowed humbly, but he was scanning his surroundings for any high ground he could take. At the same time, the spearmen around the gates were watching them closely. The scarred knight's face fell, and he went closer to the duo. When he was only 10 feet away from them, he looked up arrogantly, not unlike a swan that was craning its neck. I am Arthur Tales, firstborn of the Tales family, knight of the 4th Corps of the Order of the White Rose, and a loyal servant of King Head. Witcher, now that I have stated my name, I demand the same from you. Any defiance will be seen as an insult to the order. Roy arched his eyebrow. Still as arrogant as ever. Left with no choice, Letho answered, I'm Letho, a Witcher from the School of the Viper. This is my disciple, Roy. How can you prove it? Where's your crest? And why are you trying to get into Elender City? Tales asked a lot of questions, and his hand was already on his blade. If Letho showed even an ounce of hesitation, he would cut him down. His teammate's lip twitched, and the dwarf took a deep breath. I think you know why we're trying to get into Elender. We got into a few fights before this and wrecked our equipment. Most of our supplies are gone, so we need to restock in the city, and my leg's lame too. Here's my insignia. Please show mercy to us, sir. Let us pass through Elender. I see. Arthur looked at the necklace and nodded. When he confirmed that Letho was unarmed and lame, his eyes gleamed. Letho from the Viper School, I, Arthur Tales, from the Order of the White Rose, challenge you to a duel. He unsheathed his sword and held it with both hands, pointing it at Letho. But Mr. Tales, you're a noble knight. Don't you think it's too much of an honor for me? I'm just a Witcher, not even a knight. I don't think I'm worthy of this. Yes, Roy added. We're not worthy of the honor of a knight's duel. He scorned himself. Tales stopped them. We have a creed here. If you were the ones challenging me, then I'd have the right to refuse. But since I'm challenging you, you must accept, or you're nothing but a piece of worthless trash. I see you as my equal, but of course, it is just temporary. Roy was shocked by the ridiculous declaration. Crazy arrogant bastard, that's quite the logical explanation you got there. I guess you must be a fan of philosophy too. The highest stat he has is 7. Damn, he's stupid. I could probably take him down if it weren't a duel of swords. If he doesn't wear his armor, of course, The sarcasm flew past Tails' head, and Letho asked, "What will happen if I refuse, then? Aside from being seen as trash? Then you must leave Elender. Our city doesn't welcome cowards." The dwarf chuckled. Shut up," he said gruffly. "You're a knight. Remember the creed." "This is just shameful." "No. You shut up, Cranmer." Tails' face was flushed. "This is personal. I must defeat a witcher to regain my honor. I don't mind you tagging along, but if you're butting in, then I'm smashing your head in." "Try me." "I ain't letting you do whatever you want," the dwarf retorted. Arthur gnashed his teeth. "Go back to your troops or I'm telling on you." "Cranmer? Dennis Cranmer?" Roy's eyes gleamed. "Cranmer's a dwarf with a sense of justice and equality. He's going to join the army of the Mahakams in the Second War to resist Nilfgaard's invasion. This guy's important to Mount Carbon. I think I'll take this." "Dennis Cranmer? Are you the Dennis Cranmer?" Roy went up and feigned surprise. "You know me?" Dennis looked at him with doubt. "Rhaegon told me about you back in Mount Carbon." "Rhaegon? Rhaegon Dahlberg?" Dennis rubbed his nose for a while, and then he remembered who Rhaegon was. "Oh, that boy's all grown up now, huh? He was still a snotty little dwarf 30 years back." "So, is he doing fine? As a dwarf, I mean. He's a master crossbowman now. And a reigning champion, too. I see he's even more of a troublemaker than his brother is." Dennis gave him a friendly look. "So how do you know him?" "I learned how to shoot from him for a bit." Roy stared down awkwardly. "But I'm stupid, so I didn't get a lot of his teachings." Dennis was excited to see someone who just came from his hometown, so he talked with Roy about Mount Carbon, leaving Arthur alone. Roy made a new friend out of him after they talked. He even spoke about the time he and Letho took out the Leshen and the Neckers in the tunnels, effectively helping the dwarves. The dwarf patted his shoulder. "Ah, I see. Now that you're my friend." He turned around to Arthur. "This is no longer personal. Roy's a part of my family now, so his mentor is my friend. You are forbidden from venting your anger on them." Tails glowered at Dennis. "How dare you? Dennis Cranmer." Shut up." Dennis snorted. "Count Felix not even here. You have no one to rely on, and dwarves always stand up for their friends. You want to get them? Then face me first. Or you can tell King Head about this. Let him decide." Arthur's veins popped, but he couldn't do anything. He glared at the three of them and threatened, "Just you wait. You'd better not pull anything in the city, or I'll rip a new one. You'd better not harass them, Tails, or you're getting it." After Arthur was gone, Dennis turned to the duo. "Don't worry, you two. That bastard gets on everybody's nerves. He ruined his reputation himself. If you run into any trouble, come to the castle and tell them I sent you. I'll help you out." "Thank you for your help." Roy bowed sincerely. "What are friends for? Let's drink when we have the time." "Not good to let the guests go without some wine." "I'll take one request for free," Letho offered. "Elender does have its own share of problems, but most of them aren't really big." Dennis smiled. "It's fine, Letho, but I'll take you up on the offer." Cranmer left them shortly after that. The duo went along the main path leading into the city, where buildings were crammed together. The sellers were hollering at everyone who went past, trying to get their attention. "Magic salve. Get your magic salve here. Cures everything from patches to scabies. You won't get it elsewhere. Look here. I got some talismans and pills. Get one today and regain your youth. And look at this hallucinative potion. One gulp and you'll know what ecstasy is like. Some swear this even gives the dead a boner. Got a mice infestation? You came to the right place, folks. Look at this cat. It's cute, cuddly, and catches mice faster than you can say meow. And it's a great companion too, perfect for the family. Hey, you look like you need a tooth extraction. I bet that toothache is driving you nuts. Then step right up. I offer painless tooth extraction, and at a low cost too." "How low can you do?" Roy asked the dentist. He wondered how a dentist could work with a chair, a bottle of wine, and some rope. 10 copper an hour. The lean dentist grinned toothily at him, but his teeth were black. The duo rendezvoused with the troupe after leaving the shady street, and they hired a guide to show them the way around town. Finally, the group settled in a remote inn called Potbelly. The inn's lobby was mostly taken up by the troop, much to the innkeeper's delight. On the other hand, Eveline was twirling her hair, looking troubled. Living in the city costs a lot. The accommodation fees ate up most of the money Alan left us. We can't go on like this. Cantilla, take some guys with you to survey the plaza and the crowded spots in the city. See if you can get us a spot to perform. Cantilla put her legs on the table languidly. Sure, boss. Everyone else can take the day off. It's been a tiring journey. The troop members went to do their own stuff. Some played Gwent, some kept drinking, and some went upstairs to have some fun. So what next, Roy? Are you leaving with Letho? Eveline gave Roy a gentle look, as if saying she wanted him to stay. Roy nodded stiffly. I've been traveling for years. Just when I finally got a friend, you're already leaving. She pulled him closer, almost kissing him. Witches live a dangerous life. Why don't you stay with me in the troop? You won't mind, will you, Letho? After all, you have a lot of disciples, right? She grinned cheekily at Letho. Roy almost lost himself when she hugged him, but only for a moment. His will was getting stronger by the day. After all, even so, he had to put on a show. I don't want to say goodbye either, Eveline, and then he felt her pushing his head against her chest. Oh, so this is how a woman's chest feels like. Feels like a dream. He was almost suffocating from the soft, bouncy breasts that enveloped his face. All he could smell was the intoxicating fragrance from Eveline. Letho crossed his arms, watching the shenanigan unfold. Then he smiled sarcastically. I'll respect your choice, Roy. He'd given his permission, though Roy knew that wasn't the case. You can pursue a career as a circus performer. I won't force you. He emphasized the last sentence. Roy could imagine Letho hunting him down if he took Eveline's offer, and he shivered. I'd like a girlfriend, but not now. Not yet. He shot up and cleared his mind. Thank you, Eveline. He held her hand, but Letho's probably gonna get himself eaten by wild beasts without my help, so I see. Take care, then. Eveline sighed and stared down in silence. Are the kids still asleep? Roy shifted the topic awkwardly. The troop members had been trying to work with Ri and Art over the last couple of days, but that messed up their biological clock, so they could fall asleep at any given moment. Eveline composed herself, but it was obvious she still wanted Roy to stay. We have to find them a home. The troop can't take care of them forever, since we wander the world. Alan said the Temple of Melitel was a good place, but I'd like to see if there's anything better. I want real professionals. Oh, and I might run into you there. Hey, Letho, is it me? Or has Eveline been acting weird around me? Letho rubbed his chin and realized something incredible. Whoa, you're saying you don't get it? You're usually the smart aleck, so what happened? Taken up by your lust for a woman's body? All right, stop joking. Roy clenched his fist, as if threatening to crush Letho's hand. I just refused a woman all for you, you know? Yes, yes. You weren't imagining it. Eveline was trying to mate with you. Letho nodded. Elves aren't exactly a fertile race, unlike humans, who breed like rabbits. To make things worse, they're only fertile at certain ages. You're a young part elf, and she's already of marrying age. Elves were elegant and enjoyed a long lifespan, but they were also open about sex. Roy had heard stories about how elves would fuck their comrades as much as possible before they died to keep the fear of death at bay. But I'm a minor. Not exactly. You're a part elf, so you grow almost at the same rate as humans do. You're gonna be mature in a few years, not to mention you can live a long life, and your looks are acceptable for them. Letho gave Roy a look that sent a chill down the boy's spine. Eveline's a beautiful, gentle, and sexy woman. You sure you don't want to stay with her? Roy was reminded of the feeling of Eveline's gigantic breasts, but he quickly stopped himself from thinking about it. His body had changed ever since he ingested the child of the sun, as if he were giving in to his primal urges. Forget it. I prefer monster killing. Wipe your drool away. Letho stood up with the help of his crutch. Time to sell off the stuff in your pocket and restock some alchemy supplies. Then, we're going to the temple. Roy got a lot of materials in his inventory space after the battles in Smiak. There were hundreds of neck eyes, tongues, ears, innards, and all sorts of organs. They were going to sell everything off aside from the green mutagens, the fangs, and the claws. They had to make the potion for the trial and some bolts for Roy. The parts would net them some money and free up some space. As Temeria's duchy, Elender was filled with all kinds of merchants selling every item under the sun. Of course, there were also those who'd buy monster parts, though the price could vary. If the merchant knew the seller was an amateur, they'd lowball them. But Letho was no amateur. He had lived for 80 years and knew much about the market. His strategy was simple: name his price to the buyer and stare at them in silence for a few moments. Some of the buyers would make a better offer after getting stared at for a short while, and about 30 seconds later, they'd give him the offer he wanted. Letho's sharp gaze, intimidating build, and scary look were enough to scare the buyers into submission. After selling the parts to 3 buyers, they managed to make 200 crowns, but then they spent the money on their alchemy supplies. The duo had a hard time after consuming all their items in the tunnels, so the first order of business after getting out was to restock, and it was a big restock. They got a lot of items, including bullis fruits, arenaria, celandine, and a lot of herbs. They also got sulfur, phosphorus, and saltpeter to make bombs. There was also mahakaman liquor, Kaer, and 4-0 in Roy's inventory space. Then they went to an established blacksmith in the city to make bolts for Roy. Each cost 20 coppers, and Roy made 100 of them. The bolts has more penetrative power than normal ones, and they were also heavier. The tip had some necrovenom on it so it could kill better. Letho needed to sharpen his sword and short sword, which also cost them. Guiha didn't dull even though it had gone through a few battles thanks to the gnome's craftsmanship. It could still slice even the thinnest hair easily, and all Letho had to do was maintain it with grease. Also, the duo wouldn't let a stranger get a hold on the sword. Finally, Letho went to a clothes shop to make 2 sets of grey leather armor and pairs of long boots. Wearing shabby clothes made it hard for him to move, and they offered no protection. The armor was not cheap. Then came sundown, and the whole city basked in its golden light. Roy went through the bills after their purchase and was shocked by how much they'd spent. It was all the money from their sales and they'd had to pay quite a lot from their own pockets. Whoa. Witches may make a lot of coins, but it's a risky job, and it takes a lot out of their pockets. They only had around 100 crowns left. Even without spending on drinks and women, finances were tight. I think we should take some requests, Letho. We need crowns. Roy stared at Letho expectantly. If he managed to kill one more type of monster, all he had to do was pass the trial, and he'd become a rookie witcher. He had never taken any request from the bulletin board ever since he'd followed Letho, but he wanted to. It was a rite of passage for a witcher. Not at the moment. Letho gave him a piercing look. Haven't you had enough in Smiak? It's time to rest. You're going to help me with some alchemy work, he commanded. Once we are set with the potion, we'll be heading to the temple. Letho rented a place with a kitchen so he could change it into a lab, just like how he did in Aldersburg. The only difference was he had Roy to help, so they spent half a day turning the kitchen into a makeshift lab. Roy noticed the familiar cauldron, mortar, alembic, bellows, and pestle from those days in Aldersburg, and he almost fainted. He could see himself toiling over the making of potions and bombs from day to night again, but he had an inexplicable desire for it. He wanted to feel a sense of accomplishment when he managed to make that one potion after thousands of tries. Thus, he took the cauldron and mortar and started his. All right, you're starting with the marigold potion. Letho interrupted him. Tell me the recipe and the steps. 2 ounces of dried marigold, 1 ounce of nettle, and mix them together in the mortar, Roy blurted, since he could never forget the recipe. It felt like it was seared into his soul. Not bad. It's been a month, but you still remember it. Letho gave him a look of approval. Now for the potion making. Let's see if it's as good as your theory. Roy moved by reflex, as if he were a master alchemist. He put a sack of marigold and nettle on the right surface before weighing them, then put them into the mortar and crushed them with the pestle. 15 minutes later, the liquid in the cauldron was starting to simmer, a faint fragrance wafting across the lab. Roy quickly killed the heat and poured the potion into a glass container. His grip was firm, and not even a drop of potion went to waste. Finally, he corked it. Letho swirled the potion. "Have you been practicing?" He was surprised. "You haven't been doing this for a month, but you improved?" "Probably because of the Child of the Sun," Roy said. "I can control my body better now." Having one more point in dexterity certainly helped Roy. "This is a surprise." "Well, you're done with marigold potions now. Let's move on to the next one." Letho paused for a moment. "It's a kind of poison. We used it in Smiak." "Oh, the paralyzing one?" "Yes, but not the same thing we used. This is the full version. It's harder to do. One dose is all it takes to paralyze someone entirely. It's hell for them." Roy's eyes shone. He'd wanted to make one ever since he'd used it in the tunnels. The paralyzing poison would be a more useful tool than oils or bombs in certain scenarios. But then Letho stopped his thoughts. "You'll have to promise you'll only use this as a last resort, no matter what. Effective immediately. Can you do that?" "What are you trying to say? Don't use this on the innocent." Letho was reminded of his school's dark past. The school went down the wrong path for a very long time. We emphasized on poisons more than potions, and we took assassination requests just like the cat school witches, but we were worse, so much worse than they were. Because of that, our reputation took a hit." Letho paused. "We'd ask every disciple to take in a pet and make them kill it before the training ended so they'd grow indifferent." Roy was shocked, since Letho never asked him to do that, nor did he expect the school to have such a dark past. At the same time, he was glad he was born at the right time. He wasn't necessarily a kind person, but he wouldn't kill needlessly either. "So you also?" "Yes, and obviously that was wrong. It sped up the school's death." Letho was solemn. "It's hard to stop once you start abusing your power. Eventually, you're going to lose yourself to it. If you were to turn out like that, I'd take you back to the school for education." He emphasized education. Roy's heart skipped a beat. "Very well, then. I swear on my name as a Witcher of the Viper School to only use poison as a last resort." Roy had made another promise, but Roy remembered what Letho ended up doing. So he looked at him. "What if you need to use this to revive the school? Will you do it?" "It depends on who the target is," Letho answered after a short while of silence. "What if it's the king?" "What's the matter with you?" Letho refused to answer. "That's it for assassination talk. All right, let's get on with it. Remember the simplified version's recipe? Crush the comfrey, extract the long rube's juice, cut up the wolfspan." Roy spent most of his time over the next few days making the poison, resting only for meals and meditation. Thanks to his experience with the marigold potion, he finally managed to make one dose of poison on the third day after dozens of failures. And then his character sheet shook. A new skill was born. Alchemy Level 1, a crafting skill that allows you to make oils, potions, decoctions, poisons, and bombs. Rank, Beginner Alchemist. You now possess the skills to make marigold potion, paralyzing poison. Roy was excited to see that, since he finally saw the fruits of his labor. "Is this the only poison we can make, Letho, or are there more?" "Yes, but not now. First, make 5 doses of paralyzing poison and 5 marigold potions. Keep them in your pocket, and help me with the decoctions and bombs." Roy was checking the items on the table, the light in the lab illuminating his face. 2 dancing stars. Roy held 2 green glass containers and tossed them into the air. When they came down, he grabbed them and opened his palms. Then the canisters were gone. He turned to the blue bottle with yellow bands tied around it. 1 dimeritium bomb. Didn't have enough dimeritium. He pointed at the bomb. Then it disappeared, just like the dancing stars. 2 dragon's dream, 2 swallows, 5 doses of paralyzing poison, and 5 marigold potions. He brushed his hand across the crystal clear potions and 5 yellow potions. "Everything is accounted for." Roy looked at Letho, who was meditating, and smiled. It took them a week of non-stop work, but they'd finally restocked their item supply. During that time, they'd gone to take the crossbow bolts and Letho's sword at the smithy, then they'd taken the leather armor sets from the clothes shop, though they were shabbier than Roy had thought, and then all that was left was the trial. Letho stopped meditating, though he had a concerned look on his face. "All right, leave me alone now, boy. I'll be staying here for a few days to process the ingredients for the decoction. Do not disturb me. Take a stroll around Elender." Roy heaved a sigh of relief, though he was curious about the potion. He wouldn't push his luck though, since he was on the verge of breaking down. "I can assist you, though, not at your level." Letho refused. "And this is important. We can't afford any mistakes, or the potion's going to end up killing you." The news shocked Roy. "So why do I have to wait until we get to the temple then?" "That's where you're wrong," Letho answered. "You're taking the potion the moment it's done." "Like I said, I'm just processing the ingredients. I'm not cooking it up yet." He paused for a moment. "I left that part out for a reason. The head priestess has a greenhouse, and I need some of the herbs there. Also, their lab is better than whatever we have here. You'll need her help for the trial too." "She's a sorceress. What if she refuses you?" "She owes me one, and I have an ace up my sleeve," Letho replied. "She will help out." "All right, take your potion of the week and get out. Come back in 3 days." Roy exited the lab wearing a black leather armor set, and he was sweating. Elender was a bustling city. The sun was shining warmly, and the people were frolicking around the streets. Compared to the people in villages and small towns, Elender's citizens had a better fashion sense. Instead of the usual gray and black, the people wore colorful clothes and stylish accessories, like hats, necklaces, rings, belts, and brooches. Roy took a deep breath and stretched himself. That hits the spot. He would have liked to have gone to an inn for some Gwent, but he had a more pressing matter at hand. Since he was alone for the time being, he wanted to accept a request all by himself, but not long after he'd gotten out to the streets, a temptress beckoned him. She had heavy makeup, a luscious smile, and her hair tumbled down her shoulders. Roy looked at her, but he turned away and left after a moment. Young ladies would braid their hair, married women would cover themselves with a hat or a headscarf, while noble ladies would perm their hair. Warriors, on the other hand, would cut it short. The only women who'd let their hair stay the way it was were druids and prostitutes. It was a show of freedom and independence. The woman who was trying to seduce Roy was the latter, but Roy didn't give in. He didn't want to get into a bad habit. Roy eventually arrived at the bulletin board in the city center, but it was dusty and filled with cobwebs. He thought he could get some great requests, but reality was often disappointing. "What the heck is this? They want me to find their missing cat?" He shook his head in disgust. "I'm not a firefighter. I don't have time for this. This woman wants me to catch her cheating husband in the act?" Roy mocked. "An eye for an eye, then. Just start an affair yourself." He looked at another request and balked. "And this wants a caretaker for a paralyzed lady?" "Nope, sorry. I'm not a caretaker." "Oh, this one's interesting." Roy looked at the lower right, where a new request was posted. "A missing boy, huh?" He finally got serious. The request read, "Look Yi, this is an emergency. Help needed. Bounty hunters, witches, or whoever you are. I shall pay you 150 crowns for this job." "My son, Virgil, went missing after he went to fish at a river outside the city. If anyone wants to help, come to the bakery in Eastern Elender. For experienced people only." "Amateurs back off. The kid went missing in a rural area when he was fishing." Roy rubbed his chin, pondering the case. "That doesn't narrow it down much. Could have been human traffickers or something, but this is promising. I'll look into this." The bakery was sweltering, but Huckle didn't care. He was neatly putting dough and more dough into the elliptical oven. Huckle had been working as a baker for 20 years, and at least a third of the citizens were his customers. Baking used to be the thing he liked to do the most. It was gratifying to see raw dough turn into brown, fluffy bread. Every time he saw them come out perfectly, it brought a smile to his face. But no longer. He had been gloomy over the last couple of days. He liked bread, but his son was more important. Every time he thought of his missing son, he would start to shake, and an urge to cry would seize him. Huckle knew what every missing person in Elender would end up as, a corpse, or a chewed-out corpse. Not many came back alive. "I'll keep looking after this." "Hello, might you be Huckle the baker?" someone called out, snapping him out of his nightmare. Huckle composed himself and took his mittens off. Yes, but the kitchen is off limits. Go to the storefront for the bread. You won't find a better offer. 20 crowns is all you need for one satisfying loaf of bread. It's all dough and nothing else. No sawdust, no clay, no potash. He reflexively promoted his bread. I also accept payment in terms of flour. Any type of flour. I'll keep some, but you'll get most of it back as bread. Sorry, but I'm not a customer. Roy put on a smile. He noticed the baker's bloodshot eyes, and the fact he was wearing nothing but thin clothes. Mr. Huckle, I'm Roy, a witcher. I came for the request you put up. Can you tell me what happened? Huckle froze for a moment. Then he sized Roy up. Crude leather armor and long boots, trimmed hair, nice nose, good eyes. Good looking, approachable, muscular, and tall, but his skin is smooth, and he looks like a kid. He's probably not even 15. Huckle waved him down. You're pulling my leg, boy. I need an experienced one, not a kid like you. And I'm not taking any disciples now. I don't need any help around the shop. Roy slammed his weapons on the baker's workstation. Much to Huckle's shock, the sight of the crossbow and the steel sword made the baker retreat. Then he picked up his baking implement. Calm down. You would have been dead if I wanted to rob you. I'll let you in on a secret. Roy wanted that effect. Then he kept on lying. I'm a part elf, so I look younger than I am. I'm of age now, and I've taken on my fair share of requests. He showed Huckle his ears. The moment Huckle took a look, Roy hid his ears again. Your son's disappearance smells fishy, doesn't it? He asked seriously. That's why you need an experienced witcher. The earlier he's found, the higher the chances of survival. If you give up now, it might be a month before the next witcher comes around. The baker finally wavered. Since Roy was right, he was running out of time. I'm not here for the deposit. Just tell me what I want to know. Roy raised his head confidently and went closer to Huckle. You can keep the money if I fail to find your son. The baker finally stopped frowning. No harm in telling him. I lose nothing, and I get a free helper. Huckle took a deep breath before leading him to the storefront. He took off his hat, revealing his unkempt hair underneath. Then, he sat down. Want some bread, Roy? Fresh out the oven. I had something to eat just now, so thanks for the offer. Let's talk business. Roy crossed his arms sternly as he tried to put on airs. Your eyes are different from the other witches, though. Everyone says witches have the eyes of a beast, but your eyes look the same as mine. Because I'm a part elf. All the witches you've seen used to be human, Roy answered forcefully, staring at Huckle. Now talk. Huckle wiped the sweat off his face. Very well, then. Deciding to trust Roy for the time being, he said, my son, Virgil, just turned 18 this year. Yes, you said that in the request. When and where did he go missing? 27th of December. That was 2 days ago. Virgil went fishing at Wigan outside Southern Ellender at 1 in the afternoon. It had been his usual hunt. He goes there once every fortnight and spends most of the day there. Fishing's his only hobby. He lives with me and is still single, so he has nowhere else to go. Huckle bemoaned. Virgil always comes home before 7, but he didn't come back that day, even after 9. Huckle slammed the chair with his fist. I knew something was wrong. He looked fearful. Ellender's curfew starts at 9. Or maybe he stayed the night at his friend's place, Roy speculated. He's 18. He's come of age. It's normal to stay the night somewhere else. I asked his friends, but none of them saw him. Huckle looked worried. I even bribed the patrols so they'd help me. They told me they saw him going out that day, but he never came back. Ellender receives a lot of people every day, so maybe the guards missed him. No, Huckle denied it. I have proof. I saw his fishing rod at the riverside. There's a red cloth on it. It's empty. His beloved rod. He's been using it for 10 years. That's the only thing I found. Roy asked. Did you find anything else? Blood, handkerchief, or anything that he brings with him? I got some old-timers to look around last night, but we got nothing. Huckle was getting frustrated. That's why I posted that request. Have you ever run into something similar, Roy? Huckle was going to panic. He wanted to use an honorary title for Roy, but he was too young for Huckle to do so. Do you think my son is still alive? I can't be sure about that, since I don't have enough information for now, Roy answered calmly. What about the knights? They should be responsible for you guys. No? Huckle spat indignantly. The order is only loyal to the king. Their job is to protect the king and his family, not peasants like us. They put me on the waiting list. Said they'd only help after they're done with the problems in the city. Huckle had beef with the knights. The bread would have gone moldy by then. My poor Burchell's going to end up dead, or worse. Huckle shivered. The thought of his son being dead tortured him. I see. That's how nobles are. Roy shared Huckle's sentiment, since he felt disgust toward Tails. He tapped the chair's armrest and asked, "Does Burchell have any enemies?" Huckle denied it fervently. Impossible. He spends most of his time in the bakery with me. All he does is help out with the mice problem and housekeeping. He never complains and is always happy. There's no way he'd have beef with anyone. I'd know if he got into trouble with someone in the city. Even if he did have an enemy that I didn't know about, there'd be no reason for them to kill him. Very well. Let's assume he went missing at the riverbank, then. Roy stood up and strapped his weapons to his back. Let's take a look at the crime scene. Roy and Huckle went to Wigan, south of Ellender. The boy hunkered down on a gigantic boulder jutting out on the riverbank and brushed his finger across a pebble. He looked at the gleaming river before shifting his gaze toward the rustling bamboo forest standing on the other side. Wigan flowed toward the south, merging with Ismena after the sewers ahead. To the north, Wigan merged with Buntar. The river was less than 20 feet wide and gleamed green because of the algae and microorganisms in it. Roy couldn't even see the bottom. Do you see anything, Roy? Huckle was wearing some shabby clothes. He was holding a rickety fishing rod, looking nervous. Any clues? Calm down. We just got here. I need more time. Roy dusted his hands off and looked around. This is the boulder Burchell sat on whenever he fished here? Yes. Huckle nodded. I came with him many times, and he never changed spots. Burchell's an honest kid, so he doesn't change once he's made a decision. Did you also find empty on this boulder, then? Yes. Huckle stabbed the fishing rod into a hole below the boulder. It was an easy spot to fish. I found it right here. Roy could imagine Burchell enjoying the breeze on the boulder as he fished before disaster had struck. Let's search the place. But my friends and I did that yesterday, and we found nothing. Huckle shook his head. It's useless. If you want to save your son, then you'll do as I say, Roy commanded. If you find any scales, I want you to give them to me. Scales? Huckle was confused. I need you to look for my son, not fish. If you're craving fish, I can give you one for free. Grilled, stewed, doesn't matter. Heck, I'll even throw in a loaf of bread. You know nothing. Roy shook his head. He didn't want to tell Huckle what he had in mind, but he had no choice. Drowners have scales too, but it's different. Their scales are harder and heavier than any fish's scales, and there's a protrusion in the middle of it. Also, you can smell the stench of rotting flesh if you see one. Huckle paled. Everyone who lived near a river knew there could be drowners lurking in the waters. If anyone were to be attacked by them, their chances of survival were slim. Huckle didn't want to believe it, so he retorted, but Burchell's been fishing for 8 years. There's no drowner here. Everything's changing. There might not have been any drowners in the past, but there are no guarantees now. Your son might be torn apart as we speak. Oh no, I'll search the place. Only humans or drowners could have taken someone away at a riverbank. If they could find any traces or the scales of drowners, then Burchell was probably taken by drowners. Roy was no longer the weakling he'd been. He had dancing stars and dragons' dreams in his inventory, as well as a crossbow that could fire in quick succession. He could take the drowners on as long as they didn't gang up on him. However, he didn't get to fight them. After searching the riverbank for an hour, Roy found nothing. There were scales, but all of them belonged to the fish in the river. There were no drowners or any torn clothes in the river. Since monsters always left traces wherever they went, Roy was sure the river was free of drowners. On the other hand, Huckle heaved a sigh of relief. If there were no drowners around, that meant his son could still be alive. But if it's not monsters, then why did he go missing? Did you find the rod here? Roy gave it some thought. That means he was taken away when he was fishing. There wasn't any cover at the riverbank, so ambushing Burchell on the rock was unlikely. Roy looked back at the dense bushes not far from them. It was a remote place, so if the culprit ambushed Burchell from the bushes, they could have covered their tracks and saved a lot of time. Did you search the bushes yesterday? Yes. Huckle hesitated for a moment, but not thoroughly. Since I had to post the request this morning, I was going to come this afternoon. I see. They spent half an hour going through every single bush. Thanks to his perception, Roy picked up a faint scent of urine from a shrub. That's a clue. Huckle, does anyone else fish in this river? Any women who wash their clothes here? No. As far as I'm concerned. Huckle shook his head. They live in the north, near the temple. The swamp is in the south, so nobody ever goes there. Only Burchell comes here, most of the time. So Burchell probably peed here. Or Huckle's friends. Roy looked in the direction of the scent and expanded his range. He parted every shrub with his hand and checked the ground. Thanks to his hard work, Roy finally found some dried blood. An hour later, it seemed the blood had been splattered instead of bled out naturally. It was as if something caused it to spurt. He knew how the blood of neckers, drowners, Leshens, and humans smelled like. Even though he wasn't as strong as a witcher, he was slightly confident that it was human blood, and probably spilled around 3 days ago or less. That's when Burchell vanished. This must be a clue. Did you find something, Roy? Huckle parted a shrub and hunkered down beside Roy. He looked to where the boy was touching and saw the blood. Much to his shock. Blood? Is my son dead? Calm down, Roy told him without even turning around. We don't know whose blood this is yet. But he was sure Burchell was attacked by something when he peed in the bush. That something was too fast for Burchell to defend against. Come with me. They followed the trail of the blood and noticed a blob of white that was cotton-like. Roy picked it up to take a whiff, but it was odorless. He pushed it together and pulled back, and the ball turned into sticky strings. This is mixed in with the blood. What is this, anyway? Roy had a feeling the ball of sticky item was a clue to what the culprit was. Is it a monster? Can't really remember which monster produces this. They kept following the trail of blood. Roy and Huckle noticed some dried blood after covering some distance. The trail led them deeper into the forest, and eventually, the trail became thinner and thinner. Finally, they stopped at a clearing in the far east of Ellender, where shrubs grew wild. The faint scent of flowers wafted across the air, while turnips surrounded them. There wasn't anyone around, so the turnips weren't taken. Roy and Huckle looked ahead and noticed a deep hole in the field ahead of them.